My fiancée missed our engagement ceremony because of another man, and I announced the end of the engagement in public. However, my selfish parents opposed my decision, and I ended up breaking off relations with my family. Alone, I entered the entertainment industry and started a new life. However, fate played a trick on me in an accidental return. I didn't expect that even though I left this home, but my parents still didn't give up beating me. In order to make me admit defeat, my father decided to adopt Anthony, my fiancée's lover, and send him to the core of the family to be trained. When I faced my parents again, I realized how hard it was to get the freedom I once longed for. But I would not give up. I would fight against everything and get back everything that belonged to me. Hi everyone. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. How can this be called legitimate? How can it be called killing two birds with one stone? Frank had just finished speaking when my father Richard did not respond. He frowned and called out, Lao Zhuang, did you hear that? Richard came to his senses and said with a wry smile, Boss, yeah. Are you kidding? You wanted to put Anthony under my name? Yes. Richard hesitated for a moment and asked again, Adopt him? Make him my adopted son? Yes. Are you kidding? Frank chuckled. Lao Zhuang, do you think I'm kidding? Richard fell silent. When people adopt children, they usually adopt newborn babies. Who has ever seen people adopting 20-year-olds? Anthony is not a child at all. This is ridiculous. Not to mention, Anthony is the culprit who caused Jessica to run away from the marriage. If it weren't for him, the marriage between the Zhuang and Xia families would have been completed long ago, and James would not have severed ties with him. Now, Anthony actually wants to be his godson. This is really hard for Richard to accept, but he knew that Frank was his biggest partner. If it wasn't for business, he would have exploded long ago. Frank saw Richard's silence and said with a smile, Hasn't James cut off ties with you? Now that you have no heirs, what's wrong with taking Anthony as your godson? It will not only make Jessica's marriage smoother, but also solve the cooperation problem between the two families. Richard listened and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Adopting a godson didn't seem to be a bad idea. At least it had no disadvantages. And Frank also mentioned the benefits of cooperation. He finally replied, I understand what you mean, but I have to discuss it with my wife. Of course, give me an answer as soon as possible, and we'll talk about West City. Frank hung up the phone with a relaxed tone. Richard's mind was racing. Although he still felt it was a little absurd, he was relieved that the issue of heirs could be solved quickly. Anthony became a godson and solved the current dilemma. Moreover, this could also divert my mother Stella's attention, allowing her to accept reality and avoid harm. Richard smiled slightly, and he had a plan in mind. Once Anthony joined the banker, in addition to the benefits, he would also have to bear the consequences. If he wanted to integrate into this family, it was inevitable to pay some price. The next day, Anthony showed up at the dealer's house, sitting on the sofa and chatting and laughing with Stella. Stella looked kind on the surface, but in fact she was pretending. She was good at pretending to be a victim, a gentle wife, and could play any role vividly. Richard had already seen through it. When he walked in, Anthony stood up and greeted him, Hello, Uncle Zhuang. Richard asked in confusion, Why are you in my house? Stella answered first, I had a car accident on the road today, and Anthony helped me solve it. Thanks to him, I invited him to dinner. Anthony smiled and said, It's just a small favor. I won't disturb you. It's not a big deal. If you like, come often. You can stay today. Stella invited warmly. Richard's eyes fell on Anthony, and he couldn't help but evaluate this godson in his heart. Anthony was handsome and had an extraordinary demeanor. Although there was a little guilt in his eyes, he looked good. Frank had just finished his phone call last night, and today Anthony was invited to Richard's house. Because he helped Stella. It was such a coincidence. Richard had lived for so many years and had met all kinds of people. He saw through Anthony's thoughts at a glance. But he didn't care. Since Anthony was here, he didn't have to do it himself since he was with Stella. Richard walked over and patted Anthony on the shoulder. Listen to Aunt Tang, stay here after dinner. Although Anthony appeared calm, he was secretly anxious in his heart. After all, he had just ruined James's marriage. Dinner is fine, but stay here, forget it. I have to go to record the show tomorrow morning. Anthony lowered his head to avoid Richard's gaze. Richard said no more and turned to Stella. How did you get into a car accident? Are you okay? I bumped my foot, it's okay. Stella lifted her skirt slightly, revealing the bruise on her calf, which looked quite large. Richard walked over and took a closer look at her leg injury. How did the driver drive? I drove the car myself. Although Stella has a driver's license, Her physical condition generally does not allow her to drive. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Richard frowned and asked. You've been too busy and haven't had a good rest recently. Stella held Richard's hand tightly, showing a distressed expression. Next time, no matter how busy you are, tell me. Richard said gently. Everything seemed to be in love, but Anthony felt that the injury did not seem to be caused by a collision. When he was there, the collision was not serious, and if there was a problem, he would have to take responsibility. Stella suddenly changed the subject. Honey, do you know where James went? Richard was stunned. He didn't tell Stella about James, fearing that she would be angry. He pretended not to know and asked, Where did he go? He went to participate in a variety show, which was broadcast live. It's so embarrassing, Stella said angrily. He signed a contract, so it's not easy to record the show. Anthony answered at the right time and explained lightly. Stella hesitated for a moment and asked, Then how can I contact him? The phone was handed in during the show, but I can help you contact the staff. Anthony answered patiently. Stella was obviously quite satisfied with Anthony, and her tone became more cordial. Thank you so much, Xiaogu. After dinner, Anthony and Stella continued to chat, and after dinner they rested for half an hour before leaving. Richard then asked Stella, What do you think of? Anthony, that's it. Why are you asking him suddenly? Richard didn't hide anything and directly told Stella Frank's suggestion. If you think Anthony is good, then take him as your godson and let him accompany you. Stella's eyes lit up. Anthony has tens of millions of fans, right? Recognizing him will not only bring traffic, but also bring influence to our company. She held Richard's hand tightly, with excitement in her eyes. If we recognize Anthony, our relationship with the Xia family will be more stable, and Jessica will have to call me mom. This is a marriage. Stella's plan was clear. Recognizing Anthony would not only consolidate the relationship between the two families, but also bring practical benefits. She walked while immersed in her own plan. Her sinister smile could not hide her thoughts. James doesn't want it. I will leave the property to Anthony and make him regret it. Richard was upset, but he still had to comfort her patiently. We'll talk about the inheritance later. He couldn't help but start thinking, if Anthony married the banker, what would happen to his children outside? After the conversation with Stella, Richard called Frank and said, I agree to take Anthony as my godson, but we still have to sign an agreement. After all, our interests have to be tied together. After the two of them discussed it, they hung up the phone and Frank immediately called Jessica. Richard agreed to take Anthony as his godson, but he won't give things easily. Don't expect to get anything from him. Frank warned Jessica, if you want to marry Anthony, marry him well and don't regret it. Jessica knew in her heart that Anthony was her first love when she was young. They had experienced so much together and understood each other best. She liked Anthony. Otherwise, she would not have run away from the marriage and would not have publicly announced their relationship. However, despite this, her mind was always filled with James. I didn't expect them to agree so quickly. Frank said calmly, Stella will announce Anthony as her adopted son at her birthday party and will announce your marriage at the same time. When he said this, it was obviously a warning. Jessica could not go back on her word easily, and Zhuang Qingshan's mind was already very clear. Marriage was not only a personal bondage to her, but also a kidnapping of the interests of the Zhuang and Xia families. Jessica whispered, I understand. But the conflict deep in her heart could not be dispelled. Frank's implication was clear. Since the matter had become so serious, Anthony's marriage to her had become a matter of interest. Let Anthony visit the Zhuang family more often, get close to Mrs. Zhuang, and coax her well, and everything will go as you wish. He reminded. Anthony lived up to expectations and tried his best to please Stella. Whether it was shopping, watching movies, arranging flowers, or drinking tea, he did his best. He even gave Stella diet therapy and massage. Gradually, he lived in the Zhuang family. However, Anthony gradually discovered that the Zhuang family was not as warm and harmonious as the outside world rumored. The servants in the villa hardly said a word, and the silent atmosphere made him suspicious. Why is Stella so repulsive to James? Anthony wondered what James had done to be kicked out of the house. Soon, Stella's birthday arrived. She and Richard had already started preparing for Anthony's adoption, including hotels, reporters, and everything else. Anthony's fans couldn't believe the news at first, thinking it was just a joke, but the news spread quickly, and fans went to the official blog of Zhuang's to ask about it. Zhuang's finally issued a statement. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will announce an important happy event. Everyone is welcome to watch the live broadcast. All of this was noticed by Eve. Although she was not in Rongqing, she had a strong intelligence network. She originally planned to expose James' miserable situation in the Zhuang family, but seeing how eager they were to adopt Anthony, she changed her plan and decided to give Anthony a gift to let him feel the true face of the Zhuang family. Linda, Beata, Eve, and others in the program group were also paying attention to James's dynamics. Linda thought about how to make some delicious food for James every day, and Beata stopped being sarcastic and gradually approached him. But Eve's attitude became unusually cold, and James noticed that something was wrong with her. One day, James walked towards Eve, who was washing clothes, and said gently, "You helped buy the watermelon that day, right?" Eve responded coldly, "Are you trying to repay me a favor?" James hesitated for a moment and decided to agree to her request. However, Eve's face became even gloomier and her sick aura became more obvious. "What's wrong with you?" James asked with concern when he saw her discomfort. "My stomach hurts. My period has come," Eve said calmly. She would have severe pain every month, and this time it seemed to be more severe than usual. James immediately decided to take her to rest. "I'll go get the painkillers. You rest first." Eve did not respond and continued to wash clothes. James saw her hands shaking, and his heart tightened. "Go and rest," James said seriously. "Don't you want to stay away from me? Why are you controlling me now?" Eve raised her wrist and looked at him, questioning. Her voice was cold and challenging, and James suddenly realized the anger in her heart and felt an inexplicable tension. Eve sneered at James. "Don't you want to stay away from me and avoid trouble? But you're holding my hand now. What are you doing?" Her tone was provocative, and the small mole at the corner of her eye made her look very delicate. Reason told James that he should let her go immediately, but the strength in his hand unconsciously increased. In the end, he let go and whispered, "I'll go get the painkillers." Eve refused in a low voice. "I'm allergic to painkillers. It will make me feel worse." "It's okay. I'm used to it." Her face was pale, and her voice was a little hoarse, as if she was trying to hold back the pain. James looked at her trembling and felt tense in his heart. He knew she was holding on. "Go ahead. I need to do the laundry. Don't worry about me anymore. I'm used to being alone." Eve's voice got lower and lower, with obvious forbearance and grievance. James' body stiffened. Thinking back to Eve in her previous life, she had suffered alone. Her fragility never disappeared, although she looked strong, but sometimes she also needed someone to care for her. He no longer hesitated, grabbed her hand, and led her into the inner room. "Sit down first. I'll help you wash your clothes." "I haven't finished washing my clothes yet," Eve said capriciously. Although her tone was stiff, it was no longer as cold as before. James said softly, "I'll help you wash." After he settled her down, he made her a cup of hot water. "Just give me a cup of boiled water." Eve frowned, her eyes slightly red. "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you," James said patiently. Eve suddenly remembered the brown sugar-boiled eggs. "I heard that this is the best food for girls during menstruation, but I haven't tried it yet." James nodded and went to the kitchen to make it. 10 minutes later, he came back to her with a hot egg soup. "Be careful of the heat." Eve took it and blew on it gently. "It doesn't seem to have any special taste, but it's quite warm." She took a few sips, and her expression eased a little. "Have you ever done it to someone else before?" she asked. James shook his head. "No. We were still young then, and girls would do it secretly during their periods." When he talked about the past, his tone was filled with reminiscence. "What about Jessica?" Eve asked. James didn't answer, but just lowered his head and said nothing. "I understand." Eve smiled and continued to eat eggs. "Is there anything made just for me?" Her voice was full of anticipation. James understood and thought carefully before saying, "I haven't made ginger milk before. How about I make it tonight?" Eve's eyes lit up. "Okay, let's make it tonight. But only make it for me, not for anyone else," she said in a warning tone. James nodded and prepared to wash clothes. "You must take good care of your body and don't touch cold water casually." While washing clothes, he accidentally found a sexy black lace bra. James' face changed slightly, and he quickly washed the clothes and hung them outside to dry. When he came back, Eve had finished drinking the brown sugar water, and her expression had recovered a little. She looked at James and asked, "Are the clothes clean?" James nodded, "Yes." Eve suddenly walked up to him and whispered, "Where's my underwear?" James was slightly stunned and replied calmly, "I washed it." "Thank you, James. You are so kind." Her face regained its luster, and there was no longer any pain in her eyes. She suddenly smiled mysteriously. "I'll take you to see a good show tomorrow. The location will be in your room." James frowned. What good show? Eve blinked. You will know when the time comes. Don't be nervous. James was confused, but he answered easily, I'm not nervous. He was not afraid of what she would do, but was curious about what her good show was. See you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. James agreed. He looked at Eve's slightly red eyes, worried that her eyes would turn red again. At 6 p.m., James started cooking. Beata said she wanted to learn how to cook, so she stood by to help. Linda was also busy in the kitchen, making tea, heating milk, and doing some small things. No one was idle. Fong Chun tried to get closer to Beata and circled around her. The 5 people in the kitchen seemed a bit crowded and the air was stuffy, but no one wanted to leave. James said, It's so hot in the kitchen, don't you think? He was actually hinting that they could cook separately and let everyone stay outside. After all, the dishes were already prepared, and there was no need for so many people to watch over them when cooking a few dishes. Linda finally reacted, Shinrong, you can't cook. Why don't you go out? Beata was dissatisfied. Why should I go out? I'm James' apprentice. I'm making iced drinks tonight. Linda looked at Eve. Eve, aren't you on your period? Why don't you go out and have a rest? Beata immediately agreed. Yes, Eve, go and have a rest. I'll watch the fire. Eve glanced at them coldly and stood up. I'm fine here. The fire is warming my stomach and it feels good. Are you starving? She took the apron off the wall leisurely. James, help me tie the apron. James didn't think much about it and walked over to help her tie the apron and tidied her long hair. This scene made the atmosphere in the kitchen a little awkward. James was so engrossed in making ginger milk that he didn't notice the changes around him. Linda stood aside and saw James' actions, and a bitter feeling welled up in her heart. She knew clearly that James' attitude towards Eve was completely different from before. Beata also felt uncomfortable, so she leaned over to change the subject. James, what are you doing? Ginger milk, James answered briefly. What is ginger milk? Is it milk tea made with ginger? Beata asked curiously. James explained, the ginger flavor is diluted by milk, and it's a bit like pudding. It's amazing. Can I try it first? James felt a cold gaze and looked back. It was Eve. Eve smiled, and James immediately refused. No. Eve was slightly startled, lowered her head, and chuckled. Beata didn't understand, still staring at James expectantly. Why don't you do it for me? James looked at her and replied calmly, because it's made just for her. Hearing this, Beata's heart was burning with anger. She shouted in dissatisfaction. Why only make it for Eve? Can't we eat it? Her emotions were out of control. Then she realized that she had lost her composure during the live broadcast. She hurriedly lowered her head and ran out of the kitchen in shame. Fong Chen chased after her. Linda stood aside, feeling complicated. She had always thought that she and James had the best relationship, but now she found out that James would do such a thing for Eve. James and Eve are the only ones left in the kitchen. How does it taste? James asked. Not bad. Eve replied casually, but she knew in her heart that she didn't like the taste of ginger, but she ate the bowl of ginger milk made by James. James smiled and said, This is the first time I succeeded. You put down the bowl. What if it fails? James didn't care. Then think of another way. He cleaned up the stove and prepared to cook. Do you know why Beata is angry? Eve asked. James shook his head. She just has a childish temper. She will be fine after dinner. Eve smiled faintly and said no more. You're still here flirting with girls your parents are almost becoming someone else's parents. Every time I watch the kitchen battle, it is very exciting. 3 women make a scene. It is obvious that the 3 female guests are staring at James. Only fans and haters don't admit it. After watching it for so many days, James is not a bad person. If he is really the scumbag that netizens say, his acting skills would have won him the Best Actress award long ago. Why couldn't James do one more? Why did he only do it for Eve? He made Xiaorong angry and ran away. I haven't watched it for a day. When did the relationship between James and Eve become so good? He even gave her special treatment? James finally started to take the initiative. It seems that Eve has a different opinion in his mind. Beata, you must not like James. Don't forget that he is your best friend's ex-fiancé. If you like him, then you are a failure. Wait for everyone to stop following you. Or look at Fong Chun, who is by your side. Only he is good to you. Alinda, so should I leave? I'm wondering why the bookmaker didn't recognize James. Isn't it James' problem? His fiancée ran away from him, and his biological parents severed ties with him. These all prove that he has problems. After James cooked the dishes, he asked everyone to come out for dinner. Beata called a few times, but no one responded. Finally, Fong Chun called her. She came out reluctantly and looked at the table full of her favorite dishes, especially the sweet and sour pork ribs. Was this James' way of apologizing? If so, she could forgive him. Beata sat down. Her anger had subsided a lot, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Why did the relationship between James and Eve become so good? She recalled what happened in the past few days and found that Eve took the initiative to get close to James at the beginning, often approaching him and even saying some ambiguous words. However, after the date, Eve's attitude changed, like a different person. Is Eve's transformation a strategy? First approaching James, then suddenly distancing herself from him, creating a gap, playing hard to get, and easily controlling James. Beata began to regret it. If she hadn't been so cold to James, maybe he would notice her. But what would it mean if he noticed her? Become friends? This made her even more unwilling. She ate the sweet and sour pork ribs absent-mindedly, chewing a small piece of ribs in her mouth for 5 minutes, her mind empty. Fangchen looked at her and felt uncomfortable. He had been chasing Bata, preparing breakfast for her in the morning, remembering her preferences, caring about her health, and doing tasks. He had done so much. Why did she see James? Fangchen couldn't help but get angry. The chopsticks in his hand were almost broken, and he forced a smile. This kind of playing how's love should end. Beata was still wondering whether James would coax her like he coaxed Eve, but at this moment, seeing Eve reaching out for the cold drink, James stopped her and gave her a warning look. Eve withdrew her hand angrily. Drink some soup. No cold drinks these days. It's so hot. Is it really not possible? James glanced at him coldly. Do you still want pain? But I always have dry mouth during my period, and drinking water doesn't help. I want to drink something. Eve said aggrievedly, and her tone made people think about it. You can't drink it cold. Do you want to drink something else? I can make milk tea and mung bean soup. After a while, I can also make ice plum soup and ice jelly. Eve's eyes lit up, then it settled. Tomorrow morning, milk tea, mung bean soup, and fruit tea in the afternoon. Beata was so angry that she almost exploded. Why did James do all this for her alone, just as she was about to lose her temper? She heard James simply say okay. Her heart began to ache again. After dinner, Fang Chun invited Beata to go for a walk. She was in a bad mood, so she agreed. The night breeze was cool, and there were no lights on the road. The two of them walked on the country road, each holding a flashlight. Shinrong, do you like James? How is that possible? Beata retorted fiercely like a cat whose tail was stepped on. My attitude towards him is not what you think. She explained in a panic. I treat him as an ordinary friend. I actually want to learn how to cook, not to be with him. I was angry today because James only made ginger milk for Eve, which was very misleading. You should have made 6 servings. Her words were confused. Fangchen looked at her quietly and understood everything about her. Suddenly, Beata stopped and lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Fangchen's eyes. She finally admitted in a low voice, okay, I admit that I have some feelings for James. I want to get to know him again and get closer to him. When I see him treat Eve specially, I will also be angry and unwilling. She knew that liking James was ridiculous, but she thought, if James could accept Jessica's aunt, why couldn't he accept Jessica as best friend? In terms of relationship, she had more advantages than Eve. But you're Jessica's best friend. Don't you think it's a betrayal that you like her ex-fiancé? Aren't you afraid that she will blame you? Beata had thought about this problem a long time ago. She had tried her best to restrain herself, but how could she control matters of the heart? Eve also likes James, and she is Jessica's aunt. If she always worries about this and that, how can she participate in a dating show? Many people say that she is stupid and does things without considering the consequences, but in fact, she really thinks very clearly. If she could go back to when she first met James, she would never say those cold words to him, and maybe their relationship would be closer now. Fangchen could see that Beata was easily influenced. Not only could others brainwash her, but she could also brainwash herself. Judging from her behavior, she would not change her mind anytime soon. If you really like James, I can help you. Ow! In any case, Beata was a little looking forward to it. If she succeeded, she could explain it to Jessica and resolve the conflict. If she failed, it would just be like this now. James has been played around by Eve now. You should learn more from Eve. Ow! Beata asked, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She and Eve are not of the same type at all. Should she learn to dress like her? Her figure can't support those clothes at all. As for her style of doing things, she admitted that she was far behind. Learn her hard-to-get tactics. Men don't like women who are too proactive. When Eve first took the initiative, James ignored her. Men like challenging women. The more proactive they are, the cheaper they seem, and they won't cherish them even if they get them. Eve is smart. She changed her strategy and distanced herself from James, which made him care about her more. Beata said seriously, "Then what should I do?" You can also try like Eve. Since close contact doesn't work, distance yourself from him. You can also pretend to find another man to test his reaction. Only good things are worth fighting for. If there are too many competitors, he will naturally panic. When he sees you contacting other men, he will definitely look at you a few more times. Beata was excited by these words. Fong Chun was smarter than her. He was admitted to a key university, started his own business, and even made a popular game. So what he said must make sense. "Then can I come to you?" Fong Chun smiled faintly. "Of course, we are friends. I am happy to help you test James." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Eve said goodbye to James and went back to her room slowly after saying goodnight. Linda was already waiting in the room, staring at Eve with a dim gaze. Eve was obviously in a good mood. She was humming a song when she returned to her room. When she saw Linda, her singing paused slightly, but her smile did not diminish. "Eve, you're not suitable for James. He is not someone you can play with casually. Whether I am suitable for him or not, we can only know after he tries it. But you tried it and then broke up, so it is obviously not suitable." Eve's words are full of lethality. Linda was so angry that she pinched the back of her hand until red marks appeared. "Turn off the light and go to bed. You still need to eat my mung bean porridge tomorrow morning." Eve turned off the light, and only the rustling sound remained in the darkness. Eve started to take off her clothes. Linda looked at her from behind, feeling a little uneasy. "Eve, do you want to know about my past with James?" "I don't want to know, and I don't care," Linda replied coldly. "The past can't be retrieved, so what's the use of knowing it?" Eve knew that James would not get back together with Linda. Even though James had avoided her and was always cold to Linda, she must have done something wrong. "Linda, I don't want to care about the past, and the future with James has nothing to do with you. I won't stop you, but don't expect me to give you a chance to get back together. Try it." Linda sneered. "Are you so confident? Don't forget, I still have a chance to date James. Who knows what will happen in the future? He and I have common relatives and friends, and we will meet often." Eve lay down calmly. Then wait and see. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the director announced that today was a free day. Eve walked directly to James and said, "Go to your room and wait for me. Leave some space for me to sneak in." James was amused and a little nervous when he saw Eve's sneaky behavior. This was clearly a show of affection, but Eve didn't want more people to know, fearing that it would be disturbed and affect her mood. James boiled a pot of hot milk tea, filled 2 cups, and went into the room. The door was ajar, and from the outside it looked like it was closed. At 7:55, there was a noise outside, and Eve came in with her school bag. This was her first visit to James' room, and it was just as she imagined, clean and tidy. He hadn't thrown away the flowers Linda gave him, but dried them and placed them on the windowsill. Eve entered the room and locked the door behind her. "This way no one will disturb us." James watched her put down her school bag and took out her tablet. "You even brought a tablet?" "Dealing with work." Eve put down the computer and asked James to sit down. "Before watching the show, let me ask you a question. Do you regret severing ties with your family and losing your inheritance rights? If they beg you to go back, will you still go back?" James shook his head decisively. "No. What I regret is that I didn't break up with them earlier." "Okay." Eve pressed a key without hesitation. The scene unfolded, and James was stunned by what he saw. Wasn't this the hotel where he got engaged? Nothing had changed. Even the reporters and the audience were the same. Slowly, Stella and Richard appeared in the camera, followed by Anthony. Stella was holding Richard's hand, and Anthony was beside her. After dressing up carefully, she walked into the camera confidently and calmly. Before James had time to think about it, he saw Jessica walking in with Frank's hand. This occasion and this atmosphere made people mistakenly think that Anthony and Jessica were going to get engaged. James was slightly stunned. Maybe this was really the case. He moved his chair and sat closer, his shoulders almost touching Eve's, and continued to watch the screen. With the huge financial support of the Zhuang family and the Xia family, the specifications of this banquet were even grander than James's engagement banquet. Almost all the people who came were rich people, and they all came to congratulate Richard for having a good son. As Anthony's godmother, Stella enjoyed standing in the spotlight, and it was not at all obvious that she was sad because of losing her biological son. Today, she is radiant and elegant. Her hair is tied up with a jade hairpin. She wears a cheongsam, and her makeup is exquisite. She is over 40 years old, but she still has charm. Richard held her hand tightly throughout the whole process, fearing that she would suddenly have another attack. Fortunately, Stella remained calm and did not mention James at all during the whole occasion. Facing the questions from reporters, Stella spoke gently and had a dignified temperament. Everyone praised her elegance and nobility. It was hard to imagine that she screamed loudly because of a nightmare last night and broke a vase worth millions. Her noble temperament has won unanimous praise from netizens. Mrs. Zhuang is so elegant and beautiful. I also want to have a mother like this. Mrs. Zhuang is really perfect. She is elegant in conversation and generous in manners. Richard protects her throughout the whole process. They are simply a model couple. This family recognition banquet has surpassed James' engagement banquet. It seems that Anthony is not simple. Anthony took away James' fiancée, but they actually accepted him as their godson. Obviously, Anthony has something worthy of their trust. Anthony can be accepted by the Zhuang family and the Xia family, which means he must be very good. In my opinion, James is the problem. His cheating caused his fiancée and parents to abandon him. He deserves it. Seeing these comments, James realized the dealer wants to adopt Anthony as his adopted son. Eve said softly and moved closer to him. James was confused. How could this happen? What were they thinking? He suddenly remembered the teasing he had said to Jessica that day. Could it be that she had arranged this? The secret joy on Anthony's face made him wish him well. After all, he was about to face a mother who could go crazy at any time. James looked at Stella on the screen and sneered in his heart. This woman killed her own daughter with her own hands and framed her son for many years. Her beautiful appearance could not cover up the bloodiness in her heart. The scarlet light flashing in her eyes almost reminded James of her when she was young. She was a dazzling ballet dancer on the stage, but if she had not married and had children, she might have been a prima ballerina now. After years of silence, she once again stood in the spotlight. Her vanity was greatly satisfied, and she enjoyed the media's attention and the reporter's praise. The reporter asked, "Why did you adopt Anthony as your adopted son?" Stella replied, "He is very pitiful. He has been without a mother since he was a child. I heard that his mother ran away, and then he followed his father to the Xia family. Later, his father had a car accident, and he was left alone and helpless. Life was not easy. I feel sorry for him. Looking at him, I think of my daughter." Anthony's face changed slightly. Although his childhood was terrible, he did not need any sympathy. In this situation, Stella's words made him look embarrassed, but anger ignited in his heart. Richard looked very stiff, which was totally inconsistent with the script he had discussed with Stella before. He held Stella's hand and gently reminded her, "Don't say anything you shouldn't say." However, Stella seemed to be unaware and continued to be interviewed. The reporter continued to ask, "Do you have another daughter?" Stella replied, "Yes, she has passed away for many years. If she is still alive, she would be 21 years old this year. My condolences." A series of my condolences also floated across the barrage. Stella smiled and said, "Today is my birthday. I don't want to talk about sad things anymore. The most gratifying thing is that I now have a new son." Stella told Anthony's tragic story while making herself look like a savior. Reporters praised her compassion and netizens called her a good mother. Anthony, who was supposed to be the protagonist of the family reunion party, was gradually ignored, and even his fans began to pay attention to Stella. Suddenly, a reporter squeezed forward and asked, "Richard, Mrs. Zhuang, why did you break up with James? Is he really as bad as the internet says?" Richard glared at the reporters. He knew that these reporters were contacted privately by Stella, and there was a great risk. If he was not careful, his previous lies would be exposed. Stella took over the topic and pretended to be confused. "What do people say about him online?" The reporter replied, "They say he's a scumbag, cheated on Jessica, and played with 2 women at the same time. They also say he is unfilial, eats, drinks, and is fun all day, and his family fortune has lost 300 million. Stella took a handkerchief and wiped her eyes, pretending to cry. "To be honest, James has been ignorant since he was a child, and often made me so angry that I had to be hospitalized. Because of his poor health, I don't know much about him. His grandmother has always been taking care of him, and the old lady dotes on him." She sighed and continued, "When our 2 families got married, the Xia family valued friendship, but we failed to discipline him, and as a result, he let Jessica down. In order to make up for Jessica, we decided to completely sever ties with James and adopt Anthony as our adopted son. In this way, Anthony can marry Jessica legitimately and have a happy marriage. Even reporters who have seen big scenes were shocked. You mean, not only are we going to recognize Anthony as our godson today, but our two families are also going to announce his wedding with Jessica? Stella replied calmly. Yes, our two families have reached a consensus. Since you have adopted Anthony as your godson, will you give him any share of the banker's property in the future? Facing the sharp question, Stella was still calm and composed. She patted Anthony's shoulder and said gently, I choose people based on their appearance. Since you have adopted Anthony as your son, he is my son and I treat all my sons equally. Anthony smiled with satisfaction, but he felt that there was something abrupt in Stella's words. The reporter continued to ask, if James reforms and returns to the dealer, will you still be willing to give him a chance? Stella stared at the live camera, her eyes as calm as dead water, and she smiled mechanically. If he sincerely apologizes to me, admits his mistakes, and never makes the same mistake again, I will give him a chance. After all, he is my biological son, and I will keep teaching him until he gets better. Stella's condition was getting worse and worse, but outsiders could not notice it and still called her a good mother. Richard was anxious when he saw this, and immediately took over the topic and announced, we have two main announcements today. First, we have adopted Anthony as our godson, and we ask all the major media to pay more attention to us in the future. Second, Anthony and Jessica's wedding will be scheduled on the 9th day of next month, and the Zhuang and Xia families will marry again, not only for marriage, but also for love. We are very satisfied with Anthony. He is filial and has good character. This obviously means that James is not filial enough, not a good person, and cannot meet Jessica's expectations. Those who know the matter understand the deep meaning, but those netizens who are not aware of it have defended James. The administrator of the live broadcast room quickly cleaned up the comments, kicked out all those who spoke well of James, and controlled public opinion. They do have a set of means to control public opinion, but the more lies there are, the more loopholes there are. Despite this, a large number of people still believe these words. After all, many people believe that parental love is unconditional, and it must be the child's fault if it hurts their own child. In order to tie up the Xia family for marriage, the couple really did everything they could, and they were willing to sacrifice anything. What sacrifices are you talking about? James is too bad, and his parents couldn't stand it anymore. So they gave up? Okay. Let's have another child. Mrs. Zhuang is old. Will there be any risks? How about a surrogate? Surrogate is illegal. Don't wealthy families have illegitimate children? The couple is so loving. How could they have an illegitimate child? Godsons are always inferior to biological children. Stella said that if James admits his mistake and comes home, she will still give him a chance. Then the question is, why would James rather work hard outside to record variety shows and go home to inherit the family property? This couple doesn't care about James at all. Their son was robbed of his marriage, but they didn't help to seek justice. Instead, they scolded him together. There is no family affection. Looking at these comments, Eve gently leaned on James' shoulder. Stella must have mental problems, right? James' shoulder stiffened. He didn't expect Eve to be so sharp in detecting it based on just a few clips. Stella's mental problems have always been well concealed. Her early hospitalization was also done secretly. She even had to disguise herself when taking medicine. Her disguise was usually completely invisible. She wanted to attract attention so badly that everyone had to look at her, ignoring all priorities. She used Anthony's misery to highlight her image as a saint, and also wanted to use Anthony's fans to increase her influence. Eve looked at the comments full of loopholes and sneered. It's such a loophole-filled lie, but so many people believed it. It's so easy to spread rumors. With the development of the internet, people don't even need swords to kill people. Many people have died from rumors. When investigating the information, the more Eve learned, the more she felt sorry for James. She not only wanted to save James, but also to make those who hurt him unable to recover forever. She wanted to let them taste the taste of cyberbullying first, and then make them pay the price. James felt a slight touch in his heart, and looked down at Eve leaning on his shoulder. She was leaning against him, but he felt that he was protected by her. This feeling was very strange, as if a candle suddenly lit up in the dark world, guiding him forward. They were getting closer and closer, not only physically, but also in resonance with their hearts. When Eve tried to understand his past, James suddenly wanted to understand her. Eve, thank you, he couldn't help but say. Don't be in a hurry to say thank you. The fun hasn't started yet. Today is not only Stella's birthday party, but also Anthony's family recognition party and Anthony and Jessica's engagement party. Anthony is the happiest. Although Stella's words made him a little dissatisfied at the beginning, overall, he has gained. He didn't expect Stella to answer the question of property distribution in public, and he didn't expect that the banker's property would be divided into him. He once thought that he was just a figurehead. He finally understood that the right to speak in this family is in Stella's hands, and also understood why Frank asked him to coax Stella. After this day, Anthony's influence in the entertainment industry has greatly increased, his fans have skyrocketed, and he is in high spirits. When he is with Stella, he is called a loving mother and a filial son. When he stands with Jessica, he is praised as a handsome man and a beautiful woman. After today, he became the son-in-law of the Xia family, the young master of the Zhuang family, and a winner in life. He will never give James any chance to come back. Richard was thinking about making a fortune with the Xia family from the West City project, while at the same time he was thinking about when he could get his woman pregnant. Stella was lost in the pursuit and gradually forgot the pain that the nightmare brought her these days. At the banquet, guests were toasting and laughing. Frank was smiling, but there was a calculating light in his eyes. Jessica, who had just announced her marriage, seemed to be happy holding Anthony's arm, but she was thinking in her heart, would James regret it after seeing this scene? Just when everyone was immersed in their own world, suddenly, the large screens around flashed, and intimate photos of Richard and different women appeared on the screen. The couple, who were just showing off their love, were suddenly caught off guard. The big screen was full of ambiguous photos and bold videos of Richard with different women. The real pictures directly refused AI photo editing, and even some parts that were too explicit were blocked by mosaics, considering the impact on minors at the scene. Richard's face turned pale. He grabbed a staff member beside him and yelled, "Quick, turn off the big screen. Where's your manager? Call your manager here immediately." The reporters reacted immediately and rushed to him, blocking Richard's way. "Mr. Zhuang, who are the women in these videos? Can you explain? What is your relationship with them? How long have you been in a relationship? Mr. Zhuang, when did you cheat? Has your relationship with your wife broken down?" These questions, although knowing the answer, still caught Richard off guard. Photographers were busy looking for angles, adjusting lights, and snapping photos. Among hundreds of photos, there was always one that would become a hot topic. Richard subconsciously looked for Stella. When he saw her, Stella's scarlet eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. Fortunately, the security guards at the scene responded in time and separated the reporters. After calming down a little, Richard looked down at the footprints on his shoes, his face gloomy. Who leaked these photos and videos? He did it so secretly. How could someone release it? His suspicious eyes swept over every possible enemy, from the rival to Frank and then to James. However, he quickly excluded James from the list of suspects because he knew very well that James did not have the ability to investigate these things. Richard's heart was burning with anxiety, and his palms began to sweat. Whenever he thought of the way Stella looked at him, his heart felt like it was hooked. It was over. Richard didn't dare to look at the internet or take out his phone. He knew he was in a desperate situation. The reporters pounced on him like wild animals, and the flashlights were like an impenetrable wall. The hotel's big screen was not turned off, but instead displayed even more outrageous content. The big screen outside and the electronic screens on the entire street were all broadcasting the scandal, and the live broadcast was hotly discussed on the entire internet. Wait, this is Richard? Did he cheat? I always thought he and his wife had a good relationship, and every time he talked about their encounter I was moved. Now you tell me he cheated? Where are all the tears I shed over the years? The chosen actor, his acting is better than that of domestic entertainment actors. He is really an acting master. The model couple finally collapsed. All the CPs in domestic entertainment collapsed, and the real couple I supported also collapsed. I can't believe it. What is true? Now tell me everything. Can you believe it? Richard is having a lot of fun at his age. He is really an old man who doesn't do his job properly. Are these photos and videos real, or have they been replaced? Is it a coincidence that it was exposed today? I feel that this live broadcast room will definitely stage a big drama, and it can't be missed. Under the protection of the security personnel, Frank protected Jessica. He couldn't help but get angry when he learned that the big screen outside was also broadcasting the incident, but he suppressed his emotions and looked at Richard. Such a carefully arranged banquet was ruined because of Richard. Frank sneered in his heart. In this circle, It is not uncommon for men to cheat, but it is rare for a man like Richard, who once established a loving wife persona, to cheat and make a scene on the entire network. Although Frank doesn't like this, he can smell the taste of traffic from it. The benefits brought by this traffic make him think about how to maximize it all. You should comfort your wife first. After all, your cheating hurts your wife the most. If she can forgive you and speak a few words for you publicly, it will be more effective than anything else. Frank said coldly, but he knew in his heart, can Stella forgive Richard? Stella is a lunatic, and no one knows how terrible her mental world is better than him. Just as the two were discussing countermeasures, Richard's assistant called. Mr. Zhuang, something bad has happened. Go check Weibo. Richard knew what happened and could guess without even looking. Is it my photo that's trending? Not only that, James is also on the trending search. James? What happened to him? That's a long story. You should go check it out yourself. Richard hurriedly took out his phone, hesitated for 2 seconds, gritted his teeth, and clicked on Weibo. James's hot search ranked first. Buying the first place in the hot search was really a big deal. Ever since James broke up his engagement and joined the dating show, he has been smeared with rumors that he cheated on Jessica, that he was disrespectful to his parents, that he was not doing his job properly, and that he had almost no merits. What James could not stand the most was the slander against his grandmother. His grandmother was the kindest person in the world. If it weren't for her, he would have died long ago. Seeing this, James felt even more upset, but his grandmother was the person he admired most. Eve gently held his trembling hand and said, James, from now on, no one will bully you anymore. At this moment, the hotel screen suddenly went out and then lit up again. This time it was a hot search video on Weibo, telling about James's growth experience. He has lived with his grandmother since he was 6 years old. He is a filial child in his grandmother's eyes, always helping her with housework, massage, and shoulder massage. He is the other people's child in the eyes of the neighbors. He has excellent grades and is friendly to others. Everyone around him says he is a good child, except for his biological parents. When James was attacked online, some people spoke up for him, but their words were weak and could not resist the pressure of public opinion. Eve, through her own channels, gathered more than 100 people who stood up and asked them to prove with their real names that James was not what people said online, and that he had always been an excellent person. I am James' elementary school teacher. He has been very sensible since he was young, and his grandmother has always taken care of him. I thought he was a child from an ordinary family. I am James' classmate and have seen him being bullied. Everyone calls him a wild child without parents. I am James' neighbor, and we have known each other for more than 10 years. At the beginning, he was as thin as a monkey and weak all over. You couldn't tell that he was a rich kid. People on the internet say that he is unfilial, but don't people who know him see it? He has always been very filial to his grandmother. The truth in these passages was like a suppressed voice finally finding a way out, bringing redemption to James. I used to work as a nanny in Zhuang's house. This is the contract I signed at the beginning. I can prove that the negative information about James on the internet is all false rumors and malicious cyberbullying. Mrs. Zhuang is not as good as you think. She either beats or scolds her son. She never treats him as a human being and is even worse than a dog. She asked James to take care of her food and daily life. When she was eating, she would hit him with a bowl because a dish was not to her taste. In the summer, he was made to stand with boiling water in his hand. Sometimes he was made to sleep in the basement without a bed. Mrs. Zhuang is a mental patient and a lunatic. She always says that James owes her. James was tortured by her and was covered with bruises. Once I couldn't stand it and advised her a few words, but I was kicked out and warned by Mr. Zhuang. If someone hadn't guaranteed my safety, I wouldn't dare to stand up. As soon as these words came out, they immediately caused a huge wave of public opinion. Netizens were in disbelief, thinking that the seemingly dignified Stella could be so cruel. Some people believed it, while others expressed doubts, thinking that someone might be deliberately targeting Stella. Words are not enough. Can you show me some evidence? It's easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to dispel them. Mrs. Zhuang has been doing charity work, treating stray cats and dogs, and preparing supplies for disaster areas as soon as possible. How could she be so unbearable? For Mrs. Zhuang's attitude towards Anthony, she is obviously gentle and considerate. How could she be a lunatic? Could this be an actor invited by James to deliberately discredit his parents? Just because James was obedient when he was a child doesn't mean he will still be a good person when he grows up. People will change. Maybe college has made him a bad person. I heard that James often stayed out all night when he was in college. I guess he went to bars and played with women and fought. Later, he transferred to another school and must have been expelled. Could the wound be caused by Mrs. Zhuang? James is like his father and loves to cheat. There is solid evidence that Richard cheated, but there is no need to discredit Stella. Stella is the victim. When netizens were discussing whether James had become a bad person during college, James' college classmates and counselors stood up to speak for him. I was James' junior classmate. He lived off campus for 2 years. The allegations that he got into fights and went to nightclubs are totally untrue. I have his photos here. You can take a look. James has always been a good person. James in the photo is thin and weak, with empty eyes, as if he has lost the will to live. James looked at the photo and couldn't remember when it was taken, but he could recall that dark day. After his grandmother passed away, he returned to the banker's house, but before he could get over his grief, he was once again dragged into Stella's nightmare. James, you really deserve to die. You killed your sister when you were 5 and killed your grandmother when you grew up. If it weren't for you, your grandmother wouldn't have gotten sick and died so early. Don't you feel guilty, murderer? Stella's voice was full of anger and hatred. She always forced him to confess, pressed him to the ground, cursed him with a distorted face, and would not let go until she saw him in pain. She also asked someone to force him to brainwash, asking him to atone for the evil things she had done. In his sophomore and junior years, James went to school and took care of Stella at the same time. He tried his best, but still could not get her forgiveness. At that time, he still had hope for family affection. But the more he expected, the more mental torture he faced from his parents, and the more painful it was. When he was in the most pain, he met Jessica, and Richard discussed marriage with him at that time. James, as long as you are obedient, Mom's condition will stabilize. You have to marry into the Xia family. Jessica is Mom's favorite daughter-in-law, just like your sister Xiaoka. As long as you get married, she will let go of the past and forgive you. James later found out that Richard was not doing this for Stella's condition, but to marry into the Xia family, gain benefits, and use the Xia family's reputation and financial resources. In his previous life, James lived in a daze until he was 50 years old when he learned the truth from Richard. All the sacrifices were his. Stella used him to gain attention and relieve her guilt. Richard used him to divert Stella's attention so that he could have time to relax outside and make money through marriage. Jessica was with him to delay time and wait for Anthony to return. James never thought that so many people would remember him, speak for him, and stand up to prove that he's a good person and clear up the scandal. He knew that. Eve's efforts were behind all this, from being blacklisted by the entire network to today's reversal. In just 1 week, Eve found 110 witnesses, recorded videos for him, collected evidence, and completely caught Richard off guard. It is impossible not to be moved. It's like a blind man who lost his cane. After searching for a long time, he finally got a warm hand to hold him and said, "Come on, I'll take you there." However, not everyone can see the truth. Although most netizens began to support James, there are still some people who attack him personally and create topics. Eve decided to take action. She gave away lawyers' letters for free and took these people to court one by one. Richard looked at the hot topic about his cheating and smashed his phone in anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "These are all rumors. I'm going to sue them." He was furious, and his face was hideous, like a clown. "Mr. Zhuang, who are you going to sue?" At this time, several men and women in black suits appeared at the scene. Richard looked at the voices and recognized one of them as Song Lu, who had just been to Zhuang's house not long ago and drafted the severance agreement for him. "What are you doing here? Where's James? Is he here too?" "My client is at work, and he specifically entrusted me to help him solve several cases, especially those about your defamation of others." Richard gritted his teeth. "It's nonsense." "Richard, whether it is nonsense should be left to the judge to judge," Song Lu said with a smile. "I have already filed a case here. This is the court summons. Please appear in court on time. Oh, and there's also a summons from Mr. Xia." He turned to Frank. "Regarding your purchase of internet trolls and manipulation of marketing accounts to spread rumors that my client cheated on your daughter, I have sufficient evidence and hope that you will actively cooperate with the judicial process." Frank's face suddenly changed. Even though he had done it very covertly, how could there be evidence? Could it be that Song Lu was trying to trick him into telling the truth? Frank's eyes narrowed into slits, and he suppressed his anger in his heart. But Song Lu remained calm and fearless. Song Lu smiled at the reporters, took out his phone, and began to list the names of the cyberbullies one by one. We will not let anyone who takes the lead in spreading rumors online go. The internet is not a lawless place. Please be careful in what you say and do. The first one is Lu Chong, whose online name is Invincible Little Cannon, who posted many false statements, causing great harm to the victim. The second one is Jang Ning, whose online name is Spicy Crayfish, who forwarded malicious comments many times. These people are the most active marketing accounts and trolls recently. Some of them were even at the scene. When they heard their names being called, their faces turned pale and they collapsed to the ground. As Song Lu read the list, the lawyers beside him nodded from time to time. Forget it, I'll put the list on Weibo. Don't worry about not seeing it, because our boss will definitely buy trending searches. Song Lu continued. The number of people on the list will only increase. Don't be lucky. Remember, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. I would like to remind those who have participated in cyberbullying that if they do not take the initiative to admit their mistakes and apologize, they will bear the consequences themselves. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. When the words Ian Group were heard, the originally noisy environment instantly became quiet. Ian Group, a recently emerging business giant, has businesses in first-tier cities and has unfathomable forces behind it. Its public relations department and legal team are known as the Pizza Hut of the South and have never failed. Richard was shocked by this series of shocks. His face was pale. He covered his chest, took a few deep breaths, and his legs were weak. He grabbed the bodyguard beside him and barely stood firm. He never thought that his son would have a relationship with such a big shot. If he had known earlier, he would not be so cruel to James, and even kicked him out of the dealership. Frank was also shocked. At first, he didn't care about Song Lu's lawyers, but when he heard the name, Ian Group, his face turned very ugly. How could James know such a person? Was this a trap he had set from the beginning? Did he want to catch them all in one fell swoop? At last, Lawyer Song handed over the court summons, placed it on the table, and said, "I'll be waiting for you too." Then he left with his legal team. The surroundings were noisy again, and everyone was discussing the relationship between James and Ian Group. No one expected that James had such a powerful background. Everyone thought he would get worse and worse, but he not only thrived in variety shows, but also made friends with giants like Ian Group behind him. It was really impressive. Richard's face turned pale, and he asked Frank tremblingly, "Mr. Xia, Ian Group is also involved. What should we do now?" If there weren't so many people watching, Frank would have wanted to beat Richard with a shoe. How could his Xia family cooperate with such a useless person? The reason why he chose the banker was because James was honest, responsible, filial, and docile. He was simply the easiest person to control. Who would have thought that such a person would have a connection with Ian Group? Frank had known that he had such a background. He would have let Jessica keep James no matter what, and would never kick him out. The big screen was still playing the video, all of Richard's secrets, and only the Ian Group could do it. Boss Xia, Frank glared at him coldly. You can't even control your own lower body, and you can't even control your son. Richard, you really bring shame to men. I only cooperated with you because my father liked your family. Now, James is involved with Ian Group. Who did you offend? You asked me what to do. Who should I ask? You are really incapable of doing anything, but you are more likely to cause trouble. Richard was scolded until his face turned red. He didn't dare to look up, staring at the tip of his shoes with resentment in his eyes. After Frank finished speaking, he took the court summons from the bodyguard. At first, he didn't care, thinking that no one would find any evidence against him. But now that Ian Group was involved, he knew that they wouldn't file a case without absolute certainty. Spreading rumors and invading privacy would only cost him some money. But the trouble was that the whole internet would know about it, which was tantamount to public execution. If he lost the lawsuit, he would have to apologize in public, and his reputation would be ruined, which would be a fatal blow to Richard and the company. Frank was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He raised his hand and took a sip of water. His assistant hurriedly leaned over to his ear and whispered, "Boss Xia, someone reported our company for tax evasion. The tax department has come over." Frank spat out a mouthful of water, and his hands began to tremble. He knew that the company's accounts were fine, but this time the trouble was too big, and he regretted it in his heart. Richard soon received the same call. The company was being audited for taxes, and there were banners outside that shouted, "Richard is cheating. Richard is abusing his own son. Richard is shameless. Richard can't go anywhere now. He is so embarrassed," and everyone is laughing at him. He held on for a long time, but couldn't hold on any longer. His body tilted, and he fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The bodyguard beside him was staring at the big screen and didn't notice him falling. Frank sneered and turned away, thinking it was embarrassing to be too close to Richard. Jessica was sent to the lounge and gradually calmed down. While asking the staff about the situation outside, she took out her phone to check the online updates. She saw a photo of James in his sophomore year. In the photo, he looked malnourished and thin like an image. Some memories flashed through her mind. I remember once on the rooftop of the hospital, the boy was wearing a white shirt, standing in front of the railing. The cold wind blew up the corners of his shirt, as if he was ready to spread his wings and fly. The memories suddenly flooded into Jessica's mind, and she realized that she seemed to have forgotten something important. At this moment, there was a sound of the door being pushed open. Jessica looked up and saw Frank walking in with a stiff face. He asked coldly, "How could James know the CEO of Ian Group? When did they meet?" Jessica was stunned. The CEO of Ian Group, she knew Ian Group, but she had never heard of any connection between James and them. James had invested almost all his time and energy in her over the years. How could he have time to know the president of Ian Group? There was no intersection between the two at all. James doesn't know him. If they didn't know him, why would Ian Group arrange a team of lawyers to help James handle the case? And why would they target our family again and again? Frank was so angry that his eyes turned red and he slammed the table. Jessica was shocked and couldn't believe it. "Dad, are you saying that everything that happened today was arranged by Ian Group? What else do you think? Does James have this ability?" Frank sneered. "You have been dating James for 3 years, but you don't even know this. It seems that he didn't like you very much before, and he just pretended." These words were like a sharp knife stabbing deep into Jessica's heart. She once thought that James loved her deeply and loved her so much, but she didn't expect that he would turn around and break off the engagement without looking back. Jessica began to wonder what kind of man she had been living with for the past 3 years. Did James lie to her? Frank sighed secretly. "If I had known that James had connections with Ian Group, I would not have treated him like this." "Dad, are we in big trouble now?" Frank remained silent, his face even heavier. Jessica was extremely anxious. "I'll go find him." "Stop," Frank shouted angrily. "Where are you going to find him?" Suddenly remembering that James was still recording a show and not in Chengdu, Jessica stopped and said, "Dad, I'm going to record a live variety show in 2 days. When I see James, I'll make things clear with him." Seeing Jessica calm down, Frank felt a little relieved. He didn't stop her. After all, it's been 3 years. Maybe James still has her in his heart. "Okay, during the interview, let him withdraw the lawsuit and ask Yang Group to stop causing trouble for us." "What about Anthony?" Frank sneered. "Don't worry about Anthony. Richard has been sent to the hospital. Stella has just experienced a blow and needs comfort. Comfort her first. It won't hurt to get closer to Anthony." Before this, Frank never regretted any decision he made, but now he began to regret agreeing to Jessica and Anthony's relationship, regretting targeting James, and even more regretting the marriage with the banker. Since Richard's death, the banker has gradually declined and has been relying on his old capital. James lost hundreds of millions when he joined the company, but if he hadn't joined, the loss would have been even greater. To be fair, James is considered to be very outstanding among the younger generation. If he'd been trained since childhood and allowed to join the company early, he would definitely have made a difference. Now, she was driven away by the dealer. Blindness is not terrible, but blindness of heart is the most terrible. Frank pondered for a moment and reminded Jessica, "See James and talk to him clearly. Husband and wife can't be friends, but you can still be friends. After all, you have known each other for so many years." Jessica responded absent-mindedly, "I know." She couldn't help but think of James's indifferent face, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through her heart. Can he really still be friends with her? Her pride made her unable to bow her head, even if it was just a fight for a relationship. On the other side, in the lounge, Anthony patiently comforted Stella. "Godmother, don't think too much. When you meet Godfather, listen to his explanation first." Stella's face was pale, and she said nothing. Her emotions fluctuated sharply, and her breathing became more and more rapid. She covered her chest, opened her mouth, and gasped rapidly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she just couldn't cry. Richard's betrayal was like a knife stabbing into her heart. She sacrificed countless times for him, losing her career, her looks, her health, and even her mother. Back then, Richard gave everything he had to save the company, But in the end, her mother died because she had no money for medical treatment, and her father also broke off relations with her. She sacrificed everything for Richard, but in return she got betrayal by cheating. Richard swore to never let her down, but the evidence of Richard's cheating on the big screen was like a knife stabbing her heart, making her heartbroken. The warm time she had once had was now an illusion. She recalled all the things Richard had done over the years and realized that she had been deceived. Whenever he said he was working overtime, which woman was he actually with whenever he went out for social events? Wasn't he in bed with another woman? She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. Her neck felt like it was tightly wrapped with a rope. Suddenly, Anthony brought a glass of water. Stella stared at the hand holding the glass with a dull look. Her eyes slowly moved upwards. After seeing Anthony's face, she finally sobered up from the painful memories. Godmother, drink some water. Take care of yourself first. Stella stretched out her hand tremblingly and drank the water with Anthony's strength. The warm water flowed down her throat, making her feel a little comforted. Anthony looked at his phone and found a text message from Jessica asking him to try his best to comfort Stella and to leave Richard alone. Stella had money, and if he could appease her, maybe everything would go well. Stella's complexion gradually recovered. She ate a little bit of food and calmed down a little. I want to go back. Do you want to stay at my house tonight? Stella looked at Anthony coldly. Anthony nodded. I'll go back with you. I'm worried about you, Godmother. The two returned to the banker's house. Stella didn't see Richard when she got home, and then she learned that he had been sent to the hospital. In the past, she would be very anxious when she heard that Richard was sick, but now she just felt empty and cold. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She had given everything for Richard, never caring about her own health, and even sacrificed her dearest mother for him. In order to maintain Richard's love for her, she chose to kill her daughter and put the blame on her son. In this way, all the attention was focused on her again, and Richard's eyes returned to her. So now, how could she make this cheating husband focus on her again? Stella was in a very bad mental state. When Anthony helped her to bed, she grabbed his hand and said, "Will you betray me?" Anthony answered firmly, "No, Godmother. I have been without a mother since I was a child. Since I recognize you as my godmother, I will treat you as my biological mother." Stella sneered with a complex light in her eyes. "Good child, as long as you don't leave me and listen to me, I can give you anything. But if you lie to me, I will make you regret it." Anthony felt a chill, but he suppressed the fear in his heart and said sincerely, "I won't." After Stella closed her eyes and fell asleep, Anthony breathed a sigh of relief and quietly walked out of the room. He was filled with joy, as if he had seen mountains of gold and silver waving at him. Anthony went downstairs and sat on the sofa, asking the servant to make some soothing soup for Stella. He took out his mobile phone and saw a missed call and was busy texting his agent to report that he was safe. Then he opened Weibo and saw that the private messages were full of messages cursing him, and he was stunned for a moment. It turned out that when the situation was urgent, he had been comforting Stella after sending her to the lounge and didn't notice what was happening outside. He knew that Richard's affair had been exposed, but he didn't know that James had proved his innocence, and he didn't realize that more than 1,000 people on the internet had received lawyers' letters, and those who defamed James would be severely punished, including him. Anthony first clicked on the video on the hot search list. When he saw a nanny who claimed to have worked for Zhuang's family, saying that Mrs. Zhuang suffered from mental illness and had a habit of hurting people, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. These days, he has been with Stella. Stella is gentle and generous. She never gets angry even when she has a car accident. She can even remain calm when facing Richard's cheating. If it were any other woman, she would have broken down and cried, or smashed things to vent her anger. How could such a gentle and polite person be a mentally ill person who maliciously hurt others? He said he didn't believe it, but the seeds of doubt had already been quietly planted. The video was too long, and Anthony didn't have the patience to watch it all, so he turned to the maid and asked tentatively, "Auntie, how many years have you worked here?" The maid replied expressionlessly, 3 years. "Then do you know why James was kicked out?" Anthony always thought that it was the dealer who didn't want James, not James who left. After all, the dealer was so rich who would dislike money. The servant remained silent and replied, "It's the boss's private affairs, we don't ask." Anthony was not giving up and asked again, "Does my godmother really have a mental illness?" The servant looked at him with a blank look in her eyes. "I don't know." Anthony didn't get any effective answer and felt a little anxious. When he was about to turn around, his cell phone rang. He took a look and found that it was a call from his agent. Anthony, are you in the dealership now? Yes, Brother Zhang, what's the matter? You've been posted online. A third party has intervened in the matter of you buying internet trolls and manipulating marketing accounts to arrange James. Do you know Ian Group? I've heard of it. James has colluded with Ian Group at some point. Now Ian Group's public relations department and legal team are helping James handle the case. Nearly 10,000 people have been blocked online, and 1,000 people have been named and sent lawyers letters, including you. Anthony was shocked. What? Where did you see it? The agent said, a person named Song Lu made this public on Weibo, and it has now become a hot search. You're also on the hot search. Forget it, don't watch it. It will only affect your mood and will not solve the problem. Then what should I do? The manager has called me, and I'm rushing over to hold a meeting to deal with your matter. Don't respond to anything for now. Since you're in a banker's office, just play your role well. The company will take care of the rest, and we'll deal with it later if it can't handle it. The agent's words were helpless. Anthony felt the seriousness of this trouble. His career and endorsements might disappear in an instant. The best way is to get James to withdraw the lawsuit, suspend all announcements, and wait for this period of time to pass. After saying that, he hung up the phone, leaving Anthony alone, uneasy and deep in thought. Anthony stayed at night. There were too many paparazzi outside, and he didn't know where to go. After dinner was ready, he went to call Stella to eat, sat next to her, and picked up food for her with a serving chopstick, as if he was serving Karl Lagerfeld. Anthony didn't dare to read the news online, fearing that he would be unable to resist opening Weibo, so he simply uninstalled all entertainment software. His room was next to the master bedroom, and he had nothing to do, so he washed up early and lay on the bed to start thinking about James again. James know Yang Group? What secrets did the banker hide? Why was James kicked out? Why did Richard and Stella dislike James? Why they let him live with his grandmother? As he was thinking, he gradually became drowsy, and suddenly he heard a loud noise from next door, as if something fell to the ground. Anthony jumped up immediately and rushed to the next bedroom. Godmother, what's wrong? Are you okay? He shouted hurriedly. No response came, so he pushed open the door and saw the house in a mess, with the dressing table overturned and the mirror shattered all over the floor. He walked in carefully, avoiding the cosmetics on the floor, and looked around, but he didn't see Stella. Godmother, I turned on the light. Anthony turned on the light and finally saw Stella, who was curled up under the balcony curtains, her eyes showing through her messy hair, staring at him grimly. Anthony felt a chill in his heart when he saw that look, and he didn't dare to get close. Stella at this moment was completely different from the dignified Mrs. Zhuang during the day. She was completely like what the nanny said in the video, a crazy mental patient. Godmother, Stella suddenly screamed. I saw her again. I saw my daughter Xiaoka. She's back. She wants to find her brother. She grabbed the curtains and tore them, and Anthony hurried forward to stop her. Stella was completely unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. She mistook Anthony for James. When she saw him approaching, she pounced on him, grabbed Anthony's neck with both hands, and pressed him to the ground. James, you murderer. You killed Xiaoka and my daughter. You deserve to die. Anthony struggled desperately and was almost strangled to death. Finally, he pushed her away. Godmother, I'm not James, I'm Anthony. You acknowledged me as your son today. Anthony. Yes, I'm Anthony, not James. Anthony also learned the secret hidden by the banker from Stella's words. Stella had a daughter named Xiaoka who died early, and she had always mistakenly believed that James had killed her daughter. Anthony had never thought that all this was so bizarre and shocking. If he threatened James with this matter, perhaps James would withdraw the lawsuit. Anthony first clicked on a video on the trending search list and saw a person who claimed to be the Zhuang family's nanny breaking the news that Mrs. Zhuang had a mental illness and had a habit of hurting people. Anthony did not believe it at first. Stella these days, she is gentle and generous. She can remain calm even in the face of a car accident. When Richard cheated, she remained emotionally stable. If it were another woman, she would have collapsed and cried or smashed things to vent her anger. How could he be a mentally ill person who maliciously hurt others? He said he didn't believe it, but the seeds of doubt in his heart had already been quietly planted. The video was too long, and Anthony didn't have the patience to watch it all, so he decided to test the maid. Auntie, how many years have you worked here? The maid replied calmly, 3 years. Then do you know why James was kicked out? Anthony still thought that it was the dealer who didn't want James, not that James left on his own initiative. After all, the dealer was so rich, who wouldn't like money? The servant remained silent and said lightly, It's the boss's private affairs. We won't ask too much. Anthony continued to test. Then is my godmother really mentally ill? The servant looked at him blankly. I don't know. Anthony became more and more anxious and decided to give up asking more questions. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was a call from his agent. Anthony, are you at the dealer now? Yes, Brother Jean, what's wrong? You've been exposed online. A third party has intervened in your purchase of internet trolls and manipulation of marketing accounts to frame James. Do you know Ian Group? I've heard of it. I don't know when James colluded with Ian Group. Now Ian Group's public relations department and legal team are helping James fight the lawsuit. Nearly 10,000 people have been blocked online, and 1,000 people have been named in the lawyer's letters, including your name. Anthony was shocked. What? Where did you see it? The agent replied. A person named Song Lu made this public on Weibo. It has become a hot search. Click on it and you will see it. You are also on the hot search. Forget it. Don't go and see it. Seeing it won't solve the problem. On the contrary, it will affect your mood. Then what should I do? My manager called me and I'm in a meeting to solve your problem. Don't respond yet. The dealer, just play your role well. The company will handle the rest, and we will talk about it if we can't handle it. The agent said helplessly. Anthony knew that this time the trouble was not small and his career might be in crisis. The best way is to let James withdraw the lawsuit, suspend all announcements, and wait for this period of time to pass. After the words fell and the phone was hung up, Anthony felt even more depressed, feeling that this turmoil was extremely huge. At night, Anthony still stayed at the dealer's house. There were too many paparazzi outside, and he couldn't go out. He went to eat with Stella, sat next to her, and served her with a serving chopstick as if he was serving Karl Lagerfeld. Anthony didn't dare to read the news on the internet, and simply uninstalled Weibo and entertainment software. The room was next to Stella. Anthony washed up early and lay on the bed to think about James again. How did James know Yang Group? What secrets did the banker hide? He was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a loud noise next door, like something falling. He immediately realized the problem, got up in a hurry, and rushed to the next bedroom. Godmother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Anthony shouted anxiously. No response. He pushed open the door and saw the house was in a mess. The dressing table was overturned, and the mirror was broken all over the floor. He walked in carefully, avoiding the cosmetics on the floor, but did not see Stella. Godmother, I turned on the light. When the light came on, he saw Stella curled up under the balcony curtains, her eyes showing through her messy hair, staring at him grimly. Anthony was terrified by that look, and his heart tightened. Stella at this moment was completely different from the gentle Mrs. Zhuang during the day. She was like the crazy patient that the nanny mentioned in the video. Godmother, Stella suddenly screamed. I saw her again. I saw my daughter Xiaoka. She's back, and she wants to find her brother. She grabbed the curtains tightly, and Anthony hurried forward to stop her. Stella couldn't tell reality from dreams and mistook Anthony for James. When she saw him approaching, she rushed over, grabbed Anthony's neck with both hands, and pushed him to the ground. James, you murderer. You killed Xiaoka. You deserve to die. Anthony struggled hard, almost unable to breathe, and finally pushed her away. Godmother, I'm not James. I'm Anthony. You have to recognize me as your son today. Anthony. Yes, I'm Anthony, not James. Anthony learned a huge secret from Stella. Stella had a daughter named Xiaoka, who died young, and she had always mistakenly believed that James had killed her daughter. All this shocked Anthony. If he could threaten James and use this secret, maybe James would withdraw the lawsuit. Chapter 78, I protected you this time. You have to protect me in the future. James couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The person in the video was someone he had known since childhood. He thought he was just a passerby in the world, like a water stain on someone else's clothes, which would disappear after drying. He didn't expect that so many people would remember him. After watching the video, I looked at the trending searches and comments, and then I saw the Weibo post by Song Lu. It was a densely packed list of people who were going to be sued. How long would it take? When did Song Lu join Ian Group? James had heard of Ian Group. When he was 50 years old in his previous life, Ian Group had already reached the top. The boss behind it was worth $500 billion and was a very legendary and mysterious figure. Until the day he died, the boss had never shown up. Now the public relations department of Yang Group is helping him deal with online rumors and negative information, and the winning legal team is helping him with the lawsuit. Netizens who scolded him this morning have deleted their inappropriate comments and switched camps, saying that he is the winner in life. The media is also speculating about his relationship with Ian Group. In short, His Weibo is full of joy now because he took part in the variety show, and James has quite a few passersby fans. It's just that these fans usually don't dare to come out for fear of being criticized. Now the situation has changed. Passersby fans have been upgraded to soul fans, and fans joke to themselves, I was still in the countryside yesterday, but I took a plane and stayed in Dabi at noon today. James put down the tablet and turned to look at Eve, who was leaning on his shoulder, instead of avoiding her like he did before. Perhaps something has changed quietly. Eve is the rose in the morning, bright and delicate, emitting fragrance wantonly. Once you have seen the most beautiful flower, other flowers will hardly be pleasing to the eye. Thank you, it seems. I owe you more and more, James said sincerely, but he still smiled bitterly when he said this. He would remember the kindness others showed him and always wanted to repay them double. He would evaluate how to repay them with monetary factors in his mind. But for all that Eve had done, he was afraid that he would never be able to repay her even if he worked for his entire lifetime. Just because you like someone, can you be so nice to him unconditionally? How could he be so worthy? Was he worthy? James began to doubt himself. Even if he lived to be over 50 in his previous life and had experienced almost everything he was supposed to, he would still be cautious when faced with a good person like Eve, just like a person who got lost and was walking with a heavy load in the desert, dying of thirst under the scorching sun, and suddenly saw an oasis, but was afraid that it was just a mirage. Remember what you owe me. Keep it in your heart for the rest of your life. I'm here to protect you this time, and you have to protect me in the future. Isn't debt another form of longing? She first wanted James to remember her. The longer the better. Anyway, they were still young now, and she had plenty of time and patience to turn his debt into love. I will protect you in the future. Then you have to keep your word. I'm not afraid of disappointment, but I'm afraid that you'll give me hope and then disappoint me. I won't be able to bear it. Eve rarely spoke without laughing. She raised her head and touched his chin with her hand, looking extremely serious. James met her eyes and did not hide this time. He listened to his own heartbeat like thunder, as if he was at a concert, facing a visual feast. Are you the boss behind Ian Group? Eve retracted her hand. I'm just a worker there, but I have a little say. James, do you think he's stupid? What kind of power of speech can convince two departments to help him? James didn't ask more questions. After all, this was Eve's private matter. Her choice not to say anything must have been the result of careful consideration. Eve doesn't plan to tell James now. Not because she's afraid he'll leak the information, but because she's heard that men will be scared of women who are too strong. So she needs to give James some time to adapt. In order to prevent James from thinking too much, Eve quickly changed the subject. It's my birthday the day after tomorrow. Will you be with me? Your birthday? What gift do you want? I'll prepare it. I like whatever you give me. If I just randomly name one, it won't be a surprise. Eve was drinking milk tea from the cup. The milk tea made by James was delicious, with just the right sweetness and a strong tea aroma. With such craftsmanship, he could open a shop. If you don't go back to the banker, what do you want to do in the future? I haven't decided yet. I want to try everything. After the variety show is over and he receives the final payment, he will invest first. After being reborn, he has more information gaps, and he knows exactly what kind of things can make money. He was still leaning lazily on his shoulder, and they didn't feel hot even when they were leaning against each other in the hot summer. Eve stared at the tablet not far away and recalled what those people said. She couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. If only we could have met earlier. It's not too late to meet him now. The two chatted idly, and the topic changed quickly. James asked, how do you want to spend your birthday? I don't usually celebrate my birthday, and no one remembers it. Then I will always remember it from now on. Eve teased him. You mean you'll celebrate my birthday with me every year? James said strictly, I can't guarantee that I will have time to accompany you on your birthday every year, but I will remember to prepare a birthday present for you in advance. That's fine. Eve magnanimously let him go. On my birthday, I just want to spend it with you alone. I don't want anyone else to know. I'll make the arrangements then. Eve thought about it and asked curiously, James, if I didn't let you watch this wonderful show today, would you still spend my birthday with me? James said without hesitation, yes. The two were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, talking about everyday things from trivial matters to the future, and sometimes even work. James is a very talkative person. He seems to know a little bit about everything. You will never be afraid of embarrassment when talking to him. Sometimes he can be like a quiet tree hole, patiently listening to all your unhappiness. Eve leaned her back against James, not wanting him to see her red eyes. In fact, she knew James earlier than he knew Jessica. Time flies, and it's already 11 o'clock in the blink of an eye. James doesn't have to cook today, but he should go out at this time, otherwise he will be recorded by many people. Although he was very careful, he was still seen by Ling Xian and Jang Ning when he went out. Jang Ning was fine. As an actor, he had strong psychological qualities and was able to control his expression. Ling Xian was completely out of control and stared at them in surprise. "You have been in the room the whole time?" Since he was seen, James chose to tell the truth. "Well, we talked about something and chatted for a while. That's it? You didn't do anything else?" Eve looked at James in surprise at first. Based on her understanding of James' character, she thought that James would choose to get away with it in order to avoid misunderstanding from others. Eve sneered. "We're recording a show. What do you think we can do?" Ling Xian teased. "No, I just asked casually. I didn't expect that you two have developed so fast among us." Chapter 79. James went from being hated by everyone to being loved by everyone. Without a photographer following him, Ling Xian could speak freely. He actually supported James and Eve because it didn't affect him. But it was different for Jiang Ning next to her. She clearly came to this show to reconcile with James, but Eve got there first. Eve likes James to be blatant. Bata likes James and refuses to admit it. On this track, she clearly had the best chance, but now she had strayed off track, getting further and further away from James, and her chances were slim. For the first time, Jiang Ning failed to control his expression and lied to himself. "Don't be ridiculous." How could they? Eve, who was standing behind James, walked out slowly. "That's not necessarily true." Fortunately, there were no staff on the scene. To avoid trouble, James repeatedly warned Ling Xian not to make jokes because no one would laugh. Ling Xian was frightened by his serious face and quickly said, "I won't tell anyone, don't worry." Ling Xian, who received 0 votes twice, gradually became more Buddhist. After so many days, he has seen the situation clearly. He thought that the person who was disliked by everyone has become the one that everyone loves. The 3 female guests are all interested in James. But James obviously wanted to be a supporting role here. But who made Eve target him? "My sister is worthy of being my sister. She is a first-class man catcher. James is a fish in her pond. Sooner or later, he will be caught ashore." The 4 of them went to the kitchen to see if anyone needed any help. Today is Beata and Fong Chen's turn to cook. When they first came here, they knew nothing, but after only 2 or 3 weeks, Beata can cook and stir-fry 2 simple side dishes. She and Fong Chen work well together, but she can't help but think about James. Beata also made ginger milk today. She saw James do it yesterday, and it wasn't difficult. But she was worried about making it wrong, so she asked the staff for help and asked them to find a tutorial for her. Beata's first time making it, and she failed many times. It didn't take shape. She refused to waste food and just drank it all. The pure milk with ginger flavor was really not tasty. Beata was so full from drinking that she was determined to succeed today, no matter what. It finally took shape when she was making the 13th bowl. Beata memorized the steps and made 6 bowls in one go. She stood in the kitchen with her hands on her hips, looking very proud. "I am really a culinary genius. If I wanted ginger milk is not that difficult." Beata finished. James and his group came over. Beata can always find James in a crowd instantly, even if he is walking at the back. "What are you cooking? It smells so good." Ling Xian was the first to enter the kitchen. Fong Chan said with a smile, "Shinrong saw James making ginger milk yesterday, and she wanted to try it today. She made it for the whole morning." Beata snorted when she saw James. "Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you all morning?" Ling Xian stood aside, looking around, as if he was enjoying the show. "Rest in your room." Beata didn't ask more questions as usual, but called James over to let him take a good look at the ginger milk she made. "How is it?" "It's not worse than what you made. I thought it was delicious, but it tasted just like this. I made 6 bowls at once, so everyone can eat it." Beata will never let go of a grudge, and will confront the other person directly if he has anything to say, and will never fight among himself. "It looks great. You are amazing. You learned it after just 1 look yesterday. It took me a long time to succeed." "That's right. Don't you see who I am?" If Beata was a cat, her tail would have been raised high by now. She certainly wouldn't tell the truth to James. That would be too embarrassing. "Try it now. 1 bowl for each person. If you think it's delicious, I can make more. I'm not like some people who only make 1 bowl." If anything makes her unhappy, she will keep complaining in a sarcastic tone until she feels relieved. Many people don't like this kind of personality, thinking that she is too calculative and difficult to get along with. James doesn't care, nor does he think Beata has a bad temper. As long as he makes good use of child psychology literature and praises her more, The child will be happy all day. Beata pushed the bowl in James' hand and said, "Eat it. You guys should eat it too." Beata's face was full of anticipation, waiting for them to praise her after they finished eating. The taste wasn't very good, as there wasn't enough sugar, so the milk tasted a bit fishy and the ginger taste was a bit strong, but everyone still finished it and said it was delicious. Only Eve didn't move. "Eve, why don't you eat it? Try what I cooked and tell me whether mine or James's is better." Eve refuses. "I don't want to eat it. I don't like ginger." Beata glared at her. "Then you ate what James made yesterday." James was also surprised. Eve had never told him that she didn't like ginger. If he had known, he would have changed it yesterday. "Yeah, I only eat what James cooks. As long as he cooks it, I love it and it will be ranked first." Eve's words were no less than a confession on spot. She made it clear to everyone that James came first to her, and she was not interested in anyone else. Beata stiffly picked up the remaining bowl of ginger milk. She wanted to give it to James, but after taking a glance at it, she suddenly remembered what Fong Chun said to her last night. Wanting to imitate Eve's ambiguous attitude, he turned his hand and handed the remaining bowl of ginger milk to Fong Chun. "Fong Chun, the last bowl is for you." Fong Chun took it and said, "I think Shinrong's cooking is delicious. It's the best among all of us. If it tastes good, I can make it for you every day just for you." Beata was nice too. Only Ling Xian, who loved to watch the show, couldn't help but look at them. It was only this morning. When did Beata start flirting with Fong Chun? Was there something going on that he didn't know about? After lunch, because the weather was hot, everyone rested in the cabin, eating watermelon while enjoying the fans. Only Eve was holding a bowl of red dates and white fungus soup, which was made by James. The sun set in the afternoon, and the director announced that the second date would be set for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow's task is that the female guest will make dating strategies, and the male guest will be responsible for completing tasks to earn points, which can be exchanged for money and can be used for dating. Dating nowadays requires spending money. In order not to mess up the date and to leave a deep impression on the other party, the male guest can only complete tasks frantically to earn points. James was stunned and subconsciously looked at Eve. Wasn't Eve's date the day after tomorrow? Why did it have to be on that day? He had promised her that he would spend her birthday with her. Eve also looked over. After the two looked at each other for 2 seconds, Eve said, "Director, can we change the time?" The director ignored her cold gaze and insisted, "No, the schedule has been arranged and cannot be changed." As soon as the staff left, Eve came to James and whispered in his ear, "Go home early the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for you." Chapter 80, in order to give Eve a satisfactory birthday. In order to give Eve a satisfactory birthday, James wants to use a large number of points to exchange for more money so that he can buy her a birthday present. Therefore, he got up early the next morning to do the task, and Fong Chun and Ling Xian also got up early. James looked at the taskbar and chose to help the villagers cut grass in the morning. The three of them set off together. Fong Chun walked beside him and whispered, "James, can I talk to you alone?" Ling Xian glanced at the two of them secretly, then tactfully walked in the opposite direction. As soon as Ling Xian left, Fong Chun said directly, "James, I like Beata." James looked at him and could see it, so what? When Fong Chun saw that James had a calm expression, he knew that he had no interest in Beata, which made him feel relieved. "I wish you would stay away from her." James had a complicated expression and was at a loss for words. "I don't think I was very close to her." Normally, they would only be alone together when they were on a mission. Besides, they all lived under the same roof and would see each other everywhere. Would it be a bit too much to ask him to stay away from Beata? Could he have a separate table to eat at? Fong Chun said, "Then please don't use your child psychology to fool her in the future. She will take it to heart. You should be able to feel that Shinrong is interested in you, right?" James frowned. Who? Beata is interested in him? James usually didn't pay much attention to Beata, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that she looked down on him and ignored him when they first met, but now she listens to him very much, and even if he doesn't praise her, she will take the initiative to help. When Fong Chun said Bata liked him, his first reaction was that this kind of like was like the like that of kindergarten kids for their teachers. Fong Chun continued, "Since you don't like her, stay away from her and talk less to her. Our show is a love show. Your every move and every word will give her misconceptions. If you are a man, be decisive and don't give her any hope." James felt that what Fong Chun said made sense, and it seemed that he should be more careful in the future. "Understand. I will be more careful in the future and not let her misunderstand." Seeing that James agreed so quickly, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and patted James on the shoulder like a good buddy. James, I recognize you as my friend. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me, and I will definitely help you if I can. I am glad to participate in this program and meet Shinrong and you. I will treat Shinrong well, and I hope you can help me. Who you like and who you want to pursue is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me so much. James didn't know much about Fong Chun. They had never had any arguments or conflicts during the few days of recording the show. It might be due to his background and work. Fong Chen's personality was a bit dictatorial and arbitrary, giving people an inexplicable sense of superiority. Okay, I get it. Fong Chen suddenly thought of something and said casually, Eve or Jang Ning, who do you like? I can give you some advice. James said coldly, no thanks. James obviously didn't want to discuss this topic, and Fong Chen probably found him boring, so he simply separated from him and went to do their respective tasks. James cuts grass in the morning, helps in the greenhouse in the morning, helps the villagers cook at noon, herds sheep and hoes the fields in the afternoon, drives ducks and feeds pigs in the evening, and does not go home until 8 o'clock in the evening. 3 photographers followed him, and they were all breathing heavily, but he was like a whirlwind top, doing everything and leaving the audience in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Because of what happened yesterday, James fans have increased rapidly, with many people coming to watch him. The number of viewers in his live broadcast room has already exceeded 100 million, and the barrage of comments is empty, without a single curse word, all expressing admiration for him. You can't have a bad attitude. How many people have been blocked and banned since the incident? And how many people have received lawyers' letters? At first, netizens thought that the list sent out by Song Lu was a hoax. After all, it would take a long time to sue more than 1,000 people. Unexpectedly, only one day has passed, and some people have already gone to the police station. Some people, as soon as they see that something is wrong, quickly delete their previous comments and send an apology letter, but they still cannot avoid being sued. The law has taught them that if they do something wrong, they must pay the price. Don't think that it will be okay to spread rumors on the internet. More and more people are discovering James' shining points. He is tall, handsome, and muscular. He is not a boiled chicken or a thin dog. He is polite to others. People in the village who know him will greet him warmly when they meet him. This is not seen in other guests. James, the more I feel sorry for his past. Such a good person was thrown to be raised by his elderly grandmother at the age of 6. His parents ignored him and only remembered this cheap son after his grandmother died. After finally returning home, he was abused by his crazy mother, and his father watched coldly. James, who was raised by his grandmother, was apparently so healthy and happy, but he suffered from severe depression in just 2 years. He met Jessica when he was going through the most difficult time. He thought it would be a redemption literature. However, Jessica had always had another man in her heart. She ran away from the engagement party and spread rumors after breaking off the engagement. This made James the evil male supporting role in this story. Fortunately, the supporting actor stood up and became the male lead. Fortunately, James overcame every difficulty. Fortunately, James did not give up on himself. Fortunately, someone stood up and ripped the rumors apart. Fortunately, someone protected him, escorted him, and ensured that he lived a peaceful life. At the end of the whole day, James redeemed 7,000 points, which is 7,000 yuan. The director originally thought that each person could earn at most 2 or 3,000, and dating a place like this wouldn't cost much anyway. But who knew that James earned 7,000 alone, which was more than what Ling Xian and Fong Chun combined made. The director took out all the cash he had and then exchanged some cash with others to give to James. James hadn't received so much cash in a long time. Director, can you give me a cell phone? Want a cell phone? You wish. The director certainly won't give James a cell phone, even if James said he wanted a cell phone just to facilitate mobile payment. The director still won't give it to him. It's convenient to use cash. You made so much money today. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's date? Do you know who you're going to date tomorrow? It should be Jang Ning, right? Ever since Jang Ning received a date card after selling the goods that day, he knew that Jang Ning would choose him. The director was being mysterious. Well, you'll know when you go there tomorrow. This is the meeting address the other party gave you. James worked hard to earn points to exchange for money for tomorrow's date. It's no wonder that the director would think too much about it. He has already started looking forward to tomorrow's date. The audience in the live broadcast room were also guessing in the barrage. James directly mentioned Jiang Ning. It would be awkward if the person he met tomorrow was not Jiang Ning. Don't break up my relationship. I want to see Eve and James date. I used to think James was not worthy of Jang Ning, but after watching it today, James worked from morning till night and earned 7,000 yuan in one go, which is much better than the other two. And most importantly, Jiang Ning likes James, and the childhood sweethearts are also very good. They will go on a date tomorrow, and maybe we can know their past. Chapter 81. If you don't call me sister, you have wild thoughts. James was holding a date card with the meeting address and time written on it. James put the date card into the backpack he would carry tomorrow. He was very tired after a busy day and thought he would fall asleep quickly after going to bed, but his mind was unusually clear. He was thinking about tomorrow's date. Fang Chun didn't have to think about it because the date card in his hand would definitely be given to Bata, and then the remaining Ling Xian would be paired with Eve. You plan a date tomorrow? Where will they go? What will they do? What will they eat for breakfast and lunch? What will they talk about? James thought about it. The more he recalled the day he and Eve went on a date. She rubbed his legs in an ambiguous way with the help of mosquito repellent. She smiled brightly because of an ice cream and a marshmallow. She took a lot of photos with a camera. She said she was recording her beautiful life, but the photos were all about him. She was very happy that day, but when she came back, he said something that made her unhappy. James thought, if tomorrow, Eve teased Ling Xian like she teased him. Just thinking about it made my heart feel like it was bitten by a bug, and it hurt so much that I almost couldn't breathe. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it became. His brain, which had originally been a little sleepy, became extremely clear. He covered his head with the quilt in annoyance and kicked it twice in annoyance. One word, trouble. The next day, James was obviously not in good spirits and didn't even want to eat breakfast. He changed his clothes casually, put on his backpack, and prepared to leave. When he opened the door, he saw Eve standing in the corridor. She was wearing a red dress today. Before she got close to him, he could smell her fragrance. Eve put on some makeup today, and her already beautiful facial features became even more delicate, even a little aggressive. Does it look good? James nodded subconsciously, then thought of something and asked stiffly, Are you going to wear this on a date today? Yes. Eve turned the bracelet on her wrist nonchalantly. Jiang Ning has already left. I heard from the director that you earned 7,000 yuan yesterday. You were busy from morning till night, doing tasks all the time. Are you looking forward to your date with her today? No. He worked hard to make money, not to accompany Jiang Ning on a date, but to fulfill his promise with Eve. If it were any other time, Eve would definitely chase him and ask him. But today, she said meaningfully, I'm going on a date with Ling Xian today. He said he's going to take me to the amusement park to ride the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel together. He said you can see fireflies at night in the amusement park. I've never been to an amusement park or seen fireflies in my life. James' ears were buzzing, as if two bees had flown in, and then the bees bit his brain hard. He couldn't help but frown, and his right eyelid twitched. He looked at Eve, who had deliberately wiped her lips. Her lips were full and upturned, and there was always a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, which seemed both confident and sarcastic. You look very happy with Ling Xian. Eve didn't dress up so beautifully the last time she went on a date with him. Eve took 2 steps forward, poked James' stiff arm, and said lazily with a smile, Yes, because I like younger brothers than me, unlike some people who don't like sisters and aunts and don't give them any chances. James, am I your sister or your aunt? James thought about the day when Eve cut his hair. In order to avoid any ambiguous relationship between them, he said in a very cold manner that he cared about age and didn't like sisters and aunts. Now that Eve mentioned it again, he inexplicably felt as if the bullet he shot suddenly bounced back and hit him right between the eyebrows. Eve is quite vindictive. Eve poked his arm with her fingertips and began to draw circles. Are you angry? Ignoring me? James said in a muffled voice, not angry. Don't I know whether you are angry or not? James is the person with the best temper she has ever seen. He has never quarreled with Jessica during the 3 years of being bullied by her. He was a little tough on the day of breaking off the engagement, but if it happened to someone else, he would probably have smashed it. James is good at forbearance and restraint. When he is angry, his eyebrows will twist involuntarily, his dark eyes will look at you deeply, and his lips will be tightly pursed. James has beautiful thin lips. It is said that people with this kind of mouth are the most stubborn. Eve was curious and wanted to see how stubborn James would be. Then call me sister. James met Eve's teasing eyes, and a surge of heat rushed to his head. He raised his hand and gently patted Eve's hand that was drawing circles. The arm she touched was a little itchy, but James endured it and said, I don't want to scream. You're younger than me, so why don't you call me sister? You have some wild thoughts in your mind. Do you want to call me Aunt? Some inappropriate scenes for children emerged in Eve's mind. For example, James called her Aunt while panting. Her face suddenly became hot, and she stepped back a little. She looked at James evasively and only muttered a word. It's not impossible. James said he didn't want to call her Aunt either. Seeing Eve's face flushed pink, he avoided the subject and said, I'm leaving. If he didn't leave now, he would be late. He was a man with a strong sense of time and didn't like to be late. Eve raised her eyes and looked at him seriously. Call me at 4 in the afternoon to confirm when you will be back. It would be best if you're home at 5. If you come back late, I will let someone else spend my birthday with me. I will ask Ling Xin to take me on the Ferris wheel, have a candlelight dinner in the evening, and go to see fireflies. James' throat choked. Okay. Eve raised her lips and suddenly reached out to straighten his collar and the wrinkles on his clothes. Remember my phone number XXX94520. Remember it? Eve's phone number is easy to remember because the first string of numbers is very similar to his number. I remember. He put her hand down. Go ahead. James could feel that Eve was looking at him from behind. He walked a few steps and looked back at Eve. As expected, he caught the loneliness in her eyes. He waved at her and said, I will be home on time. After saying that, James ran away quickly. Eve stared blankly at his back. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. Her heart tightened uncontrollably when she thought about James going on a date with Jang Ning today. She covered her chest with her hands, and the smiling face of James when he turned around appeared in her mind. She believed in him and he would come home on time. After what happened, she didn't believe that James could date Jang Ning peacefully today. She wanted him to think of her when he was dating others. Thinking of this, Eve raised the corners of her lips, then went back to the house to change her skirt, tied her hair into a ponytail, and put on her lipstick. She didn't want to date another man, but she had promised the director not to cause trouble and to follow his rules. In that case, she might as well just go along with it. James arrived at the destination on time and saw Jang Ning from afar. She was holding an umbrella and wearing a college-style skirt. She looked young, beautiful, sweet, and charming, as if she had returned to last semester. Chapter 82, A Day Date with My First Love. Jang Ning has many male fans. When she first debuted, she had long, straight black hair, wore a sailor suit, and smiled at the camera. She was called the first love goddess by fans. Jang Ning has been an actress for 5 years. Her first drama was a campus drama, and she later starred in fairy tales many times. She was lucky, and her first drama gained over 10,000 viewers, gaining a lot of fans. After that, every fairy tale she starred in was even more popular. In order to improve herself and to fulfill a bet with her agent, she turned around and entered the film industry, starting with a supporting role and then gradually becoming a leading role. After winning her first Best Supporting Actress, she won her first Best Actress. Her luck is so good that netizens say she is a star sent from heaven and that God is chasing her and feeding her, and she has held on to this bowl of food firmly. In this world, talent determines the upper limit, while hard work determines the lower limit. Jang Ning is what people say, someone who is better than you, but also works harder than you. Working on the crew 365 days a year without a break, seamlessly transitioning to the next drama. Some people say she is a model worker. Others say she loves money too much and is wasting her talent. And what she thought when she was working the hardest was that if she tried a little harder and persisted a little longer, as long as she won the Best Actress award, no one would care if she was in a relationship, and she could go find James to get back together. When she was awarded the title of Best Actress, the whole screen praised her as the hardest working career brain. But in fact, she got to where she is today because of her love brain. Jang Ning saw James. His eyes seemed to be lit up by fireworks. It rained a little this morning, and the umbrella was slightly wet. The rain stopped when James appeared. Looking at the golden light in the sky, today was destined to be a good day. James walked up and asked, Have you been waiting for a long time? I just got here not long ago, too. Jang Ning handed the soy milk and fried dough sticks to James. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Here you go. James did not take it immediately, but took the umbrella from Jang Ning's hand. I'll put it away for you first. The two of them ate breakfast as they walked. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are a breakfast that you can never go wrong with. In addition to fried dough sticks, the breakfast bag that James carried also contained glutinous rice cakes. The glutinous rice cakes were wrapped with fried dough sticks. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Paired with a sip of soy milk, he was satisfied for the whole day. James often ate this way when he was in school. Jang Ning remembered it very clearly. But now James doesn't eat like this anymore. The reason is simple. He has a bad stomach, and glutinous rice cakes are not easy to digest. But Jang Ning didn't know that. When he saw the glutinous rice cakes in the bag, he asked him why he didn't eat them. If you have a bad stomach, eating too much will cause stomach acid and stomach pain. Eat when you are hungry. James have a bad stomach? When he ate hot pot before, he would add chili peppers to the oil sauce while shaving ice. He liked hot pot to be the most spicy and numbing. When I went to his house during the Chinese New Year, he could stuff 50 pork and scallion dumplings made by Grandma Wong in one go without suffering from indigestion. Grandma Wong often told him to eat slowly and eat less so as not to upset his stomach, but James never listened to a word she said. Who knew that his grandmother's words would come true? But James' stomach problems were not caused by eating too much, but by being hungry. James was abused by his mother when he was 5 years old. He was taken back to the old town by his grandmother when he was 6 years old. At that time, James was very skinny, like a little monkey with wounds all over his body. Even a dog would shake his head when seeing him. Maybe it's because he was hungry for too long that he developed a mental illness. James likes to eat a lot and eat a lot. He doesn't have any hobbies. He just likes to visit food restaurants. Whenever he sees a delicious restaurant, he will take Jang Ning there. After his grandmother died, he was taken back by the banker, subjected to PUA, abuse, and starved for one meal. Later, he became so stressed that he vomited everything he ate, and he developed stomach problems. Jang Ning didn't know all this. So when James said he had a stomach problem and couldn't eat glutinous rice cakes, she thought he was lying to her and wanted to distance himself from her. This time, the date location Jang Ning chose was the food street near the university town. The two of them took a 1-hour drive and arrived at 8 o'clock. I feel like I'm back in school all of a sudden, said Jang Ning. James was a little absent-minded. He just nodded after listening to Jang Ning's words. Jang Ning pointed to a pancake stand and said, Jianbing guozi, it looks good. Do you want to try some? I just had breakfast, and now I'm going to eat such a big pancake, so forget it. Do you want to eat bobo chicken? I remember you like boneless chicken feet. I don't want spicy food right now. The egg burger looks delicious too. There's a long line of people lining up for the Rujiamo restaurant. There's also octopus balls, donkey meat hot pot, and egg cakes. I remember you like the ones with meat floss, and you like the salty and spicy tofu pudding. When you eat pig intestine rice noodle, you like to add a pork pot cake to the soup. You like the dry ebbing fried noodles with chili peppers, and you have to choose the spicy wonton. Jang Ning talked wherever he went. These streets were full of food, and today was the weekend, so there were a lot of people. Because there was a photographer following, the rate of people turning back to look at her was extremely high. Jang Ning has a lot of passers-by fans. There are people lining up for his autograph in the village, not to mention here. Someone was shouting her name exaggeratedly, and word spread from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100. Passers-by from several streets came over after hearing it. It was supposed to be a date, but it ended up being a fan meeting. Fortunately, fans and passers-by knew how to keep their distance and didn't keep crowding forward. James has always known that Jang Ning has a lot of fans, but this is the first time he has intuitively felt how popular she is. In addition to the photographer following Jang Ning's date, they were also protected by bodyguards throughout the entire date. Passers-by not only recognized Jang Ning, but also James. James, we all support you. Remember to live a good life and don't let unimportant people affect your mood. James, I'm your fan. You look even more handsome than you do on a live broadcast. Jang Ning, do you like James? Fans got close to his face and opened the camera wide. Jang Ning just wanted to have a good date with James, but who would have thought that there would be so many people watching? She was so immersed in her date with James that she completely forgot that she was a movie queen with 80 million fans. She looked at James, carefully observing his expression, and was not paying attention when she tripped over something. James quickly caught her and held her by his side. Please make way for us. We are recording a show now. Please don't disturb us. James had a stern face, cold eyes, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He looked very angry. Perhaps it was because of the recent events on the internet, the relationship between James and the Yang group, and the big boss behind him. Some people were scared and took several steps back. Gradually, more and more people chose to leave, the crowd dispersed, and the road became empty. I'm sorry, I just thought that the food street here is very famous, and there are a lot of food you like, so I wanted to bring you here to try it, but I didn't expect there would be so many people. Jang Ning frowned and looked at James uncomfortably, afraid to see disappointment and dissatisfaction on his face. James shook his head. It's not your fault. No need to say sorry. Jang Ning said uncomfortably. It's just that I ruined a good date. James looked up at his watch. It's still early. Nothing has gone wrong. Jang Ning asked, "Do you want to eat something?" After walking for so long, James' stomach should have almost finished digesting everything. "I'm not hungry yet, and I'm not that into snacks anymore." Chapter 83, Is It So Hard for You to Swallow Facing Me? He no longer liked eating street food, and, similarly, he no longer liked her. Jiang Ning understood what James meant. Her knuckles turned white as she clenched her hands. She pretended not to understand. "Since you don't like snacks, there are other dishes nearby." Jiang Ning suddenly saw something and pointed. "I didn't expect there are yin bang dishes here. I don't know if they are authentic. Why don't we eat here for lunch?" Salty dishes are famous for their spicy flavor. To make them well, the ingredients must be fresh. James has studied them because he likes to eat them, and he also has several signature salty dishes. He not only likes to eat it in this life, but he also liked it in his previous life. However, his stomach problems became more and more serious, and he could hardly eat anything spicy. "Do you want to eat?" James asked. After all, he was not eating alone, and on a date, one should consider the feelings of both parties. "I want to eat it. I haven't eaten salty food for a long time. You used to be very good at making it. Every time I ate it, it was so spicy that I had to drink water, but I couldn't stop. I don't know when I can eat your salty food again." At the end, Jiang Ning's tone and expression were full of regret. James said, "I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm not very good at it. If you want to eat yin bang cuisine, it must be delicious in the store. I know a few restaurants in Chengdu, and I can share them with you. You can order takeout." He always rejected her without leaving any room for rejection. Jiang Ning said okay stiffly. She pretended not to care, but she couldn't pretend not to feel pain in her heart. The two of them entered the store, and the waiter came over enthusiastically with a menu. "Please sit wherever you want and see what you would like to eat." James pushed the menu towards Jiang Ning. "You order." Jiang Ning ordered a round of special dishes, all of which were dishes that James used to eat often. "Is that enough?" James took a look and saw 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. It was a bit too much for 2 people, but they still had bodyguards and photographers with them, so it wouldn't be wasted. "Can." The waiter took the menu away and brought them a pot of tea. James was used to washing the dishes with tea water. Jiang Ning, who was sitting opposite him, looked at him intently, lost in her memories, until James handed the washed dishes to her. She took it with a smile. "You are still the same as before. You haven't changed." James continued to wash the dishes without looking up. "It's just the habits that haven't changed. People have changed. In fact, you can feel it, right?" After saying that, he stood up and said, "I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea. What do you want to drink?" "Same as before. I have forgotten the name." James really didn't spoil her at all. Jiang Ning smiled bitterly and said, "Honey grapefruit, less sugar and less ice." Facing James's cold attitude, it would be a lie to say that she didn't regret it. If she had been more mature at the time and had discussed it with him and told him about her situation, James would definitely understand her given his personality. But she chose to delay and conceal it, thinking that those unpleasant things would disappear over time. James quickly bought 2 cups of milk tea. James drank the one at room temperature. He handed the one with ice to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning bit the straw and noticed James looking at his watch from time to time while waiting for his meal, so he thought he was hungry. "There are many people here right now, so it should be our table's turn soon." James hummed, and the image of Eve wearing a red dress appeared in his mind. Dressed like this, where would she and Ling Xian go on a date? What was she doing? Was she having lunch with Ling Xian? What kind of food did Eve like? He didn't seem to know her at all. Ling Xian is 1 year younger than James. He is young and energetic. He jumps around every day and is very energetic. Unlike him, he looks young but is actually old. James thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He inserted the straw into the cup and took a deep sip. He bought honey lemon, and he didn't know if the clerk forgot to add sugar, so his mouth was full of sourness. The food in this restaurant is served very quickly. A dish of liver and kidney is ready in just 1 minute. There is also fresh pot rabbit covered with chili peppers, tender Crucian carp with scallions, stir-fried pork intestines, stir-fried water spinach, and sauerkraut vermicelli soup. James hasn't eaten salty food for a long time. He definitely wants to eat it, but he's afraid his stomach can't handle it. So he only tasted a few bites of the meat dishes and mainly drank the soup and ate the vegetarian dishes. This restaurant seems quite authentic. After becoming an actress, Jiang Ning had been eating light meals for the sake of body management. Suddenly, she ate food with heavy oil, salt, and spicy flavors. Her taste buds were awakened, but she couldn't adapt to the chili peppers. It was so spicy that she kept drinking water. Obviously, Jang Ning didn't order these dishes for his own taste, but to cater to James's taste. However, after ordering, he found that neither of them could eat spicy food. You can tell about the emotional problems in a person by the way they order dishes. If you try to please others blindly, you will only make things difficult for yourself. It looked like James hardly ate anything. Even his favorite crucian carp, he only picked 2 pieces. Is it so hard to swallow a meal with her? Obviously, these dishes are his favorites. Jiang Ning asked hoarsely, "Is it boring to date me?" "No." "Then why don't you eat these dishes?" "I remember." "Don't say you remember it anymore." James interrupted her. "Jiang Ning, people change, and it's time for you to move on." "But I can't get over it." Jiang Ning's throat was sore, and she couldn't hide her tears. "Xiaoyan, do you blame me for not telling you before I entered the entertainment industry?" "I can explain." James put down his chopsticks. "Prospects and love are not in conflict. It is understandable that you choose career. People should put themselves first and others second. You just want to be excellent. I don't blame you." He was just an adult at that time and had immature thoughts. He resented Jiang Ning for changing her major at the last minute and was jealous of her filming with other men. So he gave up his promise to her. Later, he figured it out. If a relationship makes you feel unhappy or depressed, it proves that it is not suitable. Jiang Ning chose a career for herself, and he also chose to break up with her and cut off contact because of his mood. Is there anything right or wrong about this? It's just that we are standing at different angles, so our perspectives are different. Our perspectives on the problem are different, and our ideas are also different. Jiang Ning's eyes were red. "Xiaoyan, I would rather you blame me than face me so calmly. After breaking up with you, I have been in pain. At that time, I would go to film just to make more money, to open a store for my mother, to buy a house in the city center, and to move my mother and your grandmother in. I thought that as long as I had money, I could go back to find you and be with you openly." James was startled, frowning in confusion. "What did you think of me when we were together? Did you think of me as your gigolo?" "No," Jiang Ning explained hurriedly. "When we first got together, your father came to me once." Chapter 84 Reasons for Breaking Up. 18-year-old Jiang Ning is sensitive and has low self-esteem. Her relationship with James is like a melodramatic youth pain literature, outrageous yet real. Jiang Ning comes from a single-parent family. His father was abusive, and his mother accidentally killed someone and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Young Jiang Ning was called the child of a murderer, a wild child without parents, and was called retribution and a bad seed. Fortunately, she was still young at that time, and apart from feeling pain and hunger, she could not feel anything else. When she was 5 years old, her mother was released from prison and forcibly took her away from the small mountain village. "My mother has worked in various jobs, including sanitation worker, restaurant waitress, dishwasher, and she also did men's work, such as moving bricks, carrying cement, and cleaning windows at high altitudes." After making money, the mother and daughter moved from a single room of a few square meters to a one-bedroom apartment in town and became neighbors with James. She was 7 years old when she met James, and James was also 7 years old. The 2 children stood together, looking skinny and obviously malnourished. Fortunately, one had a grandmother and the other had a mother, so they grew flesh and blood like crazy under the love. They went to school together, ate together, sat in rows in the classroom, listened to lectures, and did homework together, and were even bullied together. One had no parents, the other had no father, and they were scolded as wild children picked up from the trash can. James heard this. He rushed up and started beating them hard until they dared not speak. After entering junior high school, the teacher began to talk about the dangers of premature love, and James and Jiang Ning inexplicably became the focus of attention. Jiang Ning had her first period in the first grade of junior high school. She was at school at the time and had no money to buy sanitary napkins. The worst thing was that her pants turned red. She sat on the stool shyly. The strong sense of shame made her eyes red, and she didn't dare to ask others for help. James realized something was wrong with her. He got up and went to the store to buy a pack of sanitary napkins. He even wrapped it in his school uniform jacket and threw it to her. At that moment, James was like a god descending from heaven, with a layer of golden light covering his body. James had hidden the fact that he bought sanitary napkins for Jiang Ning well enough, but it was still discovered by the classmates. Someone reported that they were in a relationship and said all kinds of dirty words to Jiang Ning. The teacher called the 2 to the office for individual interrogation. During her adolescence, Jiang Ning felt wronged and ashamed when someone said something bad about her. She began to ignore James and didn't say a word to him at school, as if this would stop the rumors. But James doesn't think so. He believes that reckless boys are not delicate enough and don't understand girls' sensitive sense of shame. At that time, James liked to call her Jiang Xiaoning. Jiang Xiaoning, why are you ignoring me? Jiang Xiaoning, why didn't you call me for lunch? Wait for me after school, Jiang Xiaoning. Jiang Xiaoning, I want to eat the preserved egg and lean meat porridge you made. James always had endless energy. In order to reconcile with her, he took her shopping and treated her to snacks. James ate at every corner of the food street near the school. He knew which restaurant tasted the best and what Jang Ning liked to eat the most. He would also give Jang Ning some small gifts, such as a hair tie with crystal beads, or a puppet pendant or keychain to hang on her school bag. Slowly, they returned to their previous relationship. The rumors still existed, but James would fight them back, just like in elementary school. But this time his parents were called in, and he was asked to write a self-criticism and read it aloud in the playground for all the teachers and students in the school to hear. James, do not advocate violence, but if you're facing someone who bullies you, please raise your fist and fight back. Fighting violence with violence is the best way to deal with bullying. Victims do not need to reflect on themselves. Fighting back is my pride. If there's a next time, I will still beat them up. This is my reflection. James finished reading. He folded the paper in his hand into a paper airplane and flew it to the audience. I don't know how many people's hearts the paper plane flew into that day. When he was in the second grade of Chinese New Year, Jiang Ning's mother bought a snack cart, specializing in selling midnight snacks and fried skewers. Jiang Ning would go to help after school, and James would follow to set the table, clean up the table, and take out the trash. After that self-reflection, James became famous in the school. When people knew that he would come here to help after school, groups of people came here to line up to buy snacks, and the business became better and better. Although life is tiring, there's a purpose in life. My mother said that when we have money, we will rent a shop near the school to sell snacks. This way we won't have to push the cart hard every day. Also, it is close to the school, so it is convenient to go to school. When Jiang Ning was in his second year of high school, the news that his mother was a murderer spread throughout the school. The snack cart was overturned, the tables and chairs were smashed, and a group of people claiming to be her relatives yelled at them to pay back the money. Life is like a puddle of mud. When you think you can climb up the wall, it falls down again. My mother is sick and hospitalized, my grades are dropping, I'm suddenly in debt, and people around me are looking at me strangely. It turns out that fists cannot solve all problems. High school was too difficult. She was like a turtle covered with barnacles, her body becoming heavier and heavier. Things that were easy for others were difficult for her. She needed to swim continuously to reach her destination. Often when she was about to give up and wanted to commit suicide, James would grab her in time. If it weren't for James, she might have died in her sophomore year of high school. She and James are childhood sweethearts. They grew up together, have the same experiences, and are in the same environment. They're the same kind of people. Falling in love is an easy thing for them, but staying together is difficult. After the college entrance examination, the two naturally got together. James sent her a text message. The college entrance exam is over, so we should be able to date now. We've been slandered for so many years, and it seems like we would be letting down those people if we're not together. Jiang Xiaoning, do you want to have a college romance with me? We'll apply to the same university. Without any hesitation, she replied, okay. James was obviously stunned when he heard that Jiang Ning had met Richard after the college entrance examination. Why didn't you tell me? How should she tell him? Say your father used money to insult me and asked me to leave you. Say you're a rich young man. A poor student like me is not worthy of you. Say your family has billions of assets. Your property is everywhere, and my family is in debt. Being scolded and beaten, can't even afford to rent a small shop, can only push a small cart to set up a night stall. How can I, who smells of oil smoke, be worthy of you? She originally thought that James and she were from the same world and that they were both very pitiful. But now, someone told her that James was born in Rome and was a rich second generation. A popular supermarket in the county center went bankrupt, and it was said that it lost hundreds of millions of yuan a year. When she went in for the first time, she felt out of place in the surrounding environment. Later, she found out that the supermarket building belonged to the banker. What an ordinary person earns in several lifetimes is not as much as what others lose in a year. The gap is too huge. What can she use to date James? Chapter 85 Love is not about weighing and comparing. Jiang Xiaoning, don't be afraid. I will always be with you. We are all the same. One has no parents, the other has no father. We are born insignificant, and we struggle hard in our insignificance. We grow up eating ordinary grains, so don't be afraid of being ordinary. But, James, We are really different. We are not from the same world. I never thought that one day I would be so far away from you, as if I could never catch up with you no matter how hard I try. During the years that she had known James, it was James who took care of her most of the time. When she was in a bad mood, he took her to the amusement park, to the oceanarium, to see dolphins, and to explore gourmet restaurants. All she could give him was a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge that she made herself. Just like two stray cats huddling together for warmth in the winter, one day one of the cats was adopted, while the other continued to wander alone near the garbage. The strong sense of disparity made Jang Ning feel inferior and cowardly. She even thought meanly, why is James a rich man? Why can't he be an unlucky person like her? Human nature is extremely contradictory. On the one hand, we want others to live well, but on the other hand, we don't want them to live too well. She wanted to drag James into the mud to make him like her, but she also felt that a high-spirited young man like him should hang in the sky, pure and white like the moon. Whenever Jang Ning had evil thoughts, she would slap herself in despair and scold herself, saying, James is the best person to you. Why do you think the worst of him? Later, she opened a blue book with the following sentence written inside. At that time, I didn't understand how contradictory human nature was. I didn't know how much affectation there was in sincerity, how much meanness there was in nobility, or how much kindness there was in evil. Now I fully understand that pettiness and generosity, resentment and kindness, hatred and love can coexist in the same heart. Her mother knew about her relationship with James. She didn't object to her relationship with James. She had watched James grow up, and she knew his character very well. She felt relieved to leave her daughter to him. After learning about James' family situation, his mother was silent for a long time, then frowned and said to her, Ning Ning, unequal love is not happy. If you really like James and can't live without him, then you must work hard to improve yourself and try to make yourself equal to him. Otherwise, you will be controlled by others and lose yourself, and there will be no good results. She clearly understood how big the gap was between her and James. Sooner or later, James would go back to inherit the family property. His family assets were worth billions. The gap between the rich and the poor was so huge that she would never be able to reach a height even if she worked hard for several lifetimes. If they had known James' family situation at the beginning, perhaps they would not have been together. James also knew what happened later. When she was working as a part-time worker during the summer vacation, she joined a film crew and was unexpectedly noticed by the director. After introductions from many parties, she met her current agent and signed a contract with the agency. She entered this industry by accident and gradually fell in love with acting. When filling out her application form, her agent asked her to fill in University A, which would be helpful for her future career and would also make it easier to arrange her schedule. She listened, but she didn't tell James. The 18-year-old Jang Ning had never experienced much and lived a life of inferiority and cowardice. He wanted everything but dared not fight for anything. He curled up in his shell like a snail. She wanted to make money to pay off her debts, wanted her mother to live a good life, wanted to narrow the gap between her and James, wanted to be equal to the dealer, get the recognition of his family, and be able to stand by his side. She set out for a good result, but deviated from the track at the start, and has been getting further and further away from her original goal. The time she spent waiting for the admission letter was like a death row inmate experiencing a reprieve. Escape would not solve the fundamental problem, and the bullet pointed at her temple would eventually shoot out and kill her. She signed a 10-year contract, during which she had to strictly obey the company's arrangements, including cooperating with the male actor in her first drama to create a couple relationship. Jang Ning said a lot in one breath, her voice hoarse. I want to find you later, but you were already dating Jessica at that time. James on the opposite side listened quietly, with no extra expression on his face, as if he was listening to someone else's story. In the middle, he even poured himself a cup of tea. After hearing Jang Ning stop, he put down the teacup in his hand. The sound of the cup hitting the table was very quiet, but for some reason it made his heart beat violently. More and more people came to the restaurant to eat, and the noise was loud, but Jang Ning felt it was as quiet as death. She heard James say, after saying so much, are you trying to say that you entered the entertainment industry because of me? Why didn't you tell me when you changed your choice? Are you worried that I would stop you? Or that I would give up my first choice and go to another place with you for you? James had decided to go to Rongda University since he was a child. It had his favorite major and was close to home, so he could go home to see his grandmother anytime on weekends. So even if Jang Ning told him at the time, he would not change his choice to go to another place, nor would he block her choice. People have a mouth to make misunderstandings clear. Jang Ning's pupils shrank, and her eyes became even redder. She kept adjusting her chaotic and collapsed emotions, trying to explain, Xiao Yin, I was too young at the time. I thought too much and ignored your feelings. I thought that as long as I became famous and rich as an actor, I could shorten the gap between us. Who do you think you are? James interrupted her loudly. You don't understand the reason why we broke up. You hid it from me and made a decision out of self-motivation for my own good. You denied my thoughts. From another perspective, you denied me as a person. You think my thoughts are not important. Now that you become a famous actress and rich, you think the gap between us has narrowed. You think I'll happily make peace with you as long as you come back to me? Jiang Ning, you're just daydreaming. Love is not about comparison and weighing. Love cannot be compared or weighed. There's a type of people who will use a self-abuse method to create an illusion of infatuation so that they can stand on the moral high ground of love and gain a perverted sense of satisfaction and security. Just like when James got up in the middle of the night to make wontons because Jessica wanted to eat the wontons he made and then delivered them to her company the next day in the snow and wind. But to her, a bowl of wontons is just a bowl of wontons and cannot carry the deep affection you want to place on it. Therefore, the true meaning of love lies in mutual attraction and the same values, rather than relying on the pursuit of self-satisfaction. He already understood this truth, but Jiang Ning obviously didn't. James had nothing to say about the past, but Jiang Ning shouldn't have put the burden of her being an actress on him. That was too heavy a burden for him to bear. Jiang Ning, do you know what I was going through when you broke up with me? Chapter 86, Those Fleeting Years. At that time, my grandmother died. James smiled bitterly. He thought that when he talked about the past in his next life, he would just laugh it off and not feel sad. But when he thought of his grandmother who walked with a stagger, hunched back, and carried him back step by step with difficulty, he couldn't help but become hoarse. If it weren't for his grandma, he would have died long ago. It was his grandma who gave him a second life. I remember that when he was a child, his grandmother would fan him with a palm leaf fan during his nap. She raised him with just one mouthful of rice and one mouthful of meat. She knew that he liked to eat chicken legs, so she would put both chicken legs into his bowl when there was chicken soup at home. His grandmother held his hand when he went to school. When it rained, her umbrella would always tilt towards him. As he grew taller, the wrinkles on his grandmother's face increased. When he writes about his relatives, he always writes about his grandmother. He writes that he wants to earn more money so that he can support his grandmother in the future. Every year on his birthday, his grandmother would buy him a big cake. He would put candles on it and make a sincere wish, hoping that his grandmother's hair would be darker, her wrinkles would be less, that she would stay forever young, and that she would see him get married. The cake wish did not come true. He had just entered college and had not had time to earn money to support her before his grandmother passed away. From then on, the watermelon he ate no longer had the flavor of garlic. Every year, we no longer eat dumplings with coins in them. No one would share 2 chicken legs with him, and no one would wait at the door for him to return home safely. The love that I can never repay is Grandma's love, and the favor that I can never pay back is Grandma's kindness. Grandma said that after people die, they will become stars in the sky, and no matter how lonely a person is, there will always be someone to accompany him. One night, he missed his grandma so much that he stood on the rooftop of the hospital and stretched out his hand to try to reach the star. There were so many stars in the sky, but which one was his grandma? Why James returned to the banker was because of his grandmother. When his grandmother was alive, she often told him the love story between her and his grandfather. The couple started a business together. The Zhuang Group was built by Mr. Zhuang alone. Although he had money, his health was ruined. So she often taught James that the body is the most important. But he forgot about this instruction after he returned to the Zhuang family. He kept thinking that the Zhuang Group was built by his grandparents, and he didn't want to see the company destroyed in front of him. So he followed his grandfather's path and died of stomach cancer. When the grandmother down there found out about this, she was so worried that she couldn't believe it. She had worked so hard to raise her grandson to be healthy. But as soon as she left, he became the little 6-year-old boy again. Xiaoyan, I didn't know so many things happened back then. It was not my intention to break up with you. I wanted to explain to you, but you had blocked me and deleted me. When I returned to the town, you had moved away and I couldn't find you. She tried her best to explain like a death row prisoner, grasping at the last chance of survival. Perhaps she thought the kind old lady who would stuff all kinds of food in her pocket every time she saw her. Jiang Ning's eyes became red and filled with tears. Of course, she couldn't find him, because he had already returned to the dealer at that time. James stared at Jang Ning's eyes for a while and said, I don't know what happened to you, and you don't know what I went through, so let's just say we're even. The tea in the cup had been finished. James poured 2 glasses of water, stopping when they were 8/10 full. He pushed the clean glass of water towards Jang Ning. Drinking too much cold water is not good. Drink some hot water. Jang Ning has had bad teeth since she was a child. She only drinks water at room temperature. Adding ice will cause toothache. Honey, grapefruit, low sugar and iced drink is not her favorite, but his. You know the cold and warmth yourself. Jang Ning, you should let it go. James stood up. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. You eat slowly. James left. Jang Ning could no longer control her tears. In order to hide her tears, she picked up her chopsticks and ate the chili peppers on the plate in big mouthfuls. The chili peppers stung her entire mouth and her throat was burning. She coughed and swallowed her tears, and her tears slid down and mixed with the chili peppers in her mouth. They were salty, spicy, and astringent. She clutched a tissue to wipe her tears and nose, and her face turned red. There was a song playing in the milk tea shop next door, and the sound came over. In those fleeting years, how many times did we say goodbye and then delay? It's a pity that everyone has it. Love is not an eloquent expression of the 7 emotions. In those hurried years, we made promises that were difficult to keep, and now we can only wait for others to fulfill them. If the past is still worth cherishing, don't let go of it too quickly. Who is willing to be without any attachment or connection to each other we owe each other? Otherwise, how can we cherish each other's memory? If I can't have red eyes when we meet again, can I still have a red face? Just like the beautiful rumor that was hastily engraved that year about being together forever. Jang Ning cried as she listened. She mechanically stuffed chili peppers into her mouth. She did not stop even when her stomach ached. She ate most of the whole plate of chili peppers in a flash. Tears fell from her eyes due to the spiciness. As a public artist, her every move will be magnified and commented on. She has to wear a mask at all times to maintain her image and cannot reveal too much emotion. Therefore, even crying in pain has to be concealed with chili peppers. Hearing the sobbing sound, everyone around looked over, and the staff hurried forward to care about Jiang Ning. Teacher Jiang, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Jiang Ning choked up. The peppers are too spicy. They made me cry. I'll be fine after I take it easy. Her lips were swollen and red from the spiciness. She held up her head and said in a hoarse voice, I'm really fine. You don't have to worry about me. The staff were relieved only after hearing her explain many times that everything was fine. Teacher Jiang, if you can't handle spicy food, don't eat it. Your body is your own. Don't damage it. I understand. Jiang Ning wiped her tears randomly. Her eyes were sore and swollen, and her vision was blurry. She recalled the day she broke up with James. She was filming a crying scene. She started crying before the director called out start. She cried for a full 20 minutes. She didn't stop even when the director called out cut. Everyone in the crew came to comfort her. The director said she was too dedicated and was so immersed in the role that she couldn't get out. But in fact, she was just not into the role. James is her favorite person, her youth, and the goal she insists on. How can she bear to break up with him? The way she cried from eating spicy peppers attracted a lot of attention. A fan saw her and hesitated for a long time before mustering up the courage to come forward and said, Jiang Ning, I've been your fan for 5 years. Can I have an autograph? Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He reached out to take the paper and pen from her hand and watched her sign. The fan started talking to her about what had happened recently. Ning Ning, are you going on a date with James today? Jiang Ning's hands trembled. Yes. The fan looked around and asked, why don't I see him? Jiang Ning said softly. He went out to buy something after dinner. Fans were indignant. Is that so? Then when will he come back? A friend of mine is his fan and has been feeling really bad for him lately. What a hard life he had before. His mother is a mentally ill person who abused him and made him depressed. His father doesn't care about him either. How can parents be like this? Not only did they kick their own son out, they also spread rumors that he was disobedient. Now they want to recognize Anthony as their godson and give his property to an outsider. It's really disgusting. Chapter 87, The Dragon Slayer, is finally killed by the dragon. The pen in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. As the fan was about to bend down to pick it up, Jiang Ning grabbed her arm. What did you just say? What about being abused by your family and becoming depressed? And when did the banker take Anthony as his godson? Jiang Ning's eyes were already red from crying, and now, when he opened his eyes wide, One could clearly see the bloodshot in his eyes. The fan was startled by her action, then looked at Jang Ning's hand that was holding her arm and asked dazedly, "Such a big thing. It's all trending on the internet, don't you know?" She suddenly thought of something and said, "I forgot. You can't look at your phone when you're recording the show." The fan told Jang Ning what had happened recently on the internet. Facing her idol, she found it difficult to suppress her emotions. Worried that she had not explained it clearly enough, she quickly took out her phone and showed Jiang Ning the video of the 110 people clarifying for James. From these people's words, Jiang Ning learned about James' past. She also knew some things, such as the boy in junior high school who was full of energy and threw the paper airplane in his hand into the distance. He was a boy who could amaze many people during his school days. He was brave, kind, and just spoke up for the weak and fought back against bullies. When faced with the teacher's rebuke, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "Teacher, if fighting back against bullies is wrong, then I will never repent." James, 18, was the best boy, but everything changed after entering college. He became silent and taciturn, like a walking corpse. He withdrew all the light from his body, just like a hedgehog pulling out its thorns. There was a hot comment on a post claiming to be James' university doctor who said that James had fainted several times at school, and when he was examined, his body was covered with wounds. At first, they thought he was injured in a fight outside. In addition, James often came to him to get stomach medicine and painkillers. He must have a serious stomach problem. An anonymous psychologist also said that James had seen a psychologist many times and suffered from severe depression, stress-related psychological disorders, and avoidant personality. During the illness, he would fantasize about someone loving him. A nanny who worked in a bookmaker said that James' mother did not love him at home. She was a lunatic who only knew how to roar at people, cursed James with the most sharp and vicious words, beat him to vent, and enjoyed mental torture. The appearance of James was like adding a spice to their lives. As for James' father, he took his son back 11 years later, not because he loved him. He watched coldly and treated James as a medicine to cure Stella's mental illness. When the effect of the medicine wore off, he threw him aside like garbage. This is the life that James had when he returned to the banker's house. Despair and depression gradually turned the bright-eyed young man into a devastated place, like a silent, lonely grave in the dark night. The boy who once saved her, but no one saved him. Jiang Ning thought that Richard's appearance was to bring James back to live a good life. He was a rich young man with a family fortune of hundreds of millions. People are born different. Some are mediocre, while others are outstanding. It is said that all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. James and she are not from the same world. He will go back to being his second-generation rich self, enjoying the best resources and education, and will not have to worry about not finding a good job after graduation. Because after graduation, he will take over the family business assets and be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Look at the bankrupt internet celebrity supermarket in the county center. Ordinary people would not be able to buy it in several lifetimes, and even renting a store is very difficult. But there are only a few such internet celebrity supermarkets in Chengdu, not to mention other industrial chains and investment projects. This is the life that many people dream of. But why did James become like this after he returned? He became the unlucky guy she imagined, with no one loving him or caring for him. Now that he had money, he seemed to have lost everything. Jiang Ning stared at the plates of red peppers in front of him, his eyelashes trembling, and as soon as he closed his eyes, a line of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. It turns out that James really couldn't eat chili peppers. He really had a bad stomach, instead of distancing himself from her or trying to cut off ties with her. On the contrary, she knew nothing and thought that he still liked to eat spicy food like before, so she ordered several plates at once. She was even complacent, thinking that she was the one who knew James best. In fact, she was the one who knew him the least. In order to sign the agreement with the company and win awards these years, she immersed herself in her own world, thinking that if time stopped, everything would be the same. She missed James for 5 years. During those 5 years, James was tortured by his family and even had a hard time living. Why did she think that James could reconcile with her after he broke off his engagement with Jessica? Jiang Xiaoning, in this world, no matter how you live, there will always be people who talk behind your back. Don't take their words to heart. Don't listen to them. Just be yourself. Eat what you want to eat. Meet the people you want to meet. Do what you like to do. As long as you are happy and have a clear conscience, that's enough. I like your mother very much. The food she cooks is delicious. She speaks gently, and she is self-reliant. I don't believe she is a murderer. If anyone talks nonsense, I will fight back for you. Jiang Xiaoning, are you a punching bag? No, you're a little crybaby. Jiang Xiaoning, don't cry. There's a new fried rice noodle shop near the school. Let's go and eat. I heard it's very spicy. Save some tears and wait for them to cry. Tears rolled down her face unconsciously, more and more. She covered her mouth and cried until she couldn't breathe. Her body swayed, and she almost fell down. Fans hurriedly supported her, not understanding why Jang Ning reacted so strongly. Jang Ning returned the phone to her, his voice hoarse with tears. Thank you for telling me this. Thank you. The fan looked anxious and worried. Ning, are you okay? I'm Fina. Jang Ning pulled her lips, but the smile on her face was uglier than crying. She handed the autographed photo to the fan. The fan left with the autographed photo. I will cherish it. Ning, keep going. We are all waiting for you to come back to film. The fans will always love you. James could have loved her forever, couldn't he? The only remedy she could do now was thinking about it. She glanced at the live camera. At this moment, James had no idea what happened in the restaurant. After he went out, he took a walk around the neighborhood. There are not only food, but also various jewelry stores around here. The prices were cheap and suitable for students. There was also a shopping mall not far away where you could skate, watch movies, and do handicrafts. In short, it was very suitable for a date. James was followed by a photographer, and less than 20 minutes after he came out, the photographer received a call. James, when are you going back? Let's go back now. After being out for such a long time, Jiang Ning should have finished his meal and calmed down. The photographer said in a negotiating tone, Jiang Ning is not in a good mood. She started crying after you left. If you can, comfort her when you go back. We are recording a show after all. We are only halfway through today. Don't mess it up. Yeah, okay. James agreed quickly. It's not easy for workers, so he would cooperate. Chapter 88. Never forgetting, no response. When James returned, he found that no one was left in the seat. Where did Jiang Ning go? There was only one staff member sitting there looking at his phone. James went over and asked, Where's Jiang Ning? Teacher Jiang took them out and said he was going to buy some things and do some errands. Did she say when she would be back? No, it shouldn't take much time, right? If it doesn't work, we can call her. Richard, do you want to go find her? Since she has to go do something, I'll wait for her here. James sat down. There were not many people in the store at this time, so he would not disturb others' meals. James sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea and glanced casually at the table. There was not much left of the 4 salty dishes he had ordered, even the chili peppers. James teased the staff. You guys can eat spicy food. The staff member said. Teacher Jiang ate the peppers and cried because of the spiciness. At this point, he leaned over to James and whispered, I was a little far away from Teacher Jiang at the time. I saw a fan asking for an autograph, and then I took out my phone and said something to her. After a while, I saw her crying loudly. She was crying so sadly. When she comes back later, comfort her. After all, you two are dating today. Fortunately, they were having dinner at the time, and there was no live broadcast. Otherwise, who knows what netizens would think after seeing Jiang Ning crying like that. James paused and looked at the peppers on the table. Jiang Ning seldom eats spicy food. There's a fried rice noodle shop in front of his high school. Every time he goes there, he orders the spiciest dish, while Jiang Ning can only eat mildly spicy food. When something spicy tastes good, she would cry and wipe her nose. She didn't want to eat spicy food in front of him, saying that it would make her look bad, and she was afraid that he would laugh at her. These things happened a long time ago for him. When a man in his 50s recalls that time, it is like tasting a glass of plain water, tasteless, but if you savor it carefully, it can be sweet. James picked up the tea in front of him and looked at the street outside. Pairs of 3 or 2 students passed by the store, holding milk tea in their hands, carrying bags, and talking and laughing. They were really at the best age. At this time, Jiang Ning came to a quiet and deserted place, and she asked the photographer to turn on the live camera. After she explained to the director what she was going to do, they gave her the phone. She opened her live broadcast room and looked at the comments. Ning finally saw you, my sweetheart. My baby, do you know how much I missed you during the few minutes you were eating? Why are Ning's eyes so red? Is she crying because of the spicy pepper? Are you happy dating James? I am very optimistic about you two now. Qingmei stocks are going up. Our Magma CP will get a big score. Why do I feel like Ning is watching us? Why is there no one in this live broadcast environment? It's so quiet. Ning is holding her phone and looking at the comments we posted. Jiang Ning raised his head and faced the camera and said, Yes, I am watching the comments you guys posted. This is my first time in my own live broadcast room. I didn't expect to have so many viewers and fans. Ning Ning and I had a conversation across the air. Ning Ning, can you tell me about your relationship with James? And what happened between you two in the past? I saw something about James on the internet recently, and I don't know if it's true or not. I feel sorry for him. Jang Ning saw this comment at a glance. Thinking of the video she watched at noon, her eyes felt hot again. She tried her best to maintain her facial expression and spoke to the camera with a smile. Today I want to tell you what happened between me and James. James and I have known each other since we were 7 years old. James at that time was nothing like he is now. He was skinny and had yellow hair. But I was not much better. When we stood together, the adults always teased us that we looked like two skinny monkeys and had no nutrition. James was raised by his grandmother. He had never seen his parents until he was 18 years old. So for a long time, I thought his parents were dead. Otherwise, how could they ignore him for 11 years? James and I are childhood sweethearts. He helped me. No, it should be saved. He saved me many times. If it weren't for him, there might not be Jang Ning today. So I hope that the people who love me can also love him. When talking about the past, Jang Ning inevitably showed a nostalgic expression. At this moment, she was gentle, like the breeze in summer, calming the restlessness. She smiled faintly and talked about how James protected her and fought for her, and how he took her to the amusement park to stop her from crying. The audience in the live broadcast room were all drawn into that young and hazy love by her words. Passing small notes, the 38th parallel that appears from time to time, rubber bands on wrists, names hidden in erasers, secretly checking the compatibility of two people's zodiac signs, and calculating fate with the strokes of the names. He helped her wipe the blackboard, always left the garbage at the end for them to take out together, and listen to a song together with headphones in the library. An unintentional touch, a cautious test, and a quick look away after their gazes met. But she was always looking for him in the crowd, liked watching him play, wanted to be closest to him, and watched him contentedly finish the century egg and lean meat porridge she made. There was a sudden power outage, and he didn't go to check the power source, but stayed by her side to protect her. It was dark on the way home, and he would tell jokes to dispel her fears. He even remembered her menstrual period and would watch her and not allow her to drink cold water. It was great to have him in my youth. My family runs a snack shop, and he would help us set up the stall at night. You don't know how handsome James was at that time. He was the most handsome guy in our school. Many girls liked him and went to watch him play. He is still very handsome now. Good memories are always unforgettable. It is said that if you keep thinking about them, there will be a response. But the reality is that you can't see them even if you want them, and you can't get the love you want. We meet with blushing faces and end with red eyes. How romantic. It turns out James is so gentle. I want to cry. How could his parents be so cruel to such a good person? I finally understand why Jang Ning likes James. If it were me, I would like him too. James deserves it to meet such a wonderful person during adolescence. So, did Ning Ning talk to James? Jang Ning took a long breath and exhaled. She blinked her dry eyes and tried hard to hold back her tears. Well, James and I were in a relationship, but we broke up because of me. I'm sorry for him. After the college entrance examination, we agreed to apply to the same university, but I changed my choice when filling out my application form and kept it a secret from him until he received the admission letter. He didn't blame me, nor did he break up with me. Why did you change your major? Why did you break your agreement? What happened in between? Wait, let me calculate the time. After the college entrance examination, did you become an actor? Giving up love for career is also realistic, but it is unfair to the other party. Jang Ning didn't read the comments. She continued to talk to the camera. A lot of bad things happened during that time. James' father found me and asked me to break up with him. At the age of 18, I was cowardly and incompetent and didn't dare to fight for it. I was not firm enough in that relationship. The strong sense of gap made me choose to take the shortcut of being an actor, but there are no shortcuts in this world. If you gain something, you lose something. I lost him. I was the one who initiated the breakup. I left him behind for the second time, for my career. That period was the hardest time for James. Just like what was said online, James was abused by his parents when he was 5 years old. He was not picked up by his grandmother until he was 6. After his grandmother died, he was taken home at the age of 19. But what awaited him was not the love of his parents, but even more cruel abuse than before. They slandered and spread rumors about him for their own benefit, ignored his requests for help, and trampled on his dignity. People like them are not worthy of being parents at all. Chapter 89. 24-year-old Jang Ning can give up her acting career for James. After saying this, my cell phone vibrated. It was a call from my agent Leon. Jang Ning hung up the call directly. After a moment, text messages popped up one after another. Jang Ning, do you want to ruin your career? What does James' matter have to do with you? Do you need to speak for him? James has a big guy behind him to help clarify the matter, and there are also big guys helping him fight the lawsuit. Why are you getting involved? Can you please give me some peace of mind? I'm almost mad at you. I have so many things to do every day. Can't you think about me? Do you know how much trouble these words you said in the live broadcast room will bring us? The company has trained you wholeheartedly over the years, and this is how you repay me. James will thank you for all you have done. He might even blame you for being an afterthought. Your actions won't move anyone but yourself. Is it worth it for a man? I'm telling you, not only have you lost your career, you can't even save James. You're left with nothing. Are you satisfied? Jiang Ning's agent kept bombarding her with text messages, and from these texts, one could tell how angry and devastated she was. After waking up from a nap, I found that the sky had fallen. Anyone would have collapsed. As an actor with 80 million fans, the slightest mistake will be magnified infinitely. Jiang Ning did not explain much and frankly admitted that she was the one at fault in this relationship. Now that she is successful in her career, she wants to win James back. But it's not that easy to have it all. Where were you when James needed you the most? Therefore, many netizens did not buy her account. The number of Jiang Ning's fans is dropping rapidly. In just a short period of time, he lost 1 million fans, and these are all active fans. Some people rebuked her, while others spoke well of her. Jiang Ning was too young at the age of 18 and was easily disturbed by the outside world. He did not dare to fight for it without bargaining chips and was easily sewn apart. Now she is bravely standing up to speak for James at the risk of ruining her future, which can be regarded as making up for her mistakes in the past. Some people hope that James and Jiang Ning can reconcile on the show, while others think that mist is mist and it proves that the two are not destined to be together, and they can still be friends even if they're not together. Richard, who was wrong because he was not a human being, maybe at another time, they would be the most suitable. Jiang Ning's expression in the live broadcast was still relaxed, but her eyes were redder than before. She continued to speak to the camera. I've said so much to you in the live studio today just to tell you that James is very good. I often wonder if I could go back to being 18. I want to tell 18-year-old Jiang Ning, please trust James, stay with him, and don't let him get hurt. From elementary school to high school, he protected you and made you feel loved. You must be brave enough to love him and don't give up communicating with him just because of what an outsider says. 18-year-old Jiang Ning, you must guard James, protect him, take good care of his body, and don't let him get stomach problems. What he likes most is to visit restaurants and eat all kinds of delicious food. Speaking of this, tears welled up in Jiang Ning's eyes. Finally, I apologize to you for being so self-righteous. I'm sorry, James, and Jiang Ning covered her heart and choked up, I love you. At this moment, his heart felt like it was twisted into a knot. Jiang Ning endured the pain and cried inconsolably. The camera turned and saw Jiang Ning slumped on the ground. She covered her chest as if she was suffocating and curled up. Her trembling body showed how much pain she was in. She cried silently, with only slight sobbing sounds coming from her nose. She suddenly realized that the most painful thing was not heading toward a tragic ending, but knowing in advance that the ending would be terrible, but being able to watch helplessly. What Jiang Ning said in the live broadcast room directly became a hot topic. I originally thought that Jiang Ning was a career-minded fan, but when I looked back, I found that he was a love-minded fan. In order to be worthy of James, but why were you the one who broke up with him in the end? It's been so many years since we broke up. What else can't you let go of? From another perspective, Jiang Ning's single persona, when he just debuted, also deceived his fans. So, it is normal for fans to feel dissatisfied now. In the coffee shop, Eve put 4 sugar cubes in the coffee, then thought it was still bitter, so she threw 2 more in. She was stirring the coffee, and Ling Xian opposite her was opening and closing his mouth as if he was saying something. Eve nodded from time to time, seemingly listening very carefully, but in fact her mind had already flown away to who knows where else. She was thinking about James, and she didn't know how his date with Jiang Ning was going, or whether he was thinking about her. Eve took out a pocket watch from her pocket, opened it, and saw that it was not yet 13 o'clock. Why did time go by so slowly? When would it be 17 o'clock when she could go home? Would James call her ahead of time? She was quite confident before leaving, but after so much time had passed, she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. At this time, The waiter brought a bouquet of roses, which was a surprise prepared by Ling Xian in advance. The red petals slightly caught Eve's attention, and she came back to her senses and looked at the rose handed to her. Flowers go with beauties. These are flowers for you. Do you like them? Ling Xian, on the other hand, was impeccable on dates. Young people know how to stir up trouble, say romantic words, and secretly prepare roses to please girls. It was a pity that he met Eve. Eve glanced at it and smiled and refused. I prefer carnations to roses. Aren't carnations meant for mothers? What does Eve mean? Although he knew that Eve was going for James in the beginning, he still held out a glimmer of hope. After all, compared to James, he was not bad. What if Eve liked him in the end? Seeing that Ling Xian didn't take the flowers away, Eve raised her fingertips and pushed the flowers away with disgust. Ling Xian took it back awkwardly. I thought girls all like roses. Look at the person. Look at the person who is sending it. Eve picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip. Don't give me roses. I'm afraid someone will misunderstand me. He almost said James' name. Ling Xian's mouth twitched. If the camera wasn't facing them, he would have wanted to ask her in person if she was already dating James. At this time, the girl sitting at the table in front took out her mobile phone and clicked on a video. Eve looked over out of boredom. She had good eyesight and could see clearly that the person in the video was Jang Ning. Her originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious. She pricked up her ears and just happened to hear Jang Ning say, "James, I love you." Eve narrowed her eyes, a cold look flashing in her eyes. She held out her hand. "Give me the phone." Eve's cell phone without hesitation and quickly put it in her hand. Chapter 90. 24-year-old Jang Ning did what he didn't dare to do at 18. Ling Xian on the opposite side was completely stunned. The program team stipulates that mobile phones cannot be used during the recording process unless there is an emergency call, and after answering the call, they must be handed over to the staff for safekeeping immediately. The director did this because he was worried that they would peak and affect the recording effect. But they will still bring it secretly, but they will just look at it secretly and will never take it out openly. Eve stretched out her hand. The staff handed the phone to her with an extremely respectful attitude. Ling Xian stole a glance at the camera and saw that the photographer had already turned the camera around. Eve started looking at it after she got the phone. There was no need to search for anything about Jang Ning. She could see the hot searches about her and James on Weibo all over the screen without having to search for anything about Jang Ning. The video was too long, and she was too lazy to watch it, but she roughly guessed what it was from the comments and topics. About Jang Ning and James for a long time. They were childhood sweethearts and each other's first love. It was an innocent and unforgettable relationship during adolescence. Jang Ning was the person who knew James best, except for his grandmother. Jang Ning's career is there, and she has a huge number of passersby and fans. What she says will be more useful than those people she finds. But precisely because of her profession, she cannot speak out easily, because it concerns her team, the company behind her, and the interests involved, and any carelessness can lead to ruin. At this moment, we can see some results. Some fans think they have been deceived and not only stop following her, but also abuse her on Weibo. Fortunately, Jang Ning had enough fans who were powerful enough, and they quickly organized the fans to control comments and block people. Her public relations team was also smart. In order to divert public attention, they dug up the dealer again and flogged him. Don't underestimate the influence of a movie queen. Now, the comment section of the Zhuang group has been completely occupied by these fans, who have scolded them so much that they have to close private messages and comment sections. But this is not the end yet. The industries under the Zhuang group, such as those internet celebrity supermarkets, are often returned in large quantities after fans purchase goods online. They cannot handle big things, but they can handle a lot of small things. Small things accumulate into big ones, and no company, no matter how big, can withstand it, not to mention that Zhuang has been on a downward trend in recent years. After the online and offline operations, if the pace continues, these supermarkets will have to close within a month. The 24-year-old Jang Ning has also become a rich person. If Richard comes to her again, she can confidently and boldly tell him, "I deserve James." She can fight back and bring crisis to Zhuang's company. Her few words can directly affect the market value of Zhuang's company and bring endless troubles. At the age of 24, Jang Ning has done what she wanted to do, but couldn't do at the age of 18. But at the age of 24, she can't go back. Eve didn't take Jang Ning seriously. She thought that an ex who had broken up with her for 5 years was nothing to be afraid of. But now she had to admit that, as a love rival, she barely qualified. Jang Ning think he can win back James? Hard in this way. Impossible. When he was with Jessica, James completely let her go. Eve finished her half cup of coffee, handed her phone to the staff behind her, and stood up. If there is nothing else to do in the afternoon, let's go home early. There are not many people watching the live broadcast room anyway, and the morning time is enough for the program crew to edit the main film later. I have other appointments scheduled this afternoon. Do you really want to go back? Eve looked at him coldly. Ling Xian stopped abruptly, inexplicably feeling a hint of murderous intent, and he knew that he and Eve had incompatible auras. The last time he dated Jang Ning, although the other party didn't like him, she at least pretended to be nice to him to maintain his dignity. Eve doesn't even bother to pretend, not even a lie. Ling Xian smiled awkwardly. Do you have work this afternoon? I just saw you looking at your phone for a long time. He was in a bad mood. No, I just felt bored after coming out. I won't go back and rest. All right. Eve has an aura of intimidation that cannot be ignored, and a strong sense of oppression, which makes Ling Xian unable to refute and can only obey. On the way back, Eve sat in the back seat, and Ling Xian drove in the front. For some reason, he had the illusion that he was driving for his boss. Eve leaned against the window, listening to the assistant's work report with headphones on. She received the latest news this morning that Frank was raising funds to buy the land in West City. The West City project is assessed to have high risks and has major problems. It seems very valuable at first glance, but in fact, according to the policies to be introduced later, it will only become a useless wasteland. Only the top leaders know the inside information, and there are very few of them. Frank's status cannot reach that level, so he does not know it. Frank not only wanted to take the project, he also planned to bid for the land, fearing that if he was a step slower, it would be snatched away by others. He therefore raised a lot of cash for this purpose, hoping to make a fortune from this project. It was worth it for her to spend so much time and energy to deliberately arrange someone to guide. As for Richard, the private detective sent her a text message saying that Richard was recently hospitalized and his condition seemed very serious, but the cause of the illness could not be found. I felt a little better today, but after taking a look at my phone, I felt dizzy again. As for Stella, she is locked up at home and there is no news about her. Anthony stayed with Richard in the hospital for a day and then left. Now he is rushing here with Jessica. Eve remembered that the director mentioned last week that there would be 2 guest stars joining the team, and it turned out to be them. Judging from the departure time, they will arrive tonight. The director really didn't reveal any news at all. Did he want to give her a surprise? It was indeed a surprise, and she was even a little impatient to meet her niece. The other side. It took Jang Ning nearly half an hour to calm down. She washed her face with cold water, removed her makeup, and then used powder to cover her red eyes to make her look less haggard. She said to the staff following her, "Don't tell James about what I just did on the live broadcast." The staff didn't understand, but they respected it. But the matter was so serious that even if they didn't say it, James would hear it from others. At this time, James didn't know what was going on. After waiting for Jang Ning in a restaurant for half an hour, he went to the milk tea shop next door, ordered a cup of hot drink, and sat in the shop with the air conditioning on to continue waiting. While he was waiting, he was stared at from time to time, but he didn't take it seriously. Just as the staff was hesitating whether to call Jang Ning to urge her, Jang Ning came back. The redness on the skin can be covered up with powder, but the redness in the eyes cannot be concealed. You can tell at a glance that she has been crying. You've been waiting for a long time. Let's go to the next place. Jang Ning smiled calmly as if nothing had happened. She led the way as if nothing had happened, saying as she walked, "I just saw a lot of handicraft shops over there. They seem quite interesting. We can do some handicrafts in the afternoon, or go to the mall to watch a movie. We can also eat something nearby in the afternoon. Let's not eat spicy food at night. It's not good for the stomach." James had a lot of words to say to comfort himself, but he didn't know where to start. Along the way, the atmosphere fell into a strange state, as if the two people knew everything and pretended to be at peace in order to maintain superficial harmony. Chapter 91 Love is shit. I want to have dinner. I want to go back early this afternoon. Jiang Ning was silent for a while, without asking any more questions, and just said, "Okay." When passing a doll shop, Jiang Ning suddenly stopped. She looked at a rabbit doll on the shelf and pulled James' sleeve. "James, can you give me a rabbit?" "What rabbit?" James looked back and saw a lop-eared rabbit wearing a JK top, which looked quite similar to Jiang Ning. Of course, it can be seen that Jiang Ning likes this rabbit very much. He holds it in his arms and can't let it go, with a faint smile on his face. James stared at her for a while and asked, "Do girls like stuffed toys like this?" "I don't know, but I like it very much, and it's a gift from you." The boss promoted the product. Girls generally can't resist cute and beautiful things. A doll of this size can be hugged while sleeping at night or placed on the bedside as a decoration. James looked at the price, and it was not expensive, as it could be bought for only 2 or 300 yuan. James seemed to suddenly become interested. He walked into the store and looked at the various dolls displayed on the wall. Finally, his eyes fixed on a white and pink fox. "Boss, please take that fox down for me to see." "Good." The fox was placed on the top floor, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find it, so the boss took it down using a clothesline. The little fox was teetering in midair and was about to fall, so James reached out and caught it. Jang Ning, who was standing aside, looked at the fox in James's hand, and Eva's figure emerged in his mind. Like the fox, she had a mole at the end of her eye. James was also staring at the mole and touching it with his hand. Jiang Ning tightened his grip around the rabbit. James put them down with satisfaction. "Boss, I want to buy these two together." "How much?" The total price of the two dolls was 500 yuan, after the boss gave me a discount and rounded off the price, so there was still 6,000 yuan left. James held the bag and asked Jiang Ning, "Is there any place you want to go?" Jiang Ning shook his head. "Go wherever you want to go. I'll follow you." James went directly to the mall he had seen before, budgeted a little, bought a necklace for $4,000, and then went to a bakery to make a cake. Jiang Ning followed him quietly throughout the journey, because he had already guessed who he would give it to, so he didn't ask any more questions. She pinched the rabbit's ears and thought that she was already very satisfied today. While James was making the cake, his agent called again. Jiang Ning answered the phone. "Sister Lan, I'm sorry. Her agent Li Lan has been very kind to her. If she hadn't secured resources for her over the years, she wouldn't be where she is today. She feels sorry for her for doing the live broadcast without discussing it with her in advance." The agent swallowed the curse that was about to come out of his mouth and sighed with some regret. "Don't record this variety show. Pack up and come back." "Okay, I understand." The agent was surprised. "I asked you to come back, so you came back. Are you willing to do that?" James from afar. He looked very focused on making the cake, which attracted a lot of people. 3 meters away from him, passers-by formed a circle and took pictures of him with their mobile phones. James has never lacked suitors. Among those who like him, she is just one of them, and the least qualified one. Jiang Ning lowered his eyes. "So what if I'm reluctant? He doesn't like me." "Agent, if you tell him that I forced you to break up with him, isn't it a betrayal if you use hardship as an excuse?" Jiang Ning laughed out loud. It was not a bitter laugh, but a relieved laugh. Besides, maybe he already has someone he likes now. James made mango lasagna, and you could tell at a glance that it wasn't for her because she was allergic to mangoes. There's a good saying on the internet: all misfortunes are revealed by comparison. Perhaps never meeting each other again is the best reconciliation between her and James, and also the best ending for them. There's no need to resolve misunderstandings. They just need to live their own lives well. After the agent finished talking to Jiang Ning on the phone, there was silence for a long time. She pressed her aching temples and made herself a cup of coffee. For companies, artists are more like commodities, and the packaging of commodities is the artist's personality. The better the packaging, the more people will like them, and they can be sold at a better price. The first time Li Lan met Jiang Ning was in a costume drama, where Jiang Ning played a little beggar and was a member of an extra group with no lines. The thin body is hidden in the crowd and cannot be seen unless you look carefully. But when the director shouts "start," you can see her at a glance. Even if she becomes a background board and doesn't even have a shot, she will still play the role with all her heart. She portrayed the beggar's suffering vividly. Even though her face was blackened, it couldn't hide her beautiful eyes. For the first time, she intuitively felt such a good eye acting. A beggar was numb from suffering, and when he saw hope, he couldn't help but rekindle hope. In the end, when the hope was shattered and he lost the desire to survive, his eyes were like 2 drops of thick ink, never to see the light again. Gold shines wherever it goes, so Li Lan decided to sign Jiang Ning immediately. The process of signing Jiang Ning was easy. After giving her a week to think about it, she agreed. Jiang Ning has good facial features and is beautiful, so she was born to do this job. On the day of signing the contract, Jiang Ning told her very bluntly that she wanted to be famous, to make a lot of money, and to change her life. Very good. She likes such ambitious people. She gave Jiang Ning a lot of preferential treatment in the contract. In her first film, she was asked to play the female lead in a campus idol drama. The character's appearance and personality seemed tailor-made for her. In order to make her famous, Li Lan developed a complete star-making plan. In addition to filming, There's also post-production marketing hype, and hyping up the CP is essential. Jang Ning didn't agree with the CP hype at first, but after asking, she found out that she actually had a boyfriend. She discussed the pros and cons with Jang Ning. Promoting CP is just a job, and it will be purified after the show is over. If you want to gain a firm foothold in the circle, you must have a strong fan group. Don't you want to change your fate quickly? This is the opportunity. She coaxed Jang Ning to sign the contract. Jang Ning's first drama as the female lead was a hit. She had more CP fans than active fans. She got a lot of business notices and endorsements by hyping up her CP. Jang Ning also went from being an unknown artist to a third-tier artist. It was precisely because of this breakthrough that Jang Ning became qualified to negotiate. She had only one request. She did not want to create any CP rumors. After careful consideration, the company agreed, but on the condition that the drama she starred in must achieve an S+ rating. If it fails to do so, she must obey the company's arrangements. Jang Ning was 19 years old and was naive. She thought she could stay with her boyfriend until they got married. Lilan has seen all kinds of people in the entertainment industry and knows one thing very well. Love means nothing. Young people like Jang Ning simply cannot withstand the test of human nature. Chapter 92: Meeting the right person at the wrong time. No man can tolerate his girlfriend having an affair with another man, unless he doesn't love her. As early as when Jang Ning and the male actor were hyped as a couple in her first drama, their love had changed, just like a newly rotten apple. You thought it was only a little rotten, but in fact the bacteria had already spread all over it. Lilan had advised Jang Ning to break up and focus on her career. What did Jang Ning say at that time? Oh, she said she wanted to enter the entertainment industry just for her boyfriend. The entertainment industry is a big melting pot that cannot accommodate pure love. Sure enough, after the second drama was released, Jang Ning became an instant hit and became a popular young actress, just as she had expected when she first saw her. If Jang Ning is not popular, who will be popular if God is rushing to feed him? But troubles followed, like when Jang Ning was secretly meeting her boyfriend and was caught by paparazzi. How can she, whose persona is the first love goddess, fall in love? Jang Ning, who debuted for a year, has yet to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. She needs the support of her fans, but for her fans, falling in love means ruining their reputation. Should I announce my relationship or break up with my boyfriend? Announcing a relationship will definitely lead to a collapse of fans, cancellation of business cooperation, and you may never have the chance to become a first-line star in this lifetime. There are too many examples of this kind. How many celebrities have lost themselves in love relationships? There is no shortage of newcomers in the entertainment industry. If you disappear today, someone will replace you the next day. Slowly, the people who like you will forget you. Announcing a relationship will not only affect your own career, but also your significant other. Jang Ning's boyfriend is an amateur. Once the truth is made public, she will face a lot of troubles being watched, insulted, and maybe even in danger. It will be impossible for her to return to a peaceful life. Jang Ning, do you want him to be in danger? As long as you are in the entertainment industry, he will be mentioned because of you and will be looked at strangely. Your fans will attack him, your haters will scold him, and even curse his family. Do you really want to see him like this? Not only that, your career will also be affected. You could have changed your life and stood at the highest point, but now you are ruined. If you want to continue to be with him, the company can only support someone else, and your resources will be divided among others. It is both reality and coercion. Some paparazzi have no moral qualities at all. In order to find out who Jang Ning's boyfriend is, they searched the area around Jang Ning's home and even went to the school to inquire. Seeing that James' information was about to be exposed, Jang Ning finally chose to break up. She didn't even dare to call James for fear that she would cry so hard that she wouldn't be able to speak clearly when she broke up, that she would regret it as soon as she opened her mouth, that she would make the wrong choice, and that she would hurt James. She turned back into a turtle curled up in her shell. During that time, some extreme netizens believed the paparazzi's words, sent her horror pictures at night, and cursed her lover to die a miserable death. After watching her break up, Lilan quickly threw her into another crew to prevent her from regretting and getting back together with her ex-boyfriend. The closed crew cut off from outside news. During that period, Jang Ning took on one drama after another in a self-torturing manner, achieving a seamless connection with the crew for 365 days and filming all year round. There were professional martial artists available to do it for her, but she insisted on doing it herself and got beaten all over. Everyone in the crew praised her professionalism, But only Lilan knew that she was using this method to atone for her sins. When her body hurt, her heart wouldn't hurt, and she wouldn't think about James anymore. During a fight scene, she was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Due to a mistake, she injured her waist while hanging on wires, and she nearly died from a broken forearm during an explosion scene. Why does Jang Ning work so hard? I lost James. Light lost its color. The whole world was empty, as if life had lost its meaning. She wasn't abusing herself. She was committing suicide. Lilan finally couldn't stand it anymore, so she redrafted a contract and asked Jang Ning to sign it. The agreement clearly stated that as long as she won the Grand Slam and became a Best Actress, the company would support her and James and would not prevent her from dating. What Li Lanfang was thinking at the time was that no matter how talented Jang Ning was, he was just a newcomer. There was a huge difference between acting in idol dramas and acting in movies. Not to mention winning the Grand Slam. There are many people who changed their careers and then went to make movies but did nothing, and after more than 10 or 20 years, they haven't made a name for themselves. The title of Best Actress is difficult to obtain, let alone win the Grand Slam. By the time Jang Ning wins the award, she will probably be 30 years old. At 30, no one will care about her love life. By that time, she might even have forgotten who James is. Jang Ning held the contract in his hands, as if he had grabbed the last straw. Lilan kept a close eye on her and didn't allow her to look for James. In order to discourage her from loving love, she kept accepting notices for her, either filming a movie or shooting a commercial. She didn't even have time to rest and had no extra time to look for James. During this period, Lilan also revealed to her that James had moved on early and had a girlfriend. The other party was a rich girl, very beautiful, rich and pretty, and a good match for him. Based on her understanding of Jang Ning would never do anything to interfere in other people's feelings. Unexpectedly, she actually said, "It's just a relationship, not marriage. I will wait for the day when he breaks up with me." She stubbornly believed that as long as the misunderstanding was resolved, she would be able to reconcile with James. At the beginning of this year, 24-year-old Jang Ning won the Grand Slam and became a big movie queen, 6 years earlier than Lilan expected. Jang Ning was about to go find James, but learned that he was getting engaged. At that moment, Jang Ning seemed to be back to the day when he broke up with James at the age of 19. Lilan was afraid that she would be depressed, so she stayed with her all the time. From the age of 18 to 24, Jang Ning completed her transformation. She became strong, confident, steady, and mature. Lilan recalled the day when she signed the agreement with Jang Ning, and Jang Ning asked her, "By following you, can I change my life? I want to make a lot of money. I want fame and status. I want to be respected by others." She stood up, took her hand, and said, "Of course you can." Over the years, Jang Ning has grown rapidly, from a weed into a towering tree, and has lived up to her fans. In today's live broadcast, Jang Ning explained that she was the one who proposed the breakup first, but did not reveal these details. Everyone said that Jang Ning betrayed James and let him down. "The first thing I do when I get ashore is to kill the person I love." The bitter taste of coffee spread in her mouth and lingered. Lilan stood up, opened the window, and looked at the clouds in the sky. She took out her cell phone and posted the contract she had signed with Jang Ning online. She also edited the details and described in detail what had happened to Jang Ning over the years. Meeting the right person at the wrong time is destined to be a tragedy. There is no romantic reunion, only reminiscing about the past, and even holding hands and hugging become hurtful gestures. Chapter 93, Your bed looks very comfortable. James was making the cake. He had to pay attention to the time. Before he knew it, it was 3:58. He quickly asked the staff for a cell phone and called Eve as soon as he got it. "Eve, I thought you were having so much fun on your date that you forgot to call me." "I haven't forgotten." And because of what Eve said this morning, he always remembered it and kept thinking about it. Eve asked, "When are you coming home?" Hearing the word "go home," James' heart warmed up. "I'll be home by 5:30 at the latest." Eve suddenly stopped talking, and James wondered if she was unhappy. "I was preparing a surprise and took some time." "Where are you now?" What he actually wanted to ask was, "Are you still dating Ling Xian?" Eve dragged out the words. She was going to torture him, but she suddenly changed her mind. "I'll wait for you at home. Come home early." Everyone else likes to call it cottage, but Eve likes to call it home. James smiled, as if he hadn't been home for a long time. After hanging up the phone, James hurried to make the cake and finished it around 4:30. He didn't ask anyone for help throughout the whole process. Even the packaging was done by himself. "I didn't expect you could bake cakes so well." Jang Ning walked up with a glass of water and asked, "Would you like some water?" "I don't want to drink for now." James just wanted to pack up quickly and go back as soon as possible. Without even looking up, he said, "There's a strawberry cake in the fridge. It's made for you." Jiang Ning asked with a trembling voice, "You made this especially for me? You've been with me all afternoon, so I'll take this as a thank you." It was just an ordinary thank you gift without any other meaning. Jiang Ning understood the meaning. She said, "Thank you," and opened the refrigerator. The cake was not big, just the right size for her to eat by herself. She took a bite, and it tasted sweet and sour, but she tasted a hint of bitterness. The air was filled with the sweet smell of cake. James lowered his eyes and slowly made the final touches. The light above his head cast a hazy glow on his face. Jiang Ning felt that she could sit here and look at him forever and never get tired of him. James made a decoration with colored lights. After making sure the box was stable enough and would not fall apart, he picked it up and said, "You can go back now." Jiang Ning also finished eating the cake. The bodyguard drove the car back. James opened the back door and did not put the cake in the trunk. Instead, he held it in his arms to prevent it from tipping over. Jiang Ning got in the car and sat next to James. "Is the cake for Eve? Is it her birthday today?" Jiang Ning could guess that James was not surprised at all. After all, they had been together all day, and he did not deliberately hide it. She didn't want anyone else to know. Jiang Ning assured him, "I won't tell anyone." Once they stopped talking, the atmosphere became weird. Jiang Ning looked out the window and said, "Xiaoyan, do you like Eve?" Living his life over again, James actually doesn't take love very seriously. He just thinks it's better to be alone than to be with the wrong person. He can't follow the same path as in his previous life and just find someone to marry and live with. When he first joined the program, he wanted to just go through the motions, be a passerby, take the money and leave, but now his thoughts have changed a little. Just let it be. If you meet the right person, be brave and go for it. If not, it's not impossible to live alone for the rest of your life. Jiang Ning couldn't help but remind him, "I always feel that Eve is not as simple as she seems." She would rather learn about it in person than from others. Feel, see, listen, explore, slowly get to know a person from the outside in. This is also a kind of fun. Eve is indeed not as simple as she seems. In James's opinion, she is like a mysterious treasure, waiting for you to slowly dig out. I just want to remind you not to fall into it all at once. Be careful. She won't hurt me. Why should I be careful of her? Realizing that his tone was a bit stiff, James added, "Thank you for your kindness. I know my limits." Jiang Ning had known Eve for a short time, so it was normal for him to be wary of her. He is different. According to the time in his previous life, he has known Eve for 20 or 30 years. Seeing James defending Eve like this, it was impossible for her to not feel pain. She could only comfort herself. There's a term in psychology called desensitization stage. Once you get used to it, you won't feel the pain anymore. The other guests had already returned from their appointments, and James and Jiang Ning's group were the last to arrive. Jiang Ning got out of the car holding the plush rabbit. "Is the fox you bought for Eve? Do you need me to give it to her for you?" Jiang Ning thought that since she and Eve lived together, if James didn't want to attract attention, she could help him sell the property. James refused outright. "No, she will be happier if I give it to her personally. The gift is important, but the process is equally important." James plans to put the cake and the stuffed fox in the car. The temperature has dropped sharply recently, with the temperature at night being 23 degrees Celsius, so there's no need to worry about the cake going bad if it is left in the car. James returned to the cabin. The first person he saw was Eve. The strange thing was that Eve was not wearing the red dress she had worn this morning. "I'm back." James raised his hand to show Eve his watch. "I'm not late. It's exactly 5:20 now." He was originally sitting on a wicker chair. When she saw James come back, she stood up and looked him up and down. The naked gaze seemed to strip him of his clothes, and she came to him. "Where is my surprise?" "In the car." James paused. "There are a lot of people here now. I'll give it to you in the evening." In fact, compared with those material things, she likes James more as a person. If she could pack up James and throw him on her bed, that would be the biggest surprise. "Where will it be for me tonight?" "In your room." This made people think a lot. James didn't seem to understand her teasing and said seriously, "There's nothing good to see in my room. I'll take you outside when the time comes." "Who said your room is not nice?" "I like it very much, especially the bed you decorated. It looks very comfortable. We can go outside. I will listen to your arrangements." Every day, she didn't see James. She wanted to make him blush. "I'll wait for you to knock on my door tonight," Eve said, curling her eyes, and the little mole at the corner of her eyes seemed to be stained with a thin layer of powder. Eve is like a 1,000-year-old fox, and if you are not careful, you will fall into the trap she sets. Obviously, she was not like this at the beginning, and James wanted to correct her and tell her not to say such misleading words. Just as he was about to speak, Beata ran over holding a clay pot and asked, "James, where did you go with Jang Ning today? Why did you come back so late?" "I didn't go anywhere." Beata held up a shit-colored ceramic jar in her hand and said, "Look, what is this?" Without waiting for James to answer, Beata said, "This is the jar that Fong Chun and I made together. It's not worse than the ones you and Eve made. Fong Chun and I not only made handicrafts, but also went to the aquarium together and watched animal shows. There are a lot of delicious food nearby. We ate while walking around and took a lot of photos with a Polaroid camera. I'll show you later." James reacted quickly. Wasn't this the place where he and Eve had their first date and the things they did? Chapter 94. Jessica is about to arrive at the battlefield. Beata said this while secretly glancing at James' facial expression. "Do you care? Are you angry? Do you feel uncomfortable when you see her dating other men?" Fong Chun is very good. He takes great photos. He would squat down to find the right angle and make my legs look long and thin. He is also very careful and patient. He can remember something I just mentioned once, and more. James listened to her carefully, without any impatience on his face. Beata instantly felt as if her enthusiasm had been thrown into ice water. She closed her open mouth. After a moment of silence, she asked, "James, what do you think of Fong Chun? Why are you asking me this?" Beata hugged the clay pot tightly in her arms and said awkwardly, "Don't they say that men understand men better? I haven't known him as long as you have. You just went on a date with him today. Can't you feel what he is like? If you want to understand him, feel it with your heart. What you hear from others may not be true, and it is not fair to the other person. I don't want to understand him. I want to see you." Beata's face turned red with anxiety, and she almost said what was in her heart. She glared at James in anger. All the tactics of playing hard to get and moving closer and farther away were completely useless. James, this blockhead, actually advised her to try to understand Fong Chun. Does he really want him to be with someone else? After getting angry, she became deflated again, just like a bloated balloon that suddenly wilts. Beata, who was full of energy just now, suddenly felt a pain in her heart and felt depressed. Eve, who was standing by, had a smile on her face, as if she was enjoying the show. There seemed to be a scornful smile on her face, as if she had seen through her inner thoughts. Beata felt ashamed and like a clown. She held the clay jar tightly in her hands, her arms shaking as if she was about to crush the clay in her arms. "Nothing. I just think Fong Chun is not bad. At least he is better than you, stronger than you, more romantic than you, and understands women better than you." Eve laughed out loud. "Since you think he's so good, just be with him. Anyway, our show is for dating. Choose Fong Chun. No one will compete with you. We will all support you. Who I'm with is none of your business." Eve turned her head to look at James and said with sudden realization, "It's really none of our business, isn't it, James? It's us, not me." Even though there's only one word difference, the meaning is completely different. James said, and Beata's face turned pale instantly. She felt inexplicably aggrieved. Her nose felt sore and her eyes suddenly turned red. Beata is tear incontinent, has a strong addiction to being a good person, and likes to be sharp-tongued. But when it comes to a real argument, she can't win. When she scolds people, she is always superficial, but when others scold her, she always hits the mark. Seeing that James completely stood on Eve's side and listened to her, Beata could only try hard to hold back her tears. Why does he help Eve so much? Doesn't he feel uncomfortable with Eve's identity? She is Jessica's aunt. Beata glared at Eve in a very powerless manner. It would be too embarrassing to cry at this time. No matter what, she couldn't lose the momentum. If she wanted to compete with Eve for the man, she couldn't be looked down upon by her. Eve didn't bother to pay attention to Beata. "Let's go to the kitchen and see what to eat tonight." "Good." Bang! There was a sound of something breaking behind him. James looked back and saw that it was Beata's clay pot that was broken. "Eve, leave her alone. Let her clean up." James looked at Beata squatting on the ground, not knowing whether she was crying or cleaning up the mess. James couldn't help but think of what Fong Chun reminded him yesterday. It's really not James' fault for being slow. After all, Beata spoke harshly and made sarcastic remarks to him when she saw him in her previous life. He married Jessica. She kept persuading Jessica to divorce him every other day, and she even said it to his face. With the stereotype of Beata from his previous life, James really couldn't understand why Beata who always looked down on him, would like him. I can only say that Beata's way of liking someone is quite unique, and most people really can't guess it. Eve looked indifferent. She thought Beata was just a little brat who could go play somewhere else. Jessica is on the way. Beata claims to be Jessica's best friend. So will she dare to chase James in front of her best friend in the future? Eve knows her niece very well. Anything that has passed through her hands, she will not give it to others, even if it is to be destroyed. If anyone dares to snatch it from her, she will turn against them. Jang Ning and Ling Xian are cooking tonight. Jang Ning's best skill is making porridge. Tonight he made yam and millet porridge, which is good for nourishing the stomach. While the porridge is cooking in the pot, you also need to prepare a few side dishes. With James and Eve joining in, dinner was ready quickly. The program has been recorded for 20 days, and they still don't have fixed seats, so every time they eat, they will see open and secret fighting. What the audience likes to watch most is the Shura field. By the way, let's take a look and complain that when James sits at the table, it's like Tang Monk entering the spider cave. Eve always sits next to James. Instead of sitting still, she prefers to take the initiative and call James to sit next to her. So in most cases, Jang Ning and Beata were competing with each other. If they couldn't sit next to James, they would sit opposite him. But today something changed. After Fong Chan sat down, he took the initiative to call Bata, Shinrong, come and sit next to me. Beata glanced at James first, and then walked over when she saw that he didn't react. Fong Chan raised the corners of his lips and served Beata a bowl of porridge. The 6 people ate and chatted, and the most talked about topic was today's date, where they went and how they had fun. The one who was asked the most was James. James answered. He was keenly aware that some people around him were looking at him strangely. Some seemed to be enjoying the show, while others seemed to be feeling pity and regret. Did something happen today that he didn't know about? James didn't go into details. Fong Chan said, "We went to the Ocean Mansion today, which is where you and Eve had a date last time. Don't mention it. That place is really suitable for a date. Shinrong had a lot of fun today. If I had known this last time, I wouldn't have changed it." Ling Xian didn't want to talk about the topic of dating. Today he was either acting as a son or a driver. He could see that this program was specially prepared for James. Eve and Jiang Ning came for James. As for Beata, she glanced at James no less than 50 times while having a meal. Only Fong Chun felt good about himself. Didn't he realize that he was living in James' shadow? You should know that the location for the second date was arranged by the female guest. Beata chose any other place but the Ocean Mansion where James had been. After dinner, some washed the dishes, some washed up, and after the table was cleaned, Eve washed her hands and returned to the room. She turned on a light and saw the plush rabbit on Jiang Ning's bed. Tapter hexacument vi seves Yang Ning. Looking at the plush rabbit on the bed that looked very similar to Jiang Ning, Eve's expression froze and her brows furrowed. Just then Jiang Ning came back after washing the dishes. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Eve looking at the rabbit on her bed. Jiang Ning picked up the rabbit and asked, "James bought it for me. Does it look like me?" Even though she knew she was no longer qualified, she was still competitive and refused to admit defeat when facing Eve. How could she let it go all of a sudden? James was the person she had liked for more than 10 years, and many of her first times in life were with him. Even after 5 years of separation, she still couldn't forget him and relied on memories to get through those torturous days. When I think that the person I love will hug someone else one day, and the person next to him or her is not you, the heartache I feel is indescribable. It seems that even an award-winning actress cannot hide her true emotions in reality. Eve really wants to push her in front of the mirror and let her take a good look at the unwilling jealousy in her eyes. Eve retracted her gaze and walked towards her with a smile. "Then may I ask, did he give it to you on his own initiative? If not, it's just charity, and I wouldn't want it if it were me." Jiang Ning's already pale face suddenly seemed to lose all its color. She hugged the rabbit tightly in her arms, as if only in this way could she keep her body warm. "You're right. This is what I asked him for, but I don't think it's cheap." Jiang Ning put the rabbit back in its place and began to organize the things she brought. Eve watched her packing her suitcase and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Ning squatted on the ground and put his clothes down. "I'm going to pack up and leave." "You're not recording anymore?" "The company has other arrangements." Eve thought about today's hot searches. Jiang Ning's clarification added fuel to the fire for the dealer, but it also burned her. Jiang Ning's fame has brought him a lot of backlash. Some old stories have been held on to by netizens, who have made trivial matters into something as big as the sky falling. Therefore, Eve concluded that it was not Jiang Ning who wanted to go back, but the company asked her to go back. They wanted to keep her lonely for a few days and then release her after this period. Eve, Jang Ning stood up and looked at Eve seriously. I know you're not as simple as you appear. You like James, and I have no right to stop you. But I only ask you not to hurt him, not to give up on him, to love him a little more than others, and to take good care of his health. I love him no less than you do. I have already done everything you can do for him, and even better than you. I know about your past with James. You broke up 5 years ago, and it was you who proposed it. You gave up on him, and now he's back. I just want to ask, can you tell the difference between obsession and love? Jang Ning was distracted briefly and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. How many people confuse love with obsession? You can't get it because it doesn't belong to you, and you can't let it go because you are unwilling to give up. James passed and ignored the changes he had made now. Isn't this a kind of obsession? Liking someone means I want to change, and obsession comes from me wanting to change for him. The more I change, the deeper the obsession becomes. Jang Ning asked, Eve, have you always looked down on me? I don't look down on you, but I have never taken you seriously. Your purpose in coming here is nothing more than to reconcile with James. However, there are only 3 possibilities for reconciliation. No break at all, no mirror at all, and no reconciliation at all. Which of these 3 do you think you are? Eve sat on the chair, her hands casually resting on the armrests, looking up slightly as if she was a queen. I did have a bad impression of you before. You have been an actor for too long and have forgotten that there are no scripts in reality. You are too self-righteous and think you can control everything. Take the incident of James being cyberbullied this time. I don't believe you just found out about it today. I want to ask, what have you been thinking about in the past 10 days? Are you weighing the pros and cons? Or do you want to have the best of both worlds? The ancients told you a long time ago that you can't have your cake and eat it too. The more you want, the more you lose. Jang Ning retorted. Then what did you do for him? Eve was both amused and annoyed, and raised her eyebrows. Guess why no one dares to spread rumors about James online now? In the face of absolute strength, these things that others cannot solve are just garbage in front of her. This was the first time Eve showed her strength in front of Jang Ning, and she saw the other party's shocked expression as she wished. Jang Ning murmured, So it was you? Her agent had sent her text messages many times to remind her not to meddle in other people's business, and that there was a big boss behind James who would help him clarify things and fight the lawsuit. Jang Ning thought of many people, but he never thought that person would be Eve. How unfathomable this person is. If that's the case, then what can she use to compete with him? I can do what you can do for him, but you may not be able to do what I can do. Eve stood up, walked in front of Jang Ning gracefully, and said sympathetically, You are James' friend, which means you are my friend. As a friend, I promise you that I will treat James well. Simply put, whether I can accommodate you depends entirely on how you position yourself. Will they become friends or rivals? If Jang Ning is open-minded, when she and James get married in the future, she can invite her to her wedding or allow her to visit once a year for a meal. Don't think about anything else. She is narrow-minded. Eve told Jang Ning clearly that she couldn't beat her, and there was no way she and James could get back together. Under Eve's strong pressure, Jang Ning took a small step back. Eve, if you were me, would you be able to let it go so easily? Don't be ridiculous. I can't be like you. If I catch him, I will cling to him and won't let go even if I die. All the pros and cons have to give way when facing James. James is her only choice, but the prerequisite is to give her this opportunity. I understand that you can't let him go. After all, treasures will be coveted. Eve patted Jang Ning's shoulder like a caring elder sister. It's okay. I'll let you watch him carefully, and you'll stop if you watch too much. The words on his lips seemed to turn into cement, flowing through his blood to his limbs and bones. His body became extremely stiff. After a long time, Jang Ning tried to speak. Okay, I'll wait and see. The two people who were diametrically opposed to each other reached a consensus at this moment. Thinking about it carefully, Jang Ning was more envious of Eve than jealousy. He envied that she could do whatever she wanted without any interference. She gave up. When she recalled the 18-year-old James countless times, she was no longer worthy of the current James. She was far inferior to Eve. Chapter 96. Why did you bring me to the woods so late at night? At 10 o'clock in the evening, when everyone went back to their rooms to sleep, James knocked on Eve's door. The person who opened the door was Jang Ning. James looked stunned. Where's Eve? Eve at the beginning and thought that Eve would stand at the door waiting for him to knock. She's changing clothes in there. There was a very small washroom in the female guest room. Then I'll wait for her outside. Come in. There are a lot of mosquitoes outside. Jang Ning dragged James into the house directly. The cameras in the house have been turned off. You can sit anywhere. Eve will be out soon. James didn't look around, but sat on the stool in a daze. Jang Ning asked, "Where are you going to take Eve?" "Just wandering around outside." "Did you bring a flashlight?" "Yes." "Where's the mosquito repellent?" She asked a question, and James answered, "I brought it too." Jang Ning reminded him, "There are a lot of mosquitoes outside, and mosquito repellent may not work. You'd better bring a bottle of insect repellent." James said, "I'm prepared for this too." James considers everything very carefully. He has already thought of everything that others can think of, and even thinks more and more comprehensively. Jiang Ning fell silent. The room was so quiet that he could hear Eve changing clothes. Jiang Ning suddenly said, "Eve is a nice person, better than me." Jiang Ning was indeed too self-righteous, imposing what she thought was good on James. What she thought was love was completely different from what James wanted. James was once abandoned by his parents, and he was afraid of being abandoned again. Just like the saying goes, "I long for someone to love me violently until death, to understand that love is as powerful as death, and to stand by my side forever." Eve's reckless madness in love is exactly what James longs for. As for her, she will no longer make any excuses for herself. Betrayal is always betrayal, no matter when, where, or what the reason. James was surprised. What made Jiang Ning change his impression of Eve? She reminded him in the afternoon that Eve was not simple and asked him to be careful not to get involved. James subconsciously said, "Thank you," then quickly realized that Jiang Ning was praising Eve, so why did he say thank you? At this time, the bathroom door opened and Eve came out. She was wearing the red dress she had worn in the morning. Her long hair was tied up with a hairpin. There was no extra jewelry to embellish it. She looked extremely elegant with just a simple look. For a moment, James admitted he was stunned. "Let's go." James stood up and said hello to Jiang Ning. "We're leaving first." "Jiang Ning, be careful on the road." Eve followed James, and when she closed the door, she winked at Jiang Ning and gave him a meaningful smile. James and Eve were gone. It was time for her to get ready to leave as well. She didn't bring much with her, so she packed up quickly. The already empty room became even emptier. Jiang Ning took out her cell phone and called her agent. "Sister Lan, I have packed my luggage and can leave at any time. When will you arrange for someone to pick me up?" The agent did not agree with her participating in this program in the first place and had advised her to go back several times. Now that he knows she is willing to go back, he will probably arrange for someone to pick her up in the evening. Lilan seemed to sigh speechlessly. "It's like this, I just received news that you were asked to stay and finish recording the variety show." "Who did you hear from?" "I can't tell you. Anyway, just keep recording." "Won't this affect the company?" "Why didn't you think about all this when you were doing it?" "Anyway, the boss has agreed to it, so just record it with peace of mind. Someone will cover it for you. If there's nothing else, just hang up. I'm exhausted after attending meetings all day today. I'm going to sleep." Lilan yawned on the phone. Her voice was hoarse. Jiang Ning felt guilty. "Sister Lan, thank you." "Yeah." The other party quickly hung up the phone. Jiang Ning stood there in a daze, looking at the turned-off phone screen. She doesn't have to go back? Can she record till the end? How could this happen? The agent clearly didn't say that during broad daylight, and it's only been a short time. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered what Eve said. "It's okay, I'll let you watch it carefully, and you'll quit watching it if you watch it too much." James first took Eve to the car and handed her the fox in the car. Eve hugged him tightly and looked at the fox in her arms with the light of the flashlight. You can tell at a glance that it was bought from the same store as Jiang Ning's rabbit. Could it be that he bought it for her after buying it for Jiang Ning? Eve was not happy and said what was in her mind. "Did you buy the rabbit first or the fox first?" James said honestly, "I bought the rabbit first, but I saw that this fox looked like you, so I bought both together." "How is it similar?" James leaned forward and pointed at the mole on the corner of the foxes. "It's the same here as yours." Not only do they look alike, Eve's personality is also as cunning and changeable as a fox. Eve was a little angry at first, but her anger instantly subsided. If she thinks of her when she sees a doll, doesn't this prove that she is in her heart? Eve asked, "What are you holding?" James' hand was placed in a black bag, hidden in the night, so Eve couldn't see what he was holding. "Open it, and see for yourself when you get there." "Well done." She was already looking forward to the next surprise more and more. Eve looked curious. "Where are you taking me?" "Just follow me." James held a flashlight, and Eve followed him closely. It was the first time she went out at night, in all the time she had been here. Eve doesn't like going out at night. She hates the dark, but as long as James is by her side, all her dislikes can turn into likes. James, are you going to take me into the woods? James stumbled over his left foot and stood firm. He looked at Eve helplessly. You are a girl. Don't always say things that can be misunderstood. This is not good. Eve was eager to learn. Is drilling into the woods a bad word? What does it mean? I'm very curious, Mr. Zhuang. Can you help me explain the meaning of this word? I want to learn. James, Eve is so different from her previous life that he doesn't know how to communicate with her normally. Eve gently grabbed his clothes and pulled them. Walk slower. Don't walk so fast. I have night blindness. Her vision would be affected at night, even with a flashlight. Her psychiatrist told her that she did not have night blindness, but a post-traumatic stress disorder. James heard this without turning around. He stretched out his hand and accurately grasped Eve's wrist. I'll lead you over. Don't be afraid. Eve lowered her eyes and looked at James' hand. Her eyes curved and she smiled like the little fox in her arms. It was a pity that James couldn't see it. I don't know if James felt her excited heartbeat when he held her wrist. Eve tried her best to keep up with James' steps, following the shadows on the ground, not knowing where she was, and finally, he stopped. Here we are, look. Eve looked up and saw a lot of fireflies. Chapter 97. Happy birthday, Eve. Eve then realized that James had brought her to a nearby stream, close to the water. James took a wooden stick and patted the grass, and the fireflies flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Eve is watching fireflies, and James is watching her. One time, James passed by here and found a female firefly, so he guessed that there would be fireflies here at night. This morning, when he heard Eve say that Ling Xian was going to take her to see fireflies, he subconsciously thought of this place. James pretended to ask casually, where did you and Ling Xian go today? Eve found a rock to sit on, propped up her chin, and looked up at him. We didn't go to the amusement park, so we didn't ride the Ferris wheel. We just walked around the nearby shopping mall, and then found a random store to have a cup of coffee. Ling Xian prepared a bouquet of roses for me, but I didn't accept it. Eve explained everything from beginning to end, as if to show her loyalty. Anything else you want to ask? Actually, there was nothing he wanted to ask, but he was a little concerned about the red dress Eve was wearing. This is the skirt you were wearing this morning. Why did you suddenly change it after you came back? Eve patted the stone beside her. Come and sit down. I'll tell you. The two stones were very close to each other, and physical contact was inevitable when sitting down. Eve glanced at him sideways, then slowly moved closer, rubbing her chin against the clothes on his shoulder. Whether it's the red dress in the morning or the red dress in the evening, I wore them just for you, so I changed them as soon as you left in the morning. His ears felt numb and tingling, and James couldn't help but tighten his neck. He quickly changed the subject and put the bag in front of Eve. Open the gifts. Hold it for me. Eve handed the fox in her arms to James. She squatted down and opened the bag. Cake. Well, I made mango milfai. He remembered that Eve in his previous life loved mangoes very much. You can also bake cakes? It was indeed an unexpected surprise, and James just happened to make her favorite mango milfai. This is not difficult. Eve opened the box and touched a switch, and the colored lights around the cake suddenly lit up. James lit the candles and celebrated Eve's 27th birthday. Eve closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and made a wish. The flickering candlelight dimmed her face. James asked, cake first. Eve shook her head. I want to take a picture first with my phone. She adjusted the brightness of her phone and handed it to James. Beautiful scenery does not require photo editing or filters, and any photo can be taken easily. Eve sits among the fireflies, with a cake with candles beside her and a pink fox in her arms. She looks up and smiles. The night breeze gently caresses her hair. Her eyes are as misty as water and as bright as thousands of stars. James squatted on the ground, took out his mobile phone, found the right angle, and took a quick photo. Is the photo taken? Wait. James stood up and walked towards her. There seems to be something on you. What? Eve thought there was a bug on her body and raised her hand to swat it. Don't move. James called out to her and reached out his hand. Eve really stopped moving. She looked at James nervously as he approached. The surroundings were quiet with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the treetops. James' fingertips approached the little fox in her arms. She lowered her head and, with the help of the dim light, saw James pick something up from it. James lifted it up, a necklace dangling in the air, his eyes smiling, his voice extremely soft. For you. This is a very simple clavicle necklace with only a red bean as embellishment. Simple styles like this are not easy to go wrong with, and could be matched well with clothes. Eve's eyes lit up. She looked at the necklace in James' hand, then looked at James again. Did you buy it today? Well, do you like it? This is a gold necklace. Gold is not cheap. According to the market price, it is 4 or 500 yuan per gram. Including the labor cost, this necklace costs 4 or 5,000 yuan. To rich people, something that costs 4 or 5,000 is like something that costs 4 or 500 and is worthless. Eve has seen all kinds of expensive gifts in her life, ranging from millions to tens of millions. After people are satisfied with material things, they will start to pursue spiritual things. The value of the gift is no longer important, but how much sincerity the person has put into it. James completed tasks for a whole day and exchanged his points for 7,000 in cash. He used the 7,000 in cash to buy her the most expensive gift possible. On this day, he probably had very little money left. Eve took the necklace from James' hand. It's really beautiful. I like it very much. I think it matches the dress I'm wearing. Can you help me put on? Such a necklace is too cheap for Eve. She deserves better. James took the necklace and thought silently that after the recording was over, he would buy her a good necklace. Eve felt the heat coming from behind. When James put the necklace on her, his fingers accidentally brushed against her skin. Her mind was shaken, and the desire not to let James go became deeper. The fireflies fly upwards, as if connecting with the stars to form sky. The moonlight in the sky was brighter than a flashlight, and the light silver fell on James. He was like the moon that belonged to her. It seems that anything I say at this time will easily ruin the atmosphere, so it's better not to say anything. There are many mosquitoes at night, and even spraying mosquito repellent cannot completely avoid them. James brought an insect killer, but the insect killer has a strong smell and can kill mosquitoes, and the same goes for fireflies. James took off his coat and put it on Eve, covering her arms. Eve, I'm not cold. James explained, it's used to keep away mosquitoes. You're using it to keep mosquitoes away from me. What about you? Eve stared at his exposed arm. I don't know what blood type James has, but he is particularly attractive to mosquitoes. However, it is said that mosquitoes like sweet blood. Eve looked at James' thin lips with dark eyes and suddenly wanted to taste it to see if it was really that sweet. James didn't know what Eve was thinking. He waved his arms and said awkwardly, "This way the mosquitoes won't bite you," because he had led them away. Eve lowered her head and chuckled, straightening her coat. Although James is quite thin, his clothes are looser than expected. The coat covers her completely. Eve squatted on the ground, holding the coat lightly with both hands. The coat still has the scent and body temperature of James. It seems that she is held in his arms. She nodded slightly, rubbed her little face against it, and smelled it, like a little fox in the mountains. It's almost on. Do you want to go back? James asked. Eve nodded. Then let's go back. She had been sitting for too long, and her legs were a little stiff. Seeing James, his hand extended to her, Eve shook his hand back, and with the help of his hand, she stood up and almost fell into his arms. James helped her to stand, then carefully cleaned up the garbage on the ground, holding a bag and a flashlight in one hand and holding Eve's hand with the other. The two strolled back to the cabin and found 3 cars parked outside the compound. James looked at the license plate number and recognized it as the Xia family's car. Soon he saw the owner of the car. Jessica, I want to use love to generate electricity to watch ads for free so that the author can earn a penny. Chapter 98, Jessica has arrived at the battlefield. Jessica and Anthony came together, and the director arranged for them to rest in the hotel for one night and come back tomorrow to facilitate the recording of the program. But Jessica refused to listen and insisted on coming over overnight. As a result, it was already 23:57 when we arrived here, and there were still 3 minutes to midnight. Jessica was also very tired. She came here with a mission, which was to get James to withdraw the lawsuit and to help connect the Xia family and Yang group. To be honest, she was not sure and was full of anxiety on the way here, but she was very good at brainwashing herself, such as recalling the 3 years she had been with James and how James loved her very much and was very obedient. She had never asked him for anything before. This time she lowered her attitude and spoke to him in a nice voice. Maybe James would agree. After all, it was she who accompanied James through the most difficult year. If she hadn't been there, James would have gone crazy long ago. In the shaking car, Jessica closed her eyes to rest. She was dreaming all the way. James' figure appeared intermittently in her dream, and her chest felt heavy. After arriving at the filming cabin, the driver pulled over and said, "Ms. Xia, we're here." Jessica opened her eyes suddenly, the feeling of loss and emptiness in her heart lingering. She rubbed her eyes and patted her aching head. Thinking about meeting James soon, Jessica clutched her seat belt tightly, as if she was expecting it, but also as if she was afraid. Why are there such complicated emotions? She took a deep breath to calm herself down. It had been 3 years, and even if she had a dog, she would have developed feelings for it. What's more, the passing of a man who could do the laundry, cook, and make her happy required some time to adapt. Jessica would never admit that she still had feelings for James. She is now engaged to Anthony, and the wedding date is set for October, which is only 2 months away. She didn't come here to renew her relationship with James. After solving the troubles of the Xia family, she left immediately. As for James, as long as he's not with Eve, he can be with whoever he wants, and it's none of her business. Thinking of this, the pent-up heaviness seemed to become much lighter. Jessica got out of the car with a bottle of water, and before she could stand still, she saw two people in the distance. The lighting in the village was not good at night, and there was only one street lamp far away. In the dim light, the other person's face could not be seen at all, but Jessica recognized that it was James instantly. Jessica held the car door, her face a little pale, but she soon returned to her normal expression with a mixture of indifference and viciousness. James! The other party obviously recognized her and stopped 10 meters away from her, holding her hand. Jessica looked at James as if she had caught her husband cheating on her, her eyes moving back and forth between James and Eve. The first thing he asked angrily was, "Why are you with Eve so late at night?" James didn't expect to see Jessica here. This feeling was like stepping on a pile of stinky dog shit when he got home, making his originally good mood not so good anymore. Jessica's tone of questioning was still as condescending as before, but she seemed to have forgotten who he was with, what he did outside, and until what time, and what it had to do with her. The door of another car also opened, and Anthony walked out. The man who was shining at the family recognition banquet some time ago now looks indescribably tired, and it doesn't seem like he was just sitting in a car. Jessica walked forward with a cold face. "What did you do outside?" He was wearing James' coat. It was already midnight, and there was no one outside. More importantly, the two of them were walking slowly towards her from the other side of the woods hand in hand. It was no wonder that she would think too much. Eve looked down on the jealousy in Jessica's eyes. She was already very close to James holding his hand, and now she was leaning on him. In the wilderness, alone, in the dark and windy night, what can we do? Jessica's emotions, which had been calmed down all the way, completely exploded at this moment. "Eve, you are so hungry that you don't know what to eat. You can choose anyone else, but you have to choose me, your ex-fiancée. It's true that what kind of person you are will produce what kind of daughter you are. Your mother is a mistress who seduced her sister's husband. And you seduced your niece's man. And you, James, why choose such an old woman? Do you know how much she has been playing outside? She has ordered more male models who are older than you. Aren't you afraid of getting sick if you hold her hand?" She spoke the most vicious words, as if she wanted to vent all the resentment that had been accumulating for days. She didn't care about begging or not at all. All the nice words she had thought of along the way were thrown away by her. She was like a dung truck that exploded, spewing shit from her mouth. At this point, the staff who were still a little drowsy were instantly awakened by Jessica's call. Although the scolding was not directed at them, they still took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, their cameras had been turned off long ago. If this live broadcast had been made public, who knows how much chaos it would have caused. The director is doing nothing all day long and is always thinking about how to stir up trouble. He invited Jessica and Anthony to be guests on the show and simply turned a romantic show into a war of quarrels. Don't say. Nowadays, netizens who love to watch the fun might just like to watch this kind of scene. James was the first to speak. His tone was relatively calm, but his handsome face became gloomy and his eyes were filled with a sinister and cold look. "Watch your mouth. Didn't you wipe it after going to the toilet? You have a tongue in your mouth, which makes you look very talkative, right? Who I'm with, where I've been, and what time I'll be home are none of your business. You put a pile of dog shit on the plate, and you really think you're a dish. Dog shit is soft, but you're hard and smelly." James didn't let go of Eve's hand, but held it tighter and tighter, as if he was very worried about her. Life is boring, animals cosplaying as humans. Eve couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Jessica on the opposite side had her pupils dizzy, as if she didn't expect James to say such ugly words. She had known James. James had never scolded her or even spoken loudly to her. He was known for his mild temper. Her friends had ridiculed him in front of him, but he had never talked back. But now he actually called her a beast for Eve. What she didn't know was that James not only scolded her, but also wanted to attack her directly. She has no respect for her elders and dares to scold them. She doesn't know where she's wrong unless she's beaten up. Jessica could scold Eve without any scruples in front of so many people. It can be imagined that she probably always thought of Eve this way in her heart and always looked down on this aunt. Eve was very happy that James could get angry for her, which proved that James had her in his heart and placed her in a very important position. She originally thought that it would take a long time to live in James' heart, but she didn't expect that Jessica would squeeze her in directly as soon as she appeared. Eve looked at Jessica with a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. She gently scratched James' palm and said soothingly, "Let me take care of the younger generation. You go and rest over there." Chapter 99. Aunt beats up niece. James felt an itch in his palm and subconsciously squeezed Eve's fingers. One looked up and the other lowered her eyes. James did not find any anger on Eve's face. She seemed to have gotten used to it, used to Jessica's disrespect for her, not treating her as an elder and humiliating her at will. Thinking of this, he became furious. James actually seldom curses at people, but if you don't curse at some people, they will act arrogantly and can't tell who they are. James before he was 18 years old, but James himself has forgotten it. After being scolded, he feels like he has become younger, as if he has returned to that time. When faced with insults and bullying, he chooses to fight violence with violence. If they don't listen to nice words, he will use his fists. He will beat the boys into submission and crush the girls with his aura. He will scold those who need to be scolded. As the saying goes, if you don't say dirty words, your heart will be dirty. James feels like he can still curse 1,000 times now. Eve didn't care at all, as if she had put herself out of the matter. "It's okay. Don't worry. Go back to your room and rest first." James said seriously, "No." Eve looked at James gently, her tone somewhat doting. "I have something I want to talk to my little niece alone. If you don't want to go back to the house, then wait for me inside. I'll be back soon." As she spoke, she pulled out her hand. She wanted to touch James' head, but with so many people staring, she could only pinch his shoulder instead. "Be good." Eve is like coaxing a child. Not only women are easy to coax, but men are also easy to coax in some aspects. Women will act coquettishly and men will be in high spirits. Child psychology is not only for children, it can be used for many people. James, whose mental age is over 50, can't bear it. James released his strength and was about to leave obediently. Jessica, on the opposite side, seemed to have her sensitive nerves touched. She suddenly raised a mineral water bottle in her hand and threw it at Eve. "James, you're not allowed to leave. Stop." James reacted quickly and stood in front of Eve, and the water bottle hit him on the back. The half bottle of mineral water didn't hurt when it hit her body, but Jessica threw it at Eve's face. If it hit her eyes, the consequences would be disastrous. James turned around and clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. Jessica's heart trembled, and her throat tightened. "What are you looking at me for? Wasn't what I said, right? You got involved with Eve right after you broke off your engagement with me, and you scolded me like that for her. Have you been hooking up with her for a long time? James, you called me shit. Then who are you? If I hadn't stopped you on the rooftop of the hospital, you would have died a long time ago. I gave you a second life." Jessica's mouth opened and closed, undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The violent factor was running rampant in his body. James was not an impatient person, but at this moment he was extremely anxious. He lifted up James' shirt and checked his back. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hit by her." Eve stood behind James, her soft voice carrying a bit of sadness and grievance. "James, I want to have a good talk with Wan and ask her not to misunderstand us. What's the point of talking to such a person? And it's not her fault." James looked back at her. Eve's eyes seemed to be endowed with magic. She held her clenched fists carefully, and her emotions were instantly calmed. Compared with Jessica, who has a hideous face like a hag, Eve is like a flower bud with dew in the morning, delicate and beautiful, and needs to be held in someone's hand and protected. James took a deep breath. "Call me if you need anything. I won't go far." Finally coaxing James away, Eve turned to Jessica after watching him walk away. Her brows were instantly filled with hostility, and her pupils were dark without a trace of warmth, as if she was looking at a dead object. Jessica suddenly felt a little frightened, but she quickly calmed down and thought that there was nothing to be afraid of about Eve, as she had always been a waste in the Liu family. Even when she hit her with a bottle just now, she would only say it's all my fault, with a concentrated smell of green tea, and only James would believe it. Jessica was so angry that she couldn't breathe well, and she wanted to tear off her disguise on the spot. Eve, how can you be so pretentious? Don't you like me pretending? Eve still had that aggrieved face, like a weak daughter that couldn't survive on its own. How hypocritical. Thinking of James's repeated protection and care for Eve, Jessica clenched her hands so tightly that her nails dug deep in her flesh, but she didn't feel any pain. Eve approached her slowly. If a man hits a woman, no matter whether he is right or wrong, he will be looked down upon. Because they are naturally strong, they will be accused of bullying the weak, suspected of being a domestic violence man, and called immoral and uneducated. Then they will say lightly, "You are not a man at all. No matter what, you should not use violence. Violence cannot solve the problem. Peace is the most important thing. Therefore, it is up to her to teach Jessica a lesson. Don't you dislike me pretending? Then I won't pretend anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, before Jessica could react, Eve slapped Jessica in the face. Jessica had been sitting in the car for a whole day and was already weak. She couldn't stand the beating at all, so Eve knocked her down with just one slap. This was not the end. Before anyone could react, Eve kicked Jessica in the stomach, kicking wherever it hurt the most. Seeing that she was about to run, she grabbed her hair and pulled her closer, then slapped her twice, leaving Jessica's face red and swollen. Jessica started to scream. It's not like she didn't want to fight back, but her strength was no match for Eve's. Jessica struggled desperately. She was pinned to the ground like a loach. She screamed and roared, "Eve, let me go. I'm going to ask my uncle to tie you up and give you a lesson. I won't let you go. You bitch. Slut." Eve, who had been planning to let her go, kicked him twice more. "You're so old, and you're still complaining to adults? I'd like to see why you won't let me go." Eve took the phone from Jessica, turned on the camera, and took 2 pictures of her face. The flash was blinding. Jessica screamed and reached out to block it. Eve quickly stepped on her hand and crushed it with her heel. "Don't move, niece. Watch your hands." Jessica finally became afraid, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She was quite talkative just now, but now she could only look at her hands helplessly with trembling lips. After Eve took the photo, she threw the phone in front of Jessica so that she could see it more easily. In the photo, Jessica's hair was disheveled and her face was swollen like a pig. She didn't look like a rich lady at all. For a woman who loves beauty, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to her. On the other hand, Eve was still elegant and noble. Even after being beaten and kicked for so long, even her hair was not messed up. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked down at her with a look full of insult. "I've taken a photo for you. Send it to your father and uncle to complain. Tell them I'm waiting." Chapter 100. It's too brutal. So cruel. It's so scary. I finally understood why Eve called James away in advance. It turned out that she was afraid of scaring him. It's obvious that Eve has learned how to beat people, and she is very strong. This is when she held back her strength. If she didn't, she would probably beat Jessica to death. After all, this is a society ruled by law, and with so many people watching, Eve naturally cannot kill him. Others also reacted quickly. After seeing Jessica being beaten unilaterally by Eve, they rushed forward to stop it. As her aunt, I discipline her for her own good. With her personality, she will easily suffer in the outside world. If a child has no family education since childhood, the society will teach you when you grow up. By then, it will be too late to regret. To be brief, I am educating the younger generation, so you should stay out of my way. Seeing that Eve didn't continue to do it, the staff member didn't come forward, but secretly sent a text message to the director to ask him when he would arrive. Only Anthony walked up. He first looked at Jessica's face, then looked at Eve. "She's your niece after all. How could you beat her like this? We still have to record the show tomorrow. How can you let us record it now?" "Is that so?" Eve thought for a moment and snapped her fingers. "Then why don't you just stop recording and take the bus back now?" Anthony looked grim. "Who do you think you are? You told us to go back. Will the director listen to you?" Anthony wanted to go forward and help Jessica up, but just after taking a step, he felt cold on his body, and then he looked up and met Eve's gloomy eyes. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move forward, and even broke into a cold sweat because of the other party's look. Eve has no intention of letting Jessica go, so she naturally won't allow anyone to take her away. One has to say that the eldest daughter of the Xia family still has some pride in her. Even after being beaten like this, she did not show any weakness when she looked at Eve. Her eyes were still full of hatred, like a poisonous snake in the gutter, waiting for an opportunity to strike and bite back at any time. No matter what kind of poisonous snake it is, it's just a stink bug under Eve's feet. She didn't believe that there were people who couldn't be beaten. If they didn't obey, it only meant that the beating was not severe enough, not cruel enough. Beating her a few more times would make her convinced. Eve scoffed, pulled back on her toes, then grabbed Jessica's hair and pulled her up like a carrot. Jessica covered her torn scalp and screamed in pain, tears streaming down her face. She hated Eve so much that she wanted to peel off her skin, break her bones, destroy her face, and grind her into ashes. She must kill her and make her life worse than death. Eve raised her eyebrows. She liked Jessica's unyielding look. It was more interesting to fight her like this. Jessica tried to stand up, but Eve kicked her in the back of the leg unexpectedly, making her kneel down. Eve held her head to prevent her from getting up. Jessica, don't challenge my tolerance. If I can beat you once in front of them, I can beat you a second time. Be careful when you mention my mom next time. If she hadn't raised your mom, she would have died in the mountains a long time ago. How could you have come into being? Her Memorial Day is in a couple of days. She must have heard you scolding her. I advise you not to go out these few nights. Be careful that she comes looking for you. Eve said this, a cold wind blew. Maybe it was because she was too sensitive, but Jessica felt the cool wind blowing in her neck and the street lamp shook. Jessica's face turned pale, and she felt a sense of fear in her heart. And James, he's going to be your uncle, so be respectful to him when you see him next time. Jessica gritted her teeth. You're dreaming, Eve laughed. My little niece, you should change your bad habit of having your cake and eating it too. No one will coax you for the rest of your life. You have already lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame seeds. Don't lose even the sesame seeds in the end. She glanced at Anthony meaningfully. Eve spoke in a very low voice, so that only the two of them could hear. After saying this, Eve let go of Jessica's hair and watched her lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Eve adjusted her coat and brushed off the dust. Fortunately, the clothes are not dirty. He glanced at the others coldly and saw a trace of panic on their faces. Some of them even took a step back. Fortunately, the shooting time has ended. Otherwise, the good image she has maintained for so long would have collapsed. I'm going to go back first. I'll leave this to you guys. Eve beat Jessica for no more than 10 minutes, which was just the right amount of time. If it had been any longer, she would have started sweating. Eve ran to the cabin and saw James as soon as she entered the yard. James, is it done? Nothing happened? Did she scold you again? It's solved. It's just a lesson for a kid. It's easy. Eve walked towards James and spread her hands. My hand accidentally hit the wall just now. Look, it's all red. In order to take a better picture, many lights were left in the yard, and there was enough light. When James looked at Eve's palm, it was really red. How did you accidentally hit the wall? I fell down and lost my balance. Eve lied, not even avoiding the gaze, and asked for comfort with confidence. Please blow on it for me. It will not hurt so much after a little blowing. Although he was standing in the yard, the walls were not soundproof, and he was not deaf, so he could still hear some of the noise outside. He heard Eve give Jessica a severe lesson. So it goes without saying how the hand turned red. James did not expose Eve's lie. Today is her birthday, so he should obey her and make her happy. Eve originally just wanted to tease James, but he was introverted and definitely wouldn't do something like blow her hand. So after she finished speaking, she was ready to take her hand back. Unexpectedly, James actually held her wrist. Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Eve's heartbeat became irregular, and time stood still. There was a coolness and itchiness in the palm of my hand, making me want to grab it. Eve moved her fingertips, and her hands clenched into empty fists uncontrollably. James leaned in closer to her hand. It was as if he was kissing the tips of her fingers. Eve couldn't control her itch. In the past, she would deliberately get close to James to tease him, but today it was the other way around. James looked up and saw Eve's misty eyes. He let go of her hand and asked, "Are you feeling better? If I tell you that you need a kiss to make it better, will you do it?" Eve quickly found a counterattack. James said seriously, "If that's the case, then I will send you to the hospital and let the doctor check your hand carefully. He will also check my mouth to see why my mouth can cure diseases and relieve pain." Eve smiled so much that her eyes curved. Today's birthday was the happiest she had ever had since her mother died. "James, if Jessica scolds me again in the future, I'll help you curse back." Chapter 101. Gentleness and generosity are a trick to trick someone. To the words, Jessica cursed at her, but what she cared about was not how bad Jessica's words were, but whether James would care after hearing them. This is what it's like someone, from being fearless to cautiously testing someone. Do you believe what Jessica said to me? James said without thinking. I don't believe it. I don't believe a word she says. James' eyes were brighter than the moon in the sky. The moonlight seemed to penetrate the heavy haze and penetrate into her heart. Eve reached out and touched the necklace around her neck. No matter how harshly you curse someone, it will not hurt anyone. Once people close their ears, they will not hear it, and it will not solve the fundamental problem. But Eve hadn't experienced the feeling of having someone support her for a long time. She felt warm in her heart and very at ease. Eve took off her coat. Your clothes, back to you. James reached out and took it. It was still warm and had Eve's unique scent. Scolding her is a waste of time. As an elder, it is only natural for me to teach her a lesson. After a few more lessons, she won't dare to bark anymore. If James teaches her a lesson, he will probably be cyberbullied, and Eve can't bear to let that happen. James couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He certainly wouldn't hit a woman, but if his bottom line was crossed, he would use the most direct and effective method to deal with it. If you endure for a while, you will grit your teeth. If you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. Although violence cannot solve the problem, it can relieve your anger. Just now, if Eve hadn't stopped him, he would have attacked Jessica. Any feelings are mutual. Eve has done so much for him, so it doesn't matter if he gets criticized. After living together for so many years, James still knows Jessica very well. Jessica is petty and vindictive. She will definitely take revenge for the feud she made tonight. As long as she is on this show, there will be no peace. How to solve the problem from the root is what James needs to think about. Eve asked, "What are you thinking about?" James came back to his senses. Nothing. He handed the bag with the doll in his hand to Eve. It's getting late. Go back to the room and rest. You have to get up early tomorrow. No hurry. The director will be here soon. Anthony and Jessica suddenly joined and had to arrange accommodation for them. According to the current room allocation, Anthony can only share a room with James temporarily, and Jessica will live in Beata's room. The director lived nearby, not far away, and was already on his way here, but he suddenly received a call from the staff saying that Eve and Jessica had a fight. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that it was Eve who unilaterally taught Jessica a lesson. The director breathed a sigh of relief and said, with Eve's fighting ability, who can beat her? Eve is particularly scary when she gets angry. After hesitating for a moment, the director decided to wait. Wait until Eve has had her fun beating Jessica before going over. After she beats Jessica, you can't get mad at him. The director arrived on time. Eve had just left, and there were only the driver and staff at the scene. The director looked around, but didn't see the protagonist. He called a staff member over and asked, "Where's Eve?" "She's in. She should be in the yard." "Should I call her?" "No hitty, no hitty." The director asked again, "Where's Jessica?" Anthony helped Jessica to wash her face. "She should be back soon." The director asked curiously, "Was the beating severe?" "Very cruel. I didn't expect that Miss Liu, who usually looks gentle and generous, would be so violent when she beats people. Jessica has no ability to resist at all." The director felt a chill in his heart and thought, being gentle and generous is just a surface, a trick to deceive someone. Although he didn't see Eve slapping someone, he could imagine it just by looking at the description. At the end, he shuddered. "Director, do you want to wake up the other guests?" The director shook his head. "It's so late, let's forget it. I'll take Jessica to knock on Beata's door later. Beata is in a bad mood when she wakes up, and she should be more restrained when she sees Jessica, so they won't touch this bad luck. As for Anthony, let's arrange for him and James to stay for one night. I'll go call James." The director was about to walk in, but was stopped by the staff beside him. James is up and with Eve. No one told him about this, and the director only found out about it now, so he was very surprised when he heard it. Why are they together so late at night? Eve issued an order at 8 o'clock, asking them to put away their phones and leave immediately. She was afraid that someone would disturb her date. Jessica was very angry when she saw them and said a lot of ugly things. So Miss Liu was so angry that she beat her up. "You deserve to be beaten. Why are you still angry after the engagement is broken off? You're sick." The director complained in his heart, but was happy to see this kind of thing happen. Although it was risky, the popularity and ratings would be guaranteed. There are so many different dating shows nowadays, with everything on display. Audiences have long been tired of the sour smell of love, and only this kind of mutual tearing and fighting can satisfy the audience's desire to watch the fun. Jessica washed her face with cold water. The places where Eve had hit her were burning with pain. Without a mirror, She could tell by feel that her face was red and swollen. Jessica was so angry that her face was hideous and her teeth were almost broken. Anthony was shining the light on her, not daring to stare at her face. He suggested, "Juan Juan, why don't we go to the hospital and come back after we have rested well?" "No." She turned to look at Anthony. "Does my face look scary now?" Anthony's eyes were evasive. Jessica bit her lip. The two photos Eve took of her appeared in her mind, and her face would only be more serious now. "Why didn't you come to help me when she hit me?" With a man's help, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Eve. But what was Anthony doing at the time? He stood there dumbly watching her being pressed to her knees by Eve. He is not even as good as James. James knows how to curse back and stand up to protect Eve. Think about the past 3 years. These should have belonged to her. Anthony was flustered. He pretended to be calm and acted like the second male lead in an idol drama. "I am sorry, Van Van. It happened so suddenly that I didn't react for a while. You know, so many things happened in the banker's house recently. Not only did I have to take care of Stella, but I also had to go to the hospital to take care of Richard. I didn't have time to rest. I just slept in the car and was a little sleepy. Don't worry, I won't let Eve bully you like this in the future. I will stand in front of you to protect you." Jessica had a headache after listening to this, and she became more and more irritated, unable to find an outlet to vent. Anthony looked at her gently, with a look of apology, asking for forgiveness in his eyes. She couldn't take it out on him and could only keep it in her heart. "Okay, let's go back. Aren't you going to the hospital?" "No." As soon as she returned, the director saw her and started making arrangements right away. "Jessica, you and Bata can stay in a room. You are friends, so it should be fine." As for Anthony, the director glanced at him and continued, "Everyone else is asleep now, and I can't wake them up. You can stay in a room with James for one night to get used to it. If you can't adapt, you can discuss changing rooms with the other male guests tomorrow." With James, wouldn't that be just what he wanted? Chapter 102. James smiled innocently. James still sent Eve back to her room, and it was exactly midnight, which meant the end of the day. Eve held the fox and stood at the door, reluctant to leave. She grabbed the coat in James' hand and shook it, acting like a little fox. "What should I do? I feel like I'm going to be so happy that I can't sleep tonight, James." Eve was at the same height as James' shoulders. She raised her eyes, looking from his Adam's apple to his jaw and lips. That look seemed to burn people. Eve took a small step forward. From behind, it seemed that her whole body was in James' arms, but in fact, their clothes did not even touch each other. This kind of close, yet distant feeling is the most tiring. You want to hug, but also want to run away. The extreme pulling between men and women will secrete dopamine crazily. This feeling will make people addicted and indulge in the pleasure of pulling. James pursed his lips slightly and his Adam's apple moved. Eve said at the last moment. She always liked to tease him, saying ambiguous words that would make him fantasize and inadvertently make him blush and his heart beat. Clearly an hour ago, he had told Eve to be more tactful with her words and not to say things that could be misunderstood, but now he was actually looking forward to her next words. "I love my birthday tonight. I love today's moon. I love watching fireflies with you. I love the cake you made. I love the little fox you gave me. I love this necklace you bought me." And Eve stood on tiptoe and leaned close to his ear, tame ein Graulied. James was stunned by the last sentence. It was not that he did not hear it clearly, but that he did not understand what it meant. It was not Chinese, nor did it sound like English. He was about to ask her what she meant when Eve opened the door and flew in like a butterfly. She grabbed the door handle and shook the fox in her hand. "Good night." As soon as he finished speaking, the door in front of him closed. James returned to his room in confusion. He repeated the sentence silently. He had no cell phone to check, so he could only scratch his head and think about it. James didn't know was that at this moment he had already stepped into Eve's trap. She wanted him to be puzzled, to be worried, to be haunted, to toss and turn and think about her day and night. If he couldn't think of her by the sight of her things, then she would use words he couldn't understand to arouse his curiosity and make him look for the answer, so that he would be eager to see her and go home. It was late, but Jang Ning hadn't slept yet. When she saw Eve coming back, she immediately stood up and said, "Eve, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Eve held the little fox in her hands and checked it carefully under the light to see if it was dirty. She brushed off the invisible dust on it, then put on the bed and fiddled with it in a lazy manner. Jang Ning walked up to her and saw the necklace on Eve's neck a glance. Red beans represent lovesickness. Does James understand the meaning of giving red beans to girls? Eve sincerely The company had already asked me to pack my bags and go back, but I just called my agent, and she told me that someone has bailed me out and allowed me to continue recording. That person is you, right? Eve neither admitted nor denied it. She patted the dirt off her skirt and said, "It's none of my business whether you stay or leave. Just don't disturb my date with James." Jang Ning felt complicated at the moment. You also helped James. No matter what, I have to say thank you to you. It was precisely because of Eve's action that no one dared to slander James on the internet anymore. Eve finally had another reaction. She stood up suddenly and sneered. "I did all that to get him, not for you." Jiang Ning suppressed the bitterness in her heart and said bitterly, "I know, but I still want to thank you." Because of Eve, she would not make an even more outrageous mistake. Eve narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Ning carefully. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her fighting spirit. She no longer questioned her coldly, guarded against her, confronted her, and wanted to compete with her like before. It seems that Jiang Ning had a very painful time in these short 2 hours. This is the only way to get out. The process of exhausting love is painful first. It's like breaking the original self from the inside out and starting over again. Without destruction, there is no construction. Whatever you want. Eve withdrew her cold gaze and went into the bathroom with her pajamas. While Eve was washing up, the director sent Jessica to the door of Bata's room. The staff member risked being scolded and knocked on the door. "Missin, wake up, get up and open the door, your friend is here." There was no sound from inside, so the staff could only continue knocking, louder and louder. The door was locked, and if they couldn't open it from inside, they had to use the key. Just as the director was hesitating whether to use the spare key to open the door, the light in the room came on, and the next second, there was a crackling sound, as if something had hit the ground and shattered. The director retracted his raised foot and moved back. Bata opened the door angrily. "Are you sick? Why are you knocking on the door so late at night?" "I'm finally sleeping." Jessica, standing at her door? Was she dreaming? Bata rubbed her eyes vigorously. After confirming that the person in front of her was really Jessica, she couldn't accept it for a moment and became demented. Wan, why are you here? Are you the flying guest the director mentioned?" "Yeah." Jessica had a red and swollen face and a stiff smile. "Shinrong, long time no see." Bata responded, pointed at her face and asked, "Why is your face so swollen? Did you just get an injection and the swelling hasn't subsided yet?" Bata has so many haters over the years. They have low emotional intelligence and are not good at speaking. The director seemed calm and collected, but he was actually secretly sizing up Jessica. He couldn't see clearly outside, but when the light came into the room, Jessica's face turned frighteningly red, and it looked painful. One could imagine how hard Eve was beating her. The director adhered to the idea of minding one's own business and living 1 year longer, so after sending Jessica here, he took Anthony to find James. James was awake, the light was on, and the door opened as soon as he knocked. The director knows very well that James and Anthony have a grudge against each other. First, he fought over his fiancée, and now he is fighting over his parents. In addition, Anthony's agent also instigated fans to discredit James. With so many things happening, the director doesn't believe that Anthony is innocent. Now that I have to put the two of them in the same room, I feel a little reluctant, but I'm also looking forward to what will happen next. The desire to stir up trouble has always been there, and the ratings will never fade. The director briefly explained the room arrangements. There were only a few rooms in the cabin, 2 for men and 2 for women, both double rooms. Only James' room had an empty bed. "It's too late. Let Anthony stay here for 1 night. Is that okay with you?" James smiled innocently. "Of course." Chapter 103, James Sleepwalking. James is still worry-free, broad-minded, and understanding. As for arranging the room, we have to do it no matter what. After all, only James's place can sleep. Anthony could have come at any other time, but he came in the middle of the night. There was no time to arrange a room for him, so he had to stay with James. I just don't know if these two enemies will fight. Passers-by thought Anthony deserved to be beaten for what he did, but fortunately James seemed to be emotionally stable and gentle, and he didn't look like someone who would fight. The director knew when to stop and would not force the two of them to live together forever. Tomorrow morning, you can discuss changing rooms with Ling Xian and Fong Chen. Just stay here tonight. James said generously. "Don't worry, director, we will definitely get along well." The director, who was in his 40s, beamed with joy as he thought with relief. James is such a good boy. I will definitely give him more money after the show is over. In fact, there is nothing to worry about. After all, we are still recording the show. We will pay attention to our image in front of the camera, and no matter how big the hatred is, we will not show it. The more the director looked at James, the more satisfied he became. He patted him on the shoulder and left. James still had a warm smile on his face. He looked at Anthony and said, "Come on, I'll take you in." James' room looks bigger than other rooms because he has few things and knows how to tidy them up. The room is more spacious and naturally looks bigger. Anthony went in and saw that there were no extra beds, just a big bed in the middle. Didn't the director say there were extra beds? James sat on the bed and patted it. Yeah, double bed. When he moved in here on the first day, he felt strange that such a good single room would be equipped with such a big bed. I think the director had planned this early on, hoping to create a laugh. There was no humor. James only felt the director's evil taste in wanting to cause trouble. Unfortunately, Anthony broke the director's plan. According to the original plan, Anthony and Jessica should appear during the day. There will be live broadcasts during the day so that the audience can watch the fun, and this segment is bound to be very popular. Who knew that Anthony and Jessica would not listen to the arrangement at all and would not come during the day, but would wait until the early morning when everyone was asleep to come here? The director had to get up in the middle of the night to arrange accommodation for them. It was okay for Beata and Jessica. After all, they had known each other for so long and had a good relationship, so it was no big deal for them to sleep in the same bed. But James and Anthony are different. Anthony had a dull face. He and James had a grudge. It was okay for them to live in the same room, but what about sleeping in the same bed? Both men are over 180 centimeters tall, so the bed can't be that big. If they turn over, there might even be physical contact. Why only this one bed? Just sleep like this. It's only one night. Just ask the director to change the beds tomorrow. James didn't care. He was quite nice to Anthony and didn't seem to take him seriously. Anthony, however, was alert. In his opinion, James should not be so calm towards him. After all, he messed up his engagement party, and James's breaking off the engagement and being kicked out of the house were also indirectly related to him. Now he has become the second young master of the banker's family. Although he recognized it, he has now signed a contract for the transfer of property. James is locked up here all day recording the show without a cell phone, and he may not know what is happening outside. If he knew that he had recognized his parents as his godparents, would he still be as calm as he is now? Anthony was looking forward to it. He decided to test James first. "James, your parents miss you very much. This time when I came, they repeatedly told me to ask you to go back. They're still worried about you at home. Your godfather and godmother are old and in poor health. You should be more considerate of them and pay more attention to their health. There is no parent who doesn't love their children. Don't be angry with them." James found it a little funny, but he didn't show it on his face. "Let's not talk about things outside the show. It's getting late, and I have to get up early tomorrow to cook, so I'm going to bed first." James simply wiped his face with cold water, rinsed his feet, and went to bed. Anthony stood by the bed. "You slept, what about me?" He felt uncomfortable sleeping in the same bed with James. This was not the first time he met James. Not long after he returned to China, he found out that Jessica had a clingy fiancé. The first time he met James was at a charity banquet. As one of the organizers, James sat in the first row. At that time, he was considered very popular, which made Anthony, who was sitting at the back, jealous. They met a few more times after that, and he tried to talk to him, wanting to show off his past with Jessica, but he never found the chance. James may also know his existence, but just doesn't take him seriously. Even if the son of a driver has made a name for himself in the entertainment industry and become a popular star, actors are still actors, commodities packaged by capitalists, so it is normal that they are not taken seriously. But now it's different. Anthony looks at James, who has closed his eyes and fallen asleep. The person he looked down upon has now replaced his life. Anthony packed his luggage and made a lot of noise on purpose to disturb James. But no matter how he tossed and turned, James lay motionless on the bed, as if he had fallen asleep. Anthony mocked and cursed. "You sleep like a pig." He took his clothes and went outside to wash up. When he was done, it was nearly 2 o'clock. He took a hot shower and came out feeling a little tired. He had no time to rest these 2 days. Not to mention Richard. The people below were also going crazy without anyone, and Stella was a lunatic herself. In order to take care of these two lunatics, Anthony ran around and suffered from a nervous breakdown. After coming here, I felt like I was out of a cage and my whole body became relaxed. Sure enough, this money is not so easy to get. It would be great if Stella and Richard could die sooner. Why haven't they died yet? Anthony rummaged through the cupboard and found only a quilt, so he couldn't sleep on the floor. It seems that I will have to sleep with James tonight. I must ask the director to change beds tomorrow. Fortunately, James had a good sleeping posture and lay on his side against the wall, leaving him a large space. Anthony hesitated for a moment and then went to bed. He was so tired that he seemed to be able to fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Anthony looked at the time, and it was 2:30. He leaned against the bed, turned off the light, lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in less than half a minute. Maybe he was too tired. He started snoring after falling asleep. In the dark night, James suddenly opened his eyes, slowly turned around, and looked at Anthony beside him, a dangerous light bursting out of his dark eyes. He sat up silently, then pounced on Anthony, covered his head with a quilt, and beat him up. The blows were powerful, and Anthony was woken up just as he was falling asleep. He was almost beaten to death. He screamed and tried to resist, but the quilt bound his body, and he couldn't struggle at all. A small, hoarse voice came out his throat. "James, stop the fucking fight." James said nothing, as if he was sleepwalking and couldn't listen at all. He raised his fist and repeated the same action. Chapter 104, Beating. Anthony was weaker than expected. At the beginning, he was screaming and cursing, threatening James that he was dead. But later, less than 10 minutes after beating him, he began to beg for mercy. James used his clever strength and did not kill him. He hit some acupuncture points, which could create incredible pain and make him feel pain for several days. Even if he went to the hospital for a checkup, they could not find any problem. Slowly, Anthony's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally it was silent. James punched him a few more times, and after making sure he was really motionless, he kicked him off the bed. The bed was empty, and it was more comfortable to sleep like this. James glanced at Anthony on the ground, sneered, and closed his eyes. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. James had a biological clock, so even if he went to bed so late, he would get up at 6 in the morning. When he got up, Anthony was still asleep, curled up under the bed, still in the same position as last night. James stretched his muscles and stepped over Anthony's head. This morning's breakfast was noodles. People in the South eat noodles with dried noodles. The simplest way to cook them is to eat plain noodles, which can be cooked in less than 5 minutes. James first went to the vegetable garden to pick some leafy vegetables, and then used the ingredients in the refrigerator to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes as topping. The rest can be done after they wake up. After finishing the preparations, James practiced in the yard as usual. Halfway through the practice, Eve got up. "So early?" "Yeah." James responded to her distractedly. He was obviously not in good shape during his practice this morning. His mind kept thinking about what Eve said when she entered the room last night. "What does that mean?" James asked. "What did the last thing you said to me last night mean?" Eve pretended to be mysterious. "Well, guess." How could he possibly guess? He was wearing casual clothes today and the necklace James gave her. After standing aside and watching for a while, she also imitated James and practiced along with him. Those who didn't understand would call out to Teacher Zhuang. "Teacher Zhuang, I don't quite know how to do this move. Can you teach me?" The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed that they were a perfect match. Some people also noticed the necklace on Eve's neck and wondered why Eve hadn't worn it before. They all wondered why she was wearing it now and whether it was a gift from a male guest. Some people guessed it was Ling Xian. After all, he had a date with Eve yesterday. Some people guessed it was James because he was seen sneaking into the mall. At 8 o'clock, the director arrived and other guests also got up to have breakfast. Bata and Jessica were together. Jessica applied ice to her face all night last night. The redness and swelling subsided a lot, but her face became stiff. In order to cover it up, she applied a lot of foundation, which made her whole face look fake, as if she had injected hyaluronic acid, but it didn't repair it properly. Jessica appeared. Many people did not recognize her, because in the public's impression, Jessica is very beautiful. Otherwise, she would not be called the #1 socialite by people in the circle. But now she no longer looks like a socialite, but just like an internet celebrity with a plastic surgery face. She hadn't slept all night and was in a very bad mental state. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and she stared at Eve when she saw her. "Fuck, who is this? Showing me this so early in the morning? It's so scary. Is this the guest star? Why is she so ugly? She looks like she is not on the same level as the others. How come Director Wong's taste has become so bad? Back off. Snake face, back off. Could it be a staff member? This newcomer seems to be very familiar with Beata. Could he be her friend? Could it be that he has a background and got in with money? She looks familiar, a bit like Jessica, but I'm not sure. I'll take a closer look." The director didn't expect Jessica's face to become like this. He cleared his throat awkwardly and introduced to everyone. "This is Jessica, the new female guest. She arrived in the early hours of last night. The director's words caused another wave of strong reactions, with people in the barrage expressing disbelief and suspecting that there was something wrong with their eyes. Ling Xian and Fang Chun were the last to know about it, so their reactions were similar to those of the audience in the live broadcast room. Sensing the strange gazes falling on her, Jessica lowered her head in humiliation. At this moment, her hatred for Eve had reached its peak. Fang Chun asked, "The female guests are here. Where are the male guests?" "Yes, there's also a male guest." People in the barrage are already guessing who the male guest will be. Jessica is here, so Anthony should be here too, since they just got engaged and confirmed their relationship. How did they manage to be so brazen as to appear in front of James? If I were James, I would not record it. Could Jessica's face have been hit? More and more people in the barrage guessed the truth. The director asked James, "James, where is Anthony? Maybe he's still sleeping." Eve was stunned. "Isn't there only one bed in your room? Why is Anthony living with you?" "Yes, there's only one bed, but my room is big, so he slept on the floor last night." "Is there any extra bedding in the room?" How could the director not know? What did Anthony use to sleep on the floor? Could there be an accident? James continued, "I went to bed at 1 in the morning. Anthony was still awake when I went to bed. When I got up this morning, I found him lying on the floor. He probably didn't like sleeping in the same bed with me." Eve, who was closest to him, saw a sly flash in his eyes. It seemed that something interesting happened last night. The director arranged for a staff member to wake up Anthony. Not long after, the staff was seen helping Anthony out. Anthony's face was pale. He covered his back and limped out. His face was better than Jessica's, except for a bump on his forehead. Anthony's complexion was already bad, and it became even worse after seeing James. James beat him so hard last night that he almost suffocated several times. He wanted to shout for help, but his mouth was covered by a quilt. When he woke up, it was already daybreak. He lay on the cold ground, and James was nowhere to be seen. Anthony never expected that James would hit him on the show, and hit him so hard that he almost couldn't stand up and his bones seemed to be falling apart. He looked at James with hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to stab him through with a knife. James looked innocent. The director asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Anthony's hands were shaking with anger. He pointed at James and said, "James beat me up last night while I was asleep. He also kicked me off the bed. My body hurts a lot. I need to go to the hospital to get a checkup." James could speak. Jang Ning, who was standing beside him, could no longer sit still and stood up to speak for him. "Impossible. James can't hit anyone." "How could he not have hit someone? I still have injuries." Anthony lifted up his clothes and was surprised to find that there were no bruises on his stomach. "How could it be possible? James had hit me so hard last night." Chapter 105: Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. How can there be no injury? Anthony searched for a long time and only found a bruise on the side of his waist. He pointed and said, "This is where he hit me." "I think you hit it yourself," and then framed James. Provoked by her, Anthony immediately retorted, "How could I have framed him?" Jang Ning sneered. His tone was full of sarcasm. "You have framed James enough, haven't you? Do you want to go back and take a good look at the lawyer's letter and court summons with your name on them? That's defamation, and there's all the physical evidence." "Yes, that's right. You must be the one who framed James. James is known for his good character. How could he hit you on the show? You must have hit him yourself. You're such a bad person. It's fine if you framed him online, but now you come here to frame him. Are you still a human being?" Bata agreed with Jiang Ning's words very much and stood up to say something fair, completely ignoring Jessica's expression. Anthony's originally pale face turned red and white after being talked about, which was more beautiful than changing his face. Anthony glared angrily at James, who looked relaxed and contented, and he wished he could rush up and stab him twice. "You'll know whether I have framed him or not if you go to the hospital for a checkup." Anthony insisted on going to the hospital. He didn't believe that nothing would be wrong with him despite the pain he was in. Eve, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up, her fingers hooked into her long hair. "But if the examination shows that there is nothing wrong with your body, you will kneel down in front of everyone and admit your mistake to James. Of course, you can also regret it now and not go to the hospital." The director saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he stepped out to smooth things over. "Is there some misunderstanding? I don't think James looks like someone who would hit someone." Anthony was a little hesitant at first, but after being provoked by their words, he agreed directly. "Let's go to the hospital now. If the examination shows that I have a physical problem, James must compensate me and apologize to me. He must kneel down and apologize." Eve looked at the director and said, "Director Wong, please arrange a car. We will go to the largest hospital in the city and give Anthony a thorough checkup so that he won't accuse us of bribing the doctor." Not only did he stop talking, but he also had no way out. Anthony, who had been full of confidence, suddenly felt as if he was being forced into a dangerous situation, and he felt a little panicked. Maybe it was because James hit him too hard last night, but he now felt dizzy and a little nauseous. James must have given him a concussion, and he can be checked out in the hospital. In an instant, Anthony had a plan in mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's go now." The director had no choice but to terminate today's mission and take a few people to the hospital first. The people in a live broadcast room are all those who like to watch the fun and don't mind the trouble. James is not that stupid. How could he beat up Anthony on the show, even though they have a grudge and Anthony deserves a beating? This is not the first or second time that Anthony has slandered James. He uses the same old tricks, stealing his fiancée and his parents. Although those who were stolen are all garbage, his behavior is really disgusting. Everyone says James didn't hit Anthony, but I don't think Anthony is pretending. I ran 10 kilometers the day before yesterday, and it was the same. Why didn't anyone say I was beaten? Stop arguing. We'll know the results soon. Anthony thought the audience in a live broadcast room would say something good for him, but he didn't expect more people to scold him. Some people even thought that even if James really hit him, he deserved it. He had done so many things to let James down. So what if he hit him? He actually wanted compensation and an apology. He has a small brain, but thinks a lot. Anthony thought he could scare James by going to the hospital, but he didn't expect James to be fine throughout the journey, with Eve sitting next to him and Jang Ning sitting behind him. The others were also very close to James. Only Anthony was sitting alone in the back corner, as if isolated. Anthony had seen how popular James was in the observation room. Jang Ning was his first love. Eve wanted to date him, and even Bata was secretly competing with him. He just didn't understand what was so good about James. Without the title of banker's son, he was just a useless person. If they knew that James killed his own sister, had been a murderer since childhood, and drove his mother crazy, would they still like him as much as they do now? Judging from the way James beat him last night, it was obvious that he was a violent person. Go to the hospital immediately and see how he can still pretend. After Bata got in the car, she subconsciously looked for James, but before she sat down, she was pulled out of the car by Jessica and put into another car. Jessica asked coldly, "Why did you speak for James just now?" Bata was stunned and said stupidly, "I didn't speak for him. I was just being truthful. You can't let me lie with my eyes open. Besides, you can see that Anthony has no injuries at all. The only thing is the bump on his forehead. Maybe he bumped into something. I know Anthony. He won't lie in this situation." Bata's mouth twitched slightly. Then James wouldn't lie in such an occasion. Jessica seemed to be stimulated and said loudly, "How much do you know James? I have been with him for 3 years, and you have only known him for a few days, and you are speaking for him." Bata said calmly, "I don't know him as well as you do, but I believe in my own eyes. At least in the past 3 years, James has never done anything to let you down, but you spread rumors online that he is a scumbag. The person who spread the rumors online was not me, but my father and James' father. They did it for the benefit of the company. If James hadn't suddenly called off the engagement, it wouldn't have turned out like this." Bata frowned and looked at Jessica with confusion, as if she was meeting her for the first time. "Anthony at the engagement party. Shouldn't he have called off the engagement? Weren't you aware of the rumors your father spread?" "Bata, who was it that said that Anthony and I were the best match and that James was nothing compared to him, and that I should give up on him quickly? You were to blame for the situation between James and I. Why do you have to question me? Haven't you said enough bad things about James in front of me? Now you're speaking for him. What? Do you like him?" Jessica asked sarcastically, looking at Bata as if she saw a fly eating rotten meat. "Or did you fall in love with James when I was with him, so you deliberately said bad things about him in front of me, trying to sow discord between him and me so that you can get ahead of me after I break up with him? There's a saying that's true: set fire to prevent theft and best friends, and the one you're trying to prevent is a mistress like you." Bata was not good at talking to begin with. She was so angry at Jessica's words that her eyes turned red. She said stubbornly, "I don't like James, and I never thought of breaking you up. You'd better not have it. Stay away from him in the future, otherwise you will be labeled as a mistress." Jessica's tone slowed down. "Shinrong, you have to know that we are best friends. Anything that affects our sisterhood is rubbish." Chapter 106. Anthony, please kneel down and apologize. Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. After hearing these words, a strong sense of shame swept over her body. Beata lowered her head and pinched her palms hard. Beata hated herself for saying those harsh words to James. Just based on one-sided views, he was belittled to the point of being worthless, and he was also said to be not worthy of Jessica, when it was obvious that it was Jessica who was not worthy of him. James said that he didn't care, but in fact he probably resented her in his heart, so he was indifferent when he saw her dating Fong Chun. After arriving at the hospital, everyone gathered together and could clearly feel the changes between Beata and Jessica. They didn't know that Beata almost had a fight with Jessica over James. After getting off the car, Jessica took Beata's arm intimately. Although Beata did not reject her, she could obviously feel her coldness. The current situation is clear to glance. Most people stand on James' side, not to mention Eve and Jang Ning. Jessica is new here, and if she wants to stabilize the camp, she must pull Beata to her side. Jessica could sense that Beata was interested in James, even in the observation room, and she could feel her little thoughts more directly on the scene. Beata would fall in love with James, which was something she had not expected. When Jessica thought about her best friend and her aunt both falling for her ex-fiancé, she couldn't help but feel angry and resentful. She had been regretting it ever since she broke off the engagement, and now that she saw James again, that regret had reached its peak. She didn't dare to think about James dating and marrying any of them. When she thought about the thing that originally belonged to her falling into someone else's hands, she felt so uncomfortable that her heart felt like it was pierced by countless needles and was in great pain. She wouldn't give any of them a chance, especially Eve. She would rather destroy something that cannot be returned to her. Anthony was helped into the hospital by the staff. After getting the number, he threatened James. "Just wait. I will let everyone see your true face soon." James stood in the corridor, made a gesture of invitation, and said in a kind tone, "Okay, I'll wait." The test results came out very quickly, and the audience in the live broadcast room was eagerly waiting for the doctor to announce it. "The test results are out, Mr. Gu. You have no other problems except hypoglycemia. Impossible. I'm in so much pain. How could I not be injured? You are injured, but they are minor injuries, not serious. Also, you have strained some muscles, so it is normal to feel pain. But now I feel dizzy and want to vomit. I think I have a concussion. It's normal to feel dizzy. Did you sit in the car all day yesterday? Did you not get enough rest in the past 2 days? Did you stay up late last night? Did you not eat a single bite of food this morning?" Low blood sugar plus mental fatigue can cause dizziness and vomiting. It's been hot recently. You've been in the air-conditioned room for a long time and haven't adapted to the temperature outside. Your body can't stand the sudden change between hot and cold, which can cause dizziness and other symptoms. Anthony said something, and the doctor refuted it, leaving Anthony speechless. Of course, the hospital couldn't find anything wrong, because James had no idea how many people he had beaten with this trick, especially when he was in school. In order not to cause trouble to his grandmother and make her worry, James taught himself this set of martial arts skills. It hurts, but no wounds can be found. Even if you check, nothing can be found, and it won't leave any handle. Anthony without mercy, and he was also sure that the hospital would not be able to find out the cause. As for Eve, in order not to let her worry, James told her secretly while in the car. But he seemed to care more about whether Anthony slept in his bed. He slept, but not for long before I knocked him out and kicked him off. Eve was unhappy because she had been coveting the big bed in James' room for a long time, but she didn't expect that someone else had touched it first. "I'll have someone change the bed when I get back." James didn't understand why Eve was upset, so he nodded in agreement. It's time to change it. It felt weird for 2 grown men to share a bed, and they weren't even close brothers. The test results came out and confirmed that Anthony was fine, but Anthony refused to admit it. He shouted that the program crew had bribed the hospital. He also said that the examination at this hospital was not standardized and that he wanted to change to another hospital for examination, which made the medical staff nearby so angry that their scalps exploded. "I finally understand what shamelessness is." Eve applauded. "This is the largest hospital here, a public hospital backed by the government. Do you think we can make the doctor lie and violate medical ethics with just a few words?" James sighed and said helplessly, "Anthony, it's fine if you slander me, but how can you slander the doctors here?" The people in the live broadcast room also followed suit and cursed. "James is so pitiful. I feel sorry for him. He gave the bed to Anthony to sleep on, but he still blamed him for it." He was right. Anthony said they bribed the hospital before he could find out what was wrong. Anthony can't afford to play. James was also quite helpless. He came to the variety show to avoid this crazy couple, but he still couldn't avoid them. He was framed by Anthony on the first day he met him. If I were James, I would have taken action a long time ago. Anthony was so angry that he wanted to rush up and hit James. James, how can you be so pretentious? The director didn't want to see such a situation, so in order not to disturb the patients in the hospital, he quickly asked someone to take Anthony out of the hospital. The director stared at the live broadcast barrage, and everyone was posting. Anthony kneels down to apologize. So as soon as she left the hospital, Eve kicked Anthony without hesitation. The results are out. You have no injuries. Kneel down and apologize. Anthony refused to accept. Eve sneered. Now that you're in good spirits, you can hit someone. But in the morning, you even needed someone to help you walk. You're an actor after all. Jang Ning, how would you rate your acting skills? Jang Ning smiled and said, give him 1 point for his shamelessness. Anthony was so embarrassed. He came to this show to save some face, but he didn't expect to fall into such a ditch on the first day. Not only Eve and Jang Ning were laughing at him, the audience in the live broadcast room were also laughing. I'm afraid even the observers in the observation room were laughing at him for overestimating his own abilities. Eve urged impatiently, hurry up and kneel down to apologize. We have to get back to the mission after we apologize. We don't have extra time to waste with you. Anthony had no words to express his distress and could only look to Jessica for help. Jessica didn't want to care about him, but she didn't know how to start. After organizing her words, she came to James. James, I apologize to you on behalf of Anthony. He may have been too tired these days and took his dream as reality. Can you forgive him this time for my sake? Jessica, go back to the car and look in the mirror. Jessica frowned but said nothing, knowing that he hadn't finished speaking. James looked her straight in the eyes. Your face is really ugly. I don't want to give it. Chapter 107. Like patting a dog's head. How dare Jessica say such things? What's her face worth? If I were James, I would vomit when I saw her silicone face. How can she save face by looking at herself in the mirror while peeing? She didn't pee, did she? If she didn't, I'll do it. My pee is clearer. Jessica was under great pressure and said with great difficulty, can you please let Anthony not kneel down for the sake of our 3 years of knowing each other? After all, he is a public figure. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? He is a public figure. So why didn't he remember that he was a public figure when he was spreading rumors and slandering me? Fortunately, the hospital cleared my name this time. Otherwise, I would never be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. James said calmly. As for the affection you mentioned, I am ashamed of the 3 years I spent with you. If possible, I hope I have never met you. Jessica's face was pale and her clenched fists loosened weakly. Every word James said was like a needle piercing her eardrums. Her ears were buzzing. For a long time, Jessica was speechless, as if her soul had left her body. The mocking looks from all around made her wish she could find a gap to hide in. She could clearly analyze that what James said was not just angry words. How good he had been to her in the past. How disgusting he was to her now. Language is a double-edged sword. When it is used to express nice things, it is like honey. But when it is used to express hatred, it can also be like a knife that stabs people and makes them bleed. Jessica didn't know what expression to make for a moment. At this moment, in James' mind, she was hateful and a vicious woman with a heart of a vicious snake. James came in front of Anthony, his expression and tone relaxed and natural. Kneel down. Anthony's eyes were bloodshot, but he refused to kneel. You don't listen to me when I talk to you nicely, and you insist that I use special means, right? James reached out and patted Anthony's left shoulder, as if to help him brush off the dust on his clothes. The next second, he exerted force with his hand, as if he pressed a switch. Anthony felt as if his left hand was dislocated by electric shock, and it was painful and numb. He subconsciously bent his knees to avoid it, but he didn't expect Zhuang Qian to use more force. His body was already in pain, and his legs were unstable, so James easily pushed him to his knees with one hand. Anthony's eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but found that he couldn't stand up. Anthony strictly controlled his diet and simply relied on not eating to lose weight. He did not do any strength training, resulting in his poor health, and his strength was no match for James. James held him down with his hands, like he was holding a boiled chicken. Anthony tried so hard that his face turned red, but he just couldn't shake the strength of James' hand. I agreed to your request to come to the hospital for a checkup, but now that the results are out, you want to turn your back on me. Do you think I'm easy to mess with? No one expected that James would push Anthony to his knees. James had a smile on his face and still looked very kind, but if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were terrifyingly deep. Whether it was the people at the scene or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all shocked by the scene, as if they were getting to know James all over again. James has always given people the impression of being good-tempered and never getting angry, as if nothing can affect him. To put it nicely, it means he has a good personality, but to put it bluntly, it means he is a coward. He didn't get angry when his fiancée ran away from him, and he looked indifferent when the Xia family slandered him. Even when his biological parents abandoned him and adopted Anthony as their godson, he didn't express any reaction. Anthony thought James was a soft persimmon that he could easily bully, but today he found out that the other party was a hard rock disguised as foam. Unable to stand up, Anthony had to give up resisting. He glared at James with resentment and secretly vowed that he would make James pay back the humiliation he suffered today tenfold or 100-fold in the future. James patted his head gently, as if he was patting a dog. Since you have already knelt, I will forgive you. I hope you will learn your lesson and stop accusing me of right and wrong. The director was also a man who had seen big scenes. Seeing James say this, he quickly stepped forward to help out. Let's just let it go. Don't take it to heart. James put his hand down and turned to ask the director, Director, how should we arrange the next room? I'd be happy to share a room with Anthony. Anthony had just been helped up and hadn't even stood firmly yet. After hearing what James said, he staggered and said fiercely, I don't want to share a room with him. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death without knowing how. After this incident, the director didn't dare to arrange them in the same room anymore. You four are all here, so let's discuss it. The director looked at Eve and asked, What about you? Do you want to change rooms? Eve held Jang Ning's hand affectionately. Jang Ning and I live well together, so I won't change. Bata bit her lower lip and said, Director, please change the bed in my room into 2 single beds. I'm not used to sleeping on one. Good. The female guests have already discussed it, and the male guest is not wasting time. Ling Xian said he doesn't care and can live with anyone. Fang Chun, in that case, James and I will share a room, and Ling Xian and Anthony will share a room. I will move the luggage when we get back. Anthony has no say. As long as he doesn't live with James, he can room with anyone. James smiled but said nothing. After arranging the room successfully, the director breathed a sigh of relief. Then go back and make lunch at this time. On the way back, Anthony and Jessica were in the same car, and there was no live camera in the car. The driver is one of our own, so anything they talk about will not be spread out. After getting into the car, Anthony could hardly hide his emotions. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the car door. James did it on purpose. Jessica, you have to believe me. He was the one who knocked me out last night and kicked me off the bed. I don't know why the hospital didn't find out. Jessica got into the car. She subconsciously looked in the rearview mirror. When she saw her swollen face, her eyes turned red and her fingertips pinched the flesh of her thighs. Jessica shifted her gaze. I believe you. But if you can't produce any evidence, you can only suffer this loss in silence. Anthony was very unwilling. James is not a troublemaker. He hit you for a reason. Did you say something to provoke him? Anthony was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jessica in disbelief. Wan, do you think I'm a troublemaker? He beat me up for no reason. Anthony's voice was really harsh and unpleasant, giving her a headache. Jessica frowned and made an impatient tisk sound. Anthony, who was so excited, didn't notice Jessica's abnormality. He said angrily, Don't forget, you are my fiancée now. You should think about me carefully. Anthony said a lot, but Jessica remained indifferent. Chapter 1, Oh, 8 The more you scold her, the harder I will hit him. Jessica tried to find some sign from Anthony that James still cared about her. For example, could it be because of her that James suddenly hit Anthony? He was thinking about the fact that she had run away from her marriage. He was jealous of her engagement to Anthony. Will be unhappy to see her with Anthony. Just like her. Jessica acted like she didn't care the angrier Anthony got. His head hurt even more. It felt like maggots had crawled into his brain. The maggots were wriggling in his blood, gnawing at his brain, crawling through his blood vessels to every part of his body, and finally accumulating in his entire chest cavity, as if they were about to explode. All I could think about was whether Jessica had fallen in love with James, whether she regretted running away from her marriage, and whether she regretted being with him. Jessica's current behavior forced him to doubt her loyalty to him. Men are always conceited. He looked down on James before, but now it's his turn. Okay, I just want to remind you to be more restrained. We are not here to compete with him. Don't forget that you still have a case. Do you want to be a bad artist for the rest of your life with the crime of defamation? In the future, I want to have a good relationship with James. In addition to asking him to withdraw the lawsuit, the most important thing is to get to know the big boss of Yang Group through him. But in Anthony's view, this was just an excuse for her to get back together with James. Anthony, who was so angry that he was blinded by anger, said without thinking, "What do you mean by building a good relationship? I think you just want to get back together with him. Coming here to record the show is just an excuse for you to see him." Anthony reminded her again and again, "You are my girlfriend now, my fiancée. We have confirmed our relationship in front of so many people and even set the wedding date. It is too late for you to regret it now. Don't forget that you have been engaged twice. The Xia family cannot afford to lose face like this." Jessica finally stopped being indifferent. Maybe her secrets were exposed. She blushed and said loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Anthony sneered coldly. "What I want to say is, even if you go back to James to admit your mistakes and make peace, it's impossible for you. Anyone can see that the person he likes now is Eve. Eve is your aunt. What can you use to compete with them? Like last night, she pushed you to the ground." Jessica felt her face hurt, and she turned cold. "Anthony, you've crossed the line." Those few simple words instantly brought Anthony back to his senses, and his face went from warm to ice cold. In this relationship, Jessica has always been in control. She can escape the marriage for him or just abandon him. His current status was given by her. If she hadn't spent money to support him, could Anthony have become a popular star? If she hadn't casually asked her father to let the banker give him an identity, would he have become Richard S. Godson? Would he have been able to enter her circle? Everything he has was given by her. So who has the right to say that to her? Even if she really did something wrong, Anthony had no right to criticize her. Anthony understood what Jessica meant in her eyes, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, 1-1. I just care about you too much, and I was so angry that I said these words to you. Don't take it to heart. I will never question you again. If you're angry, just hit me until you feel relieved." Anthony grabbed Jessica's wrist and was about to hit him in the face, and kept apologizing and saying nice things in a humble manner. Jessica clenched her fist and pulled it back with force. "Okay, this won't happen again." Having said that, there is no need to say any more. Anthony tactfully sat aside and kept quiet. Jessica also closed her eyes. Although she looked calm, her heart had actually begun to collapse. It wasn't that she had completely ignored Anthony's words. James fell in love with Eve. How is it possible? He has only been on the show for a few days and has only known Eve for a short time. How could he fall in love with Eve so quickly? When we arrived at the cabin, the director started to arrange the rooms. The newly bought beds had not arrived yet, so we had to wait until the afternoon to move in. Today it was James and Eve's turn to cook. They took 2 pieces of meat from the refrigerator and threw them into the water to thaw. Eve was responsible for cooking at home. James went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables, and the rest of the people were busy with their own things. Jessica saw James was about to go out and hurried to follow him. "James, I'll go with you, and get to know the surrounding environment, by the way." James didn't even look at her and treated her as air. This was something Jessica had never encountered before. She gritted her teeth and followed her. The photographer originally planned to follow along, but Jessica said directly, "I want to talk to James alone for a few minutes, and it's not convenient for outsiders to hear." The photographer still respected the ideas of every guest. When he heard that he was not allowed to follow, he went back to the house with the camera in his hand. Jessica followed James to the back mountain. Although they broke up last month, she felt like she hadn't seen James for a long time. He is in 2 different states, outside the camera and in front of the camera. He seems to be even more handsome than when he is with her. James is concentrating on picking beans. There are so many beans in summer that he can't finish them all. He plans to have a bean feast for lunch today, including beans and potatoes with pork ribs, beans and eggplant, and bean kimchi. The remaining beans can be made into dried beans. James was concentrating on thinking about the dishes, and it would be nice if Jessica wasn't around. Seeing that James didn't take her seriously at all, Jessica finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Why did you hit Anthony last night?" "I didn't hit him. Don't bite people randomly." The doctor checked him and found no injuries. Anthony also apologized to me. "James, you can't fool me. Don't worry, I don't have a recorder or a cell phone on me. I just want to know the truth," Jessica said, reaching out to pull James' sleeve. James dodged and listened to Jessica continue talking with lack of interest. "James, tell me the truth. Why did you hit Anthony? Did he make you unhappy in some way? You had to hit him so hard. He did make me unhappy, but you were the one who makes me even angrier. Me? Jessica was delighted. Could it be that James really still cared about her? James didn't know what Jessica was thinking. He just felt that the way she looked at him was disgusting. He said, "From now on, if you dare to scold Eve again, I will hit Anthony." Jessica's eyes were startled, and she grabbed a bean stick and twisted it off. "Did you hit Anthony because of Eve?" James finally looked her in the eye. "Isn't Anthony the person you like? It hurts you when you hit him. I remember what you said about Eve. The more you scold Eve, the harder I will hit him. If you don't want him to become a cripple, you'd better keep your mouth shut and control your temper." Jessica was thankful that he didn't hit women. Jessica's face turned pale. She never thought that James beat Anthony because of Eve. But why is it Eve? Chapter 109. Jessica, you're like a shrew. James looked at Jessica in front of him. Her eyes were red as if stained with blood, and her stiff face was completely bloodless, even whiter than the foundation she applied on her face. James saw something like pain on her face. "James, you and Eve have only known each other for a few days. Do you understand what kind of person she is? How dare you treat her like this?" Jessica cursed madly. "Eve is a waste in the Liu family. She is good for nothing. She's just a straw bag in a vase. You will not get any benefit from being with such a person. She will also drag you down. I have seen her going in and out of the hotel with different men many times. Her body has long been unclean. She may have a disease that can infect you. Eve approaches you with bad intentions. She wants revenge on me. She has been like this since she was a child. She relies on her seniority to snatch anything I like from me. When I was a child, she snatched my cakes, my TV remote control, and my dresses and jewelry. As she grew older, she became more unscrupulous, snatching my jewelry and bags. And now she's even snatching you." She didn't understand why James was so indifferent. The quieter he was, the more he looked like a madman to her. James had unknowingly picked a large handful of beans. He put them in a bucket and looked at Jessica slowly. "Jessica, do you know what you look like? Like a shrew, with resentment and jealousy written all over her face. Admit it, you are jealous that Eve is better than you. She is prettier than you, has a better figure than you, is smarter than you, and is more likable than you. You are also jealous that I like her." James peeled off her disguise layer by layer like peeling an onion. Jessica has lost her composure. James didn't actually know Eve well enough, but he knew that she was definitely not a useless vase, as Jessica said. If she was really a vase, how could she make the two major departments of Ian Group obey her orders? As for playing with men, is there any evidence? Is there any real evidence? If someone spreads rumors that a man and a woman are not in a good relationship when they see them together, it can only mean that she is dirty and looking for trouble. At least in her previous life, James had known Eve for so many years, but he had never seen her fall in love or have an affair with a man, which made him think that she had no feelings for men, so she became a non-marriageist. "I will treat someone well if I want to. It has nothing to do with how long we've known each other. You should be very clear about this." Just like how he treated Jessica in the beginning. He thought his sincerity could be exchanged for sincerity, but in the end he realized that the person who gives his heart without reservation is the one who loses the most. The beans had been picked, and James decided to go back, but Jessica blocked the way. He said unceremoniously, "Make way." Jessica opened her arms to stop him. "James, I know I have hurt you in the past 3 years. It's normal for you to blame me and not believe me, but we have known each other for 3 years, and we have some affection for each other. What I said today is entirely for your own good. I don't want you to get hurt because of Eve. There will always be some people in this world who, under the guise of doing it for your own good, will gossip about you, interfere with your decisions, and distort the facts. On the surface, they appear to be doing it for your own good, but in fact they wish to trample you into the mud. I believe many people are familiar with such people, commonly known as Saint Bitch. Jessica, you've fallen in love with me, haven't you?" James seemed to have discovered a new world. He laughed and said in a mocking tone, "Are you so unhappy to see me and Eve together? You slander her again and again in front of me? Have you forgotten my reminder to you just now? How could I possibly like you?" Jessica's heartbeat slowed down and her eyes widened. For her, admitting that she cared about James was an extremely embarrassing thing. It's like throwing the food you're tired of into the trash can. You think you'll never touch it again, but when you're extremely hungry, you keep thinking about it, and then you lose control and start rummaging through the trash can. That's best. I hope you can remember this and stay away from me. I don't have the habit of rekindling old feelings and playing the Minotaur plot with you. Jessica understood the first part, but she didn't understand the second part. She thought it was probably not something nice to hear. This is not over yet. James continued to stimulate her. Combined with the rumors you spread about Eve, I can give you a complete answer. If Eve is really playing with me, then I am willing to be played by her. If she likes mini men, then I will line up. If she is a vase, then she is also the most valuable blue and white porcelain. Knowing what Jessica cared about, he immediately maxed out the damage value. Are you satisfied with this answer? Jessica's face was gloomy, her eyes were cold, but more of a broken defense. James gently pushed her aside with the bucket. James! Jessica shouted his name uncomfortably behind him. James didn't even look back, walked down the slope briskly, and then hurried back to the cabin. Eve had already cooked the rice and was now peeling garlic with Jang Ning. Jang Ning asked, Aren't you worried that Jessica went out with James? Eve smiled softly. Why should I worry? She can't win by beating her or scolding her. Jessica can only suffer in front of James. As for the rekindled old relationship you're worried about, that's even more impossible. Even if James gets back together with you, he won't get back together with her. He has no feelings for her. Eve is good at comforting people, but her mood didn't get better. Jang Ning was not as open-minded as Eve. After all, James and Jessica had been together for 3 years. She had secretly inquired about James' news and knew that he loved Jessica very much, obeyed her in everything, and was wholeheartedly good to her. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jessica regrets her decision. If Jessica wants to win James back, can James really turn a blind eye to her? James and Jessica were together. Jang Ning cared about them more than she thought. She was lost in thought until Eve pinched her face. Anyway, James will definitely be with me in the end. If you think so, isn't it easier for Jessica to accept me and James being together? When the time comes, Jessica will have to call James little uncle, and your generation status will be raised by 1 level. Jang Ning. After a long silence, she turned her head away from Eve's hand. Don't touch my face. It smells like garlic. James came back and saw this scene. He felt a little strange. Girls' friendship came suddenly, sometimes good and sometimes bad. When did the relationship between these two people become so good? It seems to have started from last night. Eve's eyes lit up when she saw James coming back. She put down the garlic in her hand and said, You're back. What are we having for dinner today? All kinds of beans. Eve saw that there was half a bucket and asked, How can we eat so much? The old beans are used to stew pork ribs, the tender ones are fried with eggplants, and the thin-rooted ones are dried in the sun to make pickled cowpeas. The 2 girls were responsible for picking beans, while James chopped the thawed ribs and prepared the ingredients. Anthony saw that only James came back and asked in a bad tone, James, where's Jessica? Have no idea. What do you mean you don't know? Didn't Jessica go out with you? Why did you come back, but she didn't? Chapter 1, 10 Director, James poisoned. It's none of my business if she doesn't come back. Am I her father? We're just walking around here. Are you still worried that she'll get lost? If you're really worried, go find her. Bang. James clenched the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed it hard on the chopping board. Stay away from my food, and don't spit your saliva into it. Anthony glanced at the live camera in the kitchen and endured it. He went out to look for Jessica and finally found Jessica sitting on the ground on a hillside. Wan. Jessica looked up suddenly, and when she saw it was Anthony, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Anthony didn't notice. He came to Jessica and blocked the sun for her. Your face hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't be in the sun. I know, but her body was cold. Whenever she thought of what James had just said to her, she shivered and even wanted to cry. She squatted on the ground with her arms folded and buried her head in her arms, as if this could help her escape reality. Anthony squatted in front of her. Wan, how was your conversation with James? Will he withdraw the lawsuit? Jessica said in a muffled voice. I didn't tell him that. If you don't talk about such an important thing, then what are you talking about? Anthony suppressed his unhappiness and asked, So what did you talk about? Nothing. I'll find another opportunity to talk to James about withdrawing the lawsuit. Today is not the right time. Wan, James has no feelings for you anymore. It's useless to play the emotional card. You should either talk about benefits directly or threaten him. You have been with him for so many years. He must have something on you. Don't delay. Uncle Xia can't wait. Jessica has been with James for 3 years. She may know the truth about the death of James' sister, so Anthony decides to test her. I know. You better know. Anthony was dissatisfied with Jessica. After all, no man could tolerate his woman having another man in her heart, and this man was her ex. Go back. I'll help you. Anthony bent down and helped Jessica up. James cooked very quickly. He used 2 pots, one for stewing the ribs and the other for stir-frying, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. It was enough for 8 people. James went to wash his hands and was the last one to come to the table. Eve and Jang Ning saved a seat for him between them. With the addition of 2 more people, the positions have changed. Beata was squeezed further away and now sits completely together with Fong Chun, forming a fixed CP. In order to stop Beata from thinking about James, Jessica intentionally forced the 2 of them together. As soon as he saw Fong Chun, he started praising him, saying that he was young, promising, handsome, and caring. When I was in the observation room, I was very optimistic about Shinrong and you as a couple. You even have a couple name, Chun and CP. Shinrong has been my friend for many years. I was in the same class with her in junior high school. She's a very nice person. Although she's a little stubborn sometimes, and her words are a little harsh, she is very easy to coax, just like a little child. People like her are suitable to find a man who is 4 or 5 years older than her, so that he can take better care of her. Fong Chun is 28 years old this year, 5 years older than 23-year-old Beata. If it were in the past, Beata would have been so happy to hear someone praising her like this. But now she just felt upset and even a little nauseous when she heard Jessica's words, so nauseous that she couldn't eat. Fong Chun liked to hear that very much, and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Really? I'm happy to take care of Shinro. Beata said coldly. I'm not a child. I don't need you to take care of me. Jessica said to Fong Chun, look, she's being upset again. She's like this when she's shy. Kind of think of it. You and Shinrong have already had 2 dates. You're really meant to be together. She joined this show just to find a suitable boyfriend to marry. Beata didn't want to lose her temper at the table, so she held her chopsticks tightly. Eve glanced at her. What you said is ridiculous. Who doesn't come here to find a boyfriend to get married? My little niece. I also came here to find an uncle for you. I'm sure you saw it clearly in the observation room. Speaking of CP names, what is the CP name of James and I? Eve didn't shy away from it and went straight to the face with her ultimate attack. What was originally a topic about Beata alone has now become a topic about many people. Jessica said stubbornly, I don't know about you, but the current audience doesn't like sister-brother relationships, so there's nothing much to say. Is that so? Eve turned her head and thrust her face into the live camera, saying aggrievedly, no one really likes relationships between men and women. No one supports me and James. Jessica suddenly realized that it was her first day recording this kind of live program. Because she was not used to it, she often forgot that it was a live broadcast. Jessica's face changed. The live broadcast room was filled with comments like crazy. Sister, I like sister-brother relationships. Don't listen to her. Jessica is lying to you and is jealous of you. Luju CP is carrying the banner. We are silent. Just treat us as if we don't exist, right? She is talking nonsense, making trouble, and taking advantage of the power of others. Yinbao, you're the most popular. We all like you. This face that suddenly appeared to me was so beautiful that my heart was beating wildly. I couldn't stand it. Yin Yin's face was so beautiful that I was licking the screen. Eve easily diverted the topic away from Beata. Beata, on the opposite side, stared at Eve blankly, and suddenly felt that Eve was not that annoying. James brought the last dish, braised pork ribs with potatoes and beans, to the table. The dishes are all here, let's eat. James looked at Anthony kindly. The 2 newcomers must eat the first bite of the dish. James quickly picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of beans in Anthony's bowl and greeted him warmly. Eat quickly. This dish is specially made to welcome you. Whenever James was friendly to him, Anthony felt a chill down his spine and a little scared. James was like this last night. Anthony looked at the beans in the bowl and thought they shouldn't be poisoned. After all, they were picked from the same dish. James can't poison everyone just to poison him. And with so many live cameras on the scene, James should not dare to do anything small. Thinking of this, Anthony gradually calmed down. He picked up the beans in the bowl and started eating. Is it tasty? Anthony nodded. It's delicious. As long as it tastes good. James looked at him meaningfully, then sat down. Eat it all, and have a good rest after you finish eating. An hour after lunch, Anthony suddenly felt abdominal pain, then began to feel nauseous, vomit, and even a little dizzy. At first, no one took Anthony seriously and just thought he had heat stroke. After all, they had just checked him out in the morning and found that he was in poor physical condition and had some minor health problems. 2 hours later, Anthony still did not get any relief after taking the medicine. He continued to have diarrhea. Later, he began to sweat coldly and his limbs became numb. Anthony suddenly remembered the beans that James had given him with his chopsticks at noon and weakly grabbed the director's hand and said, "Director, James poisoned it." Chapter 111, I am the mother of your child. When the director heard this, he was shocked. The matter in the morning had just been resolved. So how could it happen again now? The director didn't dare to delay any longer and sent Anthony to the hospital. The examination results showed that he had food poisoning. Judging from the food at noon, there's only one possibility. That is, eating uncooked beans led to bean poisoning. Because Anthony bit James to death and said that he had poisoned him intentionally, James also came to the hospital. James had just woken up from a nap. The weather was hot, and he rushed to the hospital under the scorching sun. He felt a little depressed, both mentally and emotionally. Anthony, who had just worn off the anesthesia, was lying on the hospital bed, shouting incoherently that he wanted to call the police to arrest James, mumbling, "James poisoned me. He wants to kill me. Police, arrest him, lock him up, and shoot him." James peered into the ward and asked the director, "What's wrong with him?" "Food poisoning. The beans he made for lunch were not cooked well." "How is it possible? We all ate. How come he is the only one who has problems while we are all fine?" The director wanted to find something from James' face, but found nothing. James was so angry that he frowned. "You wronged me this morning, and you did it again in the afternoon. You really can't change your nature." Anthony said you put some beans into his bowl when you brought the food out. "Director, if you doubt me, just check the surveillance to see if it was me. There are so many cameras watching the kitchen. How could I dare to poison him? Someone could die if I'm not careful, and I don't want to be charged with a criminal offense." James said sincerely and seriously, "What do I want? Can his poisoning bring me any benefit? I'm getting into trouble for no reason." The director thought, "That's right." Anthony woke up slowly and heard what James said in the corridor. He cursed. "James, you deliberately gave me uncooked beans to eat. You wanted to hurt me. You were jealous of Jessica marrying me, and I recognize your parents." James couldn't help but pointed inside and laughed. He rushed to get the things in the trash can, thinking they were good stuff. The director is hard to describe. James walked in. Anthony's already pale face became even paler, making his dark circles under his eyes more obvious. He looked like he was exhausted and weak. James stood by his bed. "You ate a dish and got poisoned. You said that I poisoned you because of the food I picked up for you. I asked you if it tasted good, and you said it tasted good. Can't you tell whether it was raw or cooked?" Anthony really couldn't taste it. For the sake of image management, the dishes he ate were all very light. For example, he hadn't eaten stewed pork ribs with beans in many years. "Whoever advocates this can provide evidence and say that I deliberately poisoned you. Then I will also say that you deliberately ate raw beans to frame me. After all, for someone like you with a criminal record, it is not impossible." With this said, it seems that Anthony is more suspicious. Seeing the director looking at him strangely, Anthony was so angry that his head was about to explode. He slapped the bed under him and said, "James, you are slandering me." James said the same thing. Find the evidence. If he wants to call the police, he can accompany him. Anthony had suffered a loss at the hands of James once, and seeing how confident he was, he knew that the so-called evidence had been destroyed by him. Anthony was so angry that he clenched his fists and forgot that there was a needle stuck in the back of his hand, and the blood was flowing back. When the director saw this, he quickly called the doctor and nurse to help him adjust the infusion tube. Anthony insisted that James was the one who poisoned him. So James asked Anthony to produce evidence, and they were suddenly caught in a vicious circle. The doctor also gave an explanation, saying that when food is cooked in one pot, it is possible that some beans are not cooked. As for why Anthony was the only one poisoned, we can only say that he was unlucky. Others have not been poisoned, perhaps because their bodies are healthy and can resist trace toxins, or perhaps the poison has not yet set in. The doctor repeatedly reminded James, in the future, when cooking beans, simmer them for a little longer. Simmering for more than 10 minutes will be fine. If you want to stir-fry them but are worried that they are not cooked through, you can add some water and simmer for 5 or 6 minutes, and then dry-fry them over high heat. "Doctor, I've been cooking for several years, and I've never had any cases of bean poisoning. But I will listen to you and be more careful in the future." He glanced at Anthony and said, "Be careful not only about the food, but also about the people." The matter ended in nothing. The director had a worried look on his face, always feeling that Anthony looked so unlucky that his bad luck had infected the entire production team. If he had known this earlier, he should not have signed Anthony. The director said with a headache, "What should we do now? Your body won't get better in a short time, and you have new arrangements tomorrow. How are you going to record?" Anthony asked, "What arrangements?" 2 days of camping, picking mushrooms outside. Anthony didn't want to go when he heard that. His fear of James had become a conditioned reflex. If they could poison him in the cabin in front of so many people and cameras, wouldn't it be even more cruel if they went outside? Moreover, there are many different varieties of poisonous mushrooms. If you're not careful, it is easy to eat poisonous mushrooms by mistake, which makes it easier for James to poison him. Anthony was afraid of dying in the mountains. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head. I'm not going. Director, don't worry about me. Just arrange it as you want. I'll rest in the hospital for 2 days. That's all we can do. Anthony in the hospital. He took James away. Anthony was resting in the hospital and didn't need to record, so the staff returned his phone to him. Anthony opened his phone and saw several private messages and missed calls. The most common messages were from Stella, who kept asking him when she could bring James back. Anthony's scalp tingles when he thinks of this crazy old woman. James' behavior of poisoning and beating people is probably related to his family genes. Anthony ignored it and pretended not to see it. Anthony looked at them one by one until he clicked on an unfamiliar number. The other party sent him an ultrasound picture, which showed that the baby was 8 months pregnant and would be born in more than a month. At first, Anthony didn't take it seriously, thinking that someone had sent it by mistake and didn't think much about it. The ward was quiet. Under the effect of the medicine, Anthony felt a little drowsy. He closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. He didn't know how long he slept before he was awakened by a phone call. Anthony picked up the phone and saw it was that strange phone number. Anthony picked up the phone. Hello? A female voice came from the phone. Anthony, did you see the photo I sent you? The other party knew him, and the photo was either sent by mistake or intended for him to see. Who is so bored as to send him a pregnancy ultrasound picture? Anthony felt uneasy and began to think that the woman's voice sounded familiar. I saw it. Who are you? Did you send it to the wrong person? I am Su Tian, the mother of your child. Only 7 months have passed, and you have already forgotten my voice. Anthony's eyes suddenly widened as the woman's voice continued to reach his ears. That night, I became pregnant with your child. Now the child is about to be born. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Anthony wanted to curse loudly, but he considered that this was a hospital with many people and many gossips, and his words might be spread by someone with ulterior motives. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Didn't I already give you the money? Su Tian, that little money is for me to accompany you for a month. Now that I'm pregnant, it has to be calculated separately. Ask for a wave of gifts sooner or later. Use love to generate electricity. You can watch free ads every day, and the gift list has fallen. Chapter 112, Scumbag Anthony. Anthony was so angry that he almost laughed. He didn't expect such a thing to happen again after such a long time. It turned out that you have to uproot the grass. Okay, I'll give you money. How much do you want in exchange for aborting the baby? 300 million. 300 million. Why don't you go and rob it? Su Tian said bluntly. Anthony, I have calculated that with your current worth, 300 million is not a lot. Su Tian, you have guts. Su Tian laughed twice. I don't have any sperm. I have your sperm in my belly, and it's a male sperm. Anthony turned his face to the window, looked at the dark night outside, and said in a calm voice, I don't need you to give birth to my son. Su Tian, but I already have it. If you don't want it, what did you sow in the first place? If you really can't give me 300 million, then you can marry me. This must be her purpose. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to him when she was 8 months pregnant. She just wanted to force him to marry her because of the pregnancy. My stomach ached slightly after the wash. It was already fragile, and now I felt bloated and nauseous. You know that Jessica and I just got engaged. How could I marry you? This is easy to solve. I will send the evidence of our sex life and the paternity test of the fetus to your fiancé. Then you won't be able to get married, and you can marry me. Su Tian's tone was light and cheerful, as if she had come up with a great idea. She took herself into consideration and completely ignored Anthony. Anthony could vaguely sense a sweet and fishy taste coming from his throat. He must be having bad luck this year and encountering villains. Why did he always run into a bunch of crazy people recently? If this continues, he will be tortured to death. He could only negotiate in a tone. Su Tian, I can't come up with 300 million. Can you see if you can reduce it to 10 million? Seemed to be shocked by Anthony's bargaining. She was stunned for a long time before she said, Anthony, do you think I'm a fool? You bargained my 300 million down to 10 million? Who told you to bid like that? Don't you want to kill me? Anthony is playing badly. Anyway, I only have 10 million, no more. Okay, you transfer the 10 million to me. Hearing that there was still room for negotiation, Anthony breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What about the child?" Su Tian, "I gave birth to it." Anthony, "Are you kidding me?" Su Tian sneered. "This is the child support you should give. If you don't give it to me, I will make a big fuss. Anyway, I have nothing but my child, but you are different. You are the son-in-law of a wealthy family, and you have recognized rich parents." Anthony felt threatened. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Su Tian, let's talk it over. I won't stop you if you want to give birth to the child. I will definitely give you the child support. Please don't make a big deal out of it. You want my child to be a bastard? He is my son. How can he be illegitimate?" Anthony decided to calm her down first, and then plan carefully for the future. He continued, "My position is not stable now, and I haven't made enough money. When I officially inherit the Zhuang family's property and get the shares of the Xia family, I will take you and my son back and reunite as a family." These words really calmed Su Tian down. "So you still want to marry Jessica? We can get divorced after getting married. I'll transfer the money to you. Where do you live now? If the environment is bad, rent a better house. Tell me if you need anything. I'm recording a show now, and I'll come to find you after it's over." Su Tian told me the due date. "Will you come to accompany me when I give birth? I will definitely make time to be with you that day." Although pregnant women are sensitive and have a bad temper, they are fragile hearts and can be easily coaxed as long as you are patient and say things they want to hear. Su Tian was finally coaxed into silence and stopped making a fuss. However, when she hung up the phone, she emphasized and threatened, "Anthony, don't forget me and my son." The moment the call was hung up, Anthony wanted to smash the phone, but thinking that this was the only phone he had to suppress the impulse. Su Tian used to be his assistant. There was no love developed between them, only physical needs. Su Tian was a girl from the countryside with no background, so it was hard to control her. She was a fan of his before she became his assistant, so it was easy to win him over. They had known each other for a year, but they only had sex for a month. Su Tian was very obedient. When she was his assistant, she rushed to do everything, such as making nutritious meals for him, helping him with his luggage, fanning him when it was hot, standing on tiptoe to hold an umbrella for him, queuing outside to buy milk tea on hot days, remembering all his preferences, doing whatever he was asked to do, and hanging around him all day long. The first time I slept with her was an accident, but the subsequent times were natural. Their relationship was so secret that even their agent didn't know about it. Who could have thought? Compared with Jessica, Su Tian is just a country girl. How could he possibly like her? He really didn't like her. He just treated her as a toy to kill time and please his body, but he never took her to heart. He would give Su Tian money every time. In order to avoid the relationship being disclosed, Anthony proposed to end it. When they separated, he gave her 500,000 yuan, which Su Tian accepted. He thought that their relationship was a business one. Every time they had sex, he was very careful and took all the necessary measures, but Su Tian still got pregnant. Judging from the time of pregnancy, it was the first pregnancy that was an accident. Damn it, Anthony cursed inwardly. If it was with Jessica and she got pregnant at the same time, he would have praised himself as a sharpshooter. But when this happened to Su Tian, he just wanted to say it was bad luck. He was wrong. He thought Su Tian was an honest girl who knew nothing, but he didn't expect to be tricked by her. Anthony did not doubt Su Tian. The fact that she could come up with these things to threaten him over the phone proved that she had a lot of evidence against him. A head-on confrontation would not work, and he could only proceed step by step. In the middle of the night, Anthony's stomach was cramping with anger. He curled up on the bed, clenched his fists against his stomach, and closed his eyes silently. It was not until the nurse on rounds came in that she discovered that Anthony had fainted again. James returned to the cabin from the hospital. He first saw Eve. "Are you okay?" "Don't worry. Nothing can happen to me." James could give half-cooked beans to Anthony, so he would not be caught by anyone. Fong Chun and the others also gathered around. "Where's Anthony? How is he? Is he feeling better?" "I have food poisoning, and I can't come back for the time being." "How did he get food poisoning out of nowhere? What did he eat?" "We are all fine except him." "What a troublemaker." The person who said this is Bata. As a former fan of Anthony, she has now turned against him like a fan who turned against him because of his looks. She dislikes Anthony in every aspect, and no one can understand why she thought Anthony was better than James in the first place. The idea that remains the same as before is that Jessica and Anthony are a perfect match and should get married. Beata subconsciously looked for Jessica and saw her standing in an inconspicuous corner, looking frightened, staring blankly at James. Yes, How could Anthony get food poisoning? Others didn't know, but didn't Jessica know? This was James' second warning to her. Chapter 113, Awakening Beata. James did it on purpose. He didn't hit Anthony, but he caused Anthony to get food poisoning. The pain of gastric lavage is no less than being punched in the body. When James glanced at her inadvertently, Jessica clearly felt the malice. Beating and poisoning people are illegal, but James can be so cruel for Eve again and again, violating his principles. This situation had never happened before. Even as her fiancé for 3 years, he had never acted so rashly because of her. It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. She said so many bad things about Eve, but James didn't care at all. In fact, not caring and not saying anything treated Eve better. Watching people who were once good to you now being doubly good to others is a really unpleasant feeling, like the dregs of expired bitter medicine stuck in your throat, emitting a sour and bitter taste. Jessica is an only child, and no one in the family will share her love. Frank treats her as the apple of his eye and gives her all the good things, the best material life, and the most superior educational resources, so that she enjoys a luxurious life. Among her friends of the same age, she has the best family background, so everyone will give in to her and put her at the center of attention. No one ever took away her things, only she didn't want them. But now she felt a strong sense of gap, as if someone suddenly appeared in her life and took away something that originally belonged to her. Thinking of this, she looked at Eve with resentment. The director came back with James and announced tomorrow's tasks after returning. Pack your luggage tonight. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Beata raised her hands obediently and asked, Director, where are we going? We'll be camping for 2 days. There are a lot of mushrooms in the mountains during the recent rainy season. We can pick wild mushrooms to eat during this season. Will it be poisoned? We have a professional manual, a doctor accompanying us, and local people to help us. So the probability of poisoning is very low. So what should I bring for camping? I suggest you pack light, since you still need to bring a tent. The director secretly glanced at Eve, guessed his boss's mood, and said, Anthony is in the hospital and can't record. There will be only 7 of you going out camping these 2 days. The 7 of you should discuss among yourselves and split into 2 teams. When they heard that they were going to be divided into teams, the guests all looked at their favorite candidates. Not to mention Jang Ning and Eve, Beata was also pretending not to care and stealing glances at James. Jessica took in the expressions of the 3 women. She felt unhappy, but like Beata, she couldn't help but steal a glance at James. Ling Xian asked, 7 people, no matter how you divide it, it won't be even. Eve said, Jiang Ning, James, and I will form a group of 3, and you will form a group of 4. Beata said, why do you have the final say? Aren't you and Jessica good friends? Do you want to separate from her? The director arranged for us to split into our own teams to avoid conflicts within the team. Eve turned to Fang Chun and Ling Xian and asked them, do you have any objections? Fang Chun's idea was simple. As long as he could be in a group with Beata, it would be fine. Ling Xian didn't care and didn't dare to have any opinion. The team was divided so simply. The program crew had already prepared the camping equipment. Each team had 2 tents. In addition to the tents, they also had to bring tableware for eating, as well as seasonings and pots for cooking. Considering that they would only stay for 2 days, James did not bring too many things. He was responsible for food, and the 2 girls were responsible for details, such as mosquito repellent and medicine. They heard that there were snakes in the mountains in this season, so they specially asked someone to prepare snake repellent powder. After a night's rest, they were woken up before dawn the next day. The staff drove them to the foot of the mountain and asked them to climb up. The mountain road was slippery after it had just rained, so several people put on rain boots and held a stick in their hands, which could be used as a walking stick to drive away snakes and to hit spider webs. Up to now, this program no longer feels like a dating show, but more like a mountain adventure. Beata was afraid of insects, so in order not to delay the filming process, she endured it. But when she saw a long snake hanging on the tree, she burst into tears instantly. I don't want to go up there. Director, have you forgotten that this is a love show, not a survival show? Why did you bring us to this crappy place? The little girl was frightened and cried. The director felt guilty and came to her and comforted her softly. Is it the meaning of love to share the joys and sorrows? If you can't bear this little bit of hardship, how can you bear the hardship of marriage? Beata squatted on the ground, rubbing her eyes and choking up. Is marriage just for suffering? Then I won't get married. Director, I was unable to refute for a moment. But you see, others are persevering, so you can do it too. But I'm afraid of bugs. I'm afraid of snakes. I really can't do it. How could it be impossible? You are so brave and strong. You have overcome all the difficulties along the way. Now you're halfway up the mountain and are about to reach the top. Do you really want to give up? The director's tricks came again, but this time Beata did not compromise. Her fear was greater than anything else. Beata was also asking herself, should she really give up? Even Jessica persisted, and Eve and Jang Ning never complained of being tired. Especially Eve, who was cheering and livening up the atmosphere all the way like a little son. No wonder James is attracted to her. She couldn't lose either. Beata stood up with her stick, pointed at James, and said to the director, "Director, can I join their team?" "Why? With James around, I feel very safe." As soon as these words came out, Jessica and Fong Chen's faces changed. Jessica took Beata's hand. "Shinrong, are you going to abandon me?" "Fong Chen, I will protect you from now on and won't let any bugs get close to you." "You're talking nonsense." Beata reached out her hand, slapped a mosquito to death, and then pushed Jessica's hand away. "Jessica, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You've been trying to match me up with Fong Chen these past 2 days. I've already told you that I don't like him, but you still want to mess around with me. Although I'm participating in a dating show, I don't have to find a man." Beata's words embarrassed both of them. He was watching the show from the side. She didn't expect that Beata would actually rebel against Jessica. It was really cause for celebration. Jessica was surprised and said, "Just because of this? Since you don't like it, I will change it. I won't match you up anymore in the future. It's not just this one thing." She once truly regarded Jessica as her best friend and thought about asking her to be her only bridesmaid when she got married one day. But now, she felt very tired. "Jessica, I'm not a fool. I can feel whether a person is good to me or not." Since Jessica once emphasized that they were friends, the friendship became impure. As the saying goes, if a relationship makes you unhappy and always drains you of energy, you must cut your losses in time. Chapter 114, Breaking Off Relationship with Jessica. There is no live camera, so Beata can say whatever she wants without worrying about offending anyone. She blurted out everything in her heart in one breath. She had always wanted to break up with Jessica, but it had reached its peak in the past 2 days. The recording of this show is almost finished, with only one date left before the finale is announced. Next, she wanted to do things according to her mood. As for the words beware of fire, theft, and best friends, she no longer cared. What she could be clear about was that her concern for James only gradually developed after they broke off their engagement. She should learn from Eve. Eve, as an aunt, doesn't care about her reputation, so why should she care so much? Her fame was given by others, so why should she compromise herself because of other people's opinions? If we really have to talk about mistakes, the most outrageous one was Jessica running away from her marriage. James had said to her emerged in her mind, and just like that, Beata convinced herself to break up with Jessica. The only person she felt sorry for was Fong Chun. After all, he was just helping her test James, but because of Jessica's matchmaking, she got angry and always hurt him by mistake. She was too lazy to test James. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was the most special to Eve. What she did was like a clown. Not only did she not gain any benefits, but it also pushed him further away. Fong Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and he asked gently, "Shinrong, I respect your idea. If you don't want to be in the same team with me, that's fine, but there are already 2 girls in James' group. Where will you sleep if you join them?" Beata thought of changing people, and she looked at Jang Ning clearly. Eve hooked her arm around Jang Ning's shoulder and said, "No need to change people." Beata looked lost. The next second, Eve said, "You and Jessica can sleep in the same tent at night, and you can stay with us the rest of the time." I have to say that Eve is very tolerant. Even though she knows Beata's feelings for James, she is still so confident to let her in. Isn't she afraid that someone will steal her away? Jiang Ning looked at Eve's profile and suddenly couldn't understand what this person was thinking. Eve asked James, "Captain, what do you think?" James had no objection. "It's up to you to decide." Eve didn't completely not care. If possible, she would like to bring James to a world that belongs only to the 2 of them, in which they can do whatever they want and no one will disturb them. In Eve's eyes, James is like a priceless antique. No one was interested in it first, but after it was unearthed, everyone wanted to snatch it. Those who got the antique just wanted to lock it up and keep an eye on it. But James is not an antique. He needs to have his own world and will meet all kinds of people. If he can be easily taken away by others, It only means that he does not belong to her and is not worthy of her love. Beata's eyes lit up when she heard that she could go there. She quickly shook the stick and went to Eve like a clumsy penguin, which was also the place closest to James. Fangchen's face looked so ugly that he almost couldn't hold it together. Beata just went to the other team without looking back, which made their group look useless. Jessica said calmly, "Beata, are you really going to break up with me? We have known each other for so many years and have been together since junior high school. Have you forgotten who stood up for you when you were laughed at? And who stood up for you when your parents looked down on you? Have you forgotten all this?" "I haven't forgotten, but I've also done a lot for you. Do you want me to tell you one by one?" Beata didn't want to get to this point with Jessica. Although people have changed, some memories are at least good, and she doesn't want to erase them all. Jessica said excitedly, "Since you choose to leave the team, don't come back at night. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply. I can sleep with the staff at night, or I can stay out of sleep at night." Anyway, she had to stay up all night when she was filming in the past. Jessica was really stunned this time, and she looked at Beata with an incredible look. The Beata she knew had a bad temper and was very demanding about her environment, especially the place to rest and sleep. It was impossible for her to sleep with a stranger. Beata used to be love-starved and sensitive. They were friends, and she listened to her. But now, for James' sake, she not only contradicted her, but also wanted to cut off ties with her outright. Beata turned her head and patted James' hand. "Let's go and get rid of them." James subconsciously looked at Eve. Because of Beata's joining, the team formation changed. Eve, who was supposed to walk behind James, was now squeezed behind Beata. Eve didn't care. "Let's go." Beata is still afraid, but is much better than before. Even if she is scared, she just covers her mouth and hums a few times. This kind of mountain road is not easy to walk on. If you're not careful, you will fall and get covered in mud. Jessica's face was much better than yesterday. The swelling had subsided, but her cheeks were still red. She had carefully put on makeup before going out today. Now her makeup was a little smudged, her clothes were messy, and she looked disheveled after climbing the mountain for half an hour. In order to take care of her, their team stopped and started along the way, and were soon left behind by James' group. Eve has the best physical strength among the female guests, so climbing the mountain road is no problem for her. The only problem is that the pair of rain boots on her feet are a bit big and they hurt her feet. She gritted her teeth and persevered for more than half an hour, but her feet were getting more and more painful, and every step felt like scraping on a razor blade. She looked at the back of James' head and thought to herself that she should not hold back the team. Beata, who is so afraid of insects and snakes, walked while crying. What does her behavior mean? Thinking of this, she clenched the wooden stick in her hand tightly and became quiet from being active at the beginning. At this moment, James, who was walking in front, suddenly turned back and asked, "Eve, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Eve smiled immediately. Beata felt sad. She had been crying behind him for so long, but he didn't show any concern for her. James continued to walk forward, but this time his peripheral vision kept falling on Eve. The next second, he stopped again. "Beata, you," and Eve switched places. Beata originally wanted to say why, but then she thought that as a temporary member of the team, she had no right to say anything. So she obediently gave up her seat and said, "You go over there." Eve raised an eyebrow. "Why did you suddenly change positions? Are you worried about me? Did you sprain your ankle?" Eve was very patient. Although it was painful, her walking posture did not change, and she was the same as usual. Even Jang Ning, who was always behind her, did not notice the problem. So how did James notice it? "I'll support you." He simply stretched out a hand and half-hugged the person in his arms. Eve felt indescribably relieved, but when she thought of the heavy luggage James was carrying, she immediately stood up and whispered, "I'm fine. I can walk by myself." Although she likes to be close to James in various ways, she also knows how to distinguish between occasions. "I'm the power generation pile again. Looking for love to generate electricity. Thank you. My 3 ads are game modifications. What are yours?" Chapter 115. Some people don't remember the pain. "Your legs are lame, and you still say you're fine?" The staff member following the team asked, "Did Eve sprain her ankle? Do you want to stop and rest?" James asked, "How far is it? If we keep walking at this speed, we'll be there in 20 minutes. How about this? James, you carry Eve, and we can carry the luggage. We don't have much luggage, so we can share the burden. Is this appropriate?" "How is it inappropriate? The director arranged for us to follow to prevent such accidents from happening. Eve's foot was injured, so she should be given priority." Beata came closer. "Did you really sprain it? When did it happen?" Eve's feet curiously. She followed behind her and didn't notice that Eve sprained her ankle. James took off his luggage and squatted down. Get on, I'll carry you the last distance. You're just pretending. Jessica's team rushed over and heard the noise from afar. When she heard that Eve sprained her ankle and needed James to carry her, her first reaction was that she was pretending. Facing Eve, Jessica couldn't help but be mean. Pretending to be hurt and falling into a man's arms for comfort is a trick she often uses. Just like a green tea bitch. Each of us is carrying luggage and climbing up the mountain, but some people only know how to be sneaky and try to be clever even when climbing a mountain. In Jessica's opinion, he was like a prostitute who was flirting with James. As an observer, she had seen Eve making up all kinds of excuses to be promiscuous with James in the observation room. Cooking and tying an apron, cutting his hair and shaving him, and doing handicrafts on their first date. Such a long time has passed, but when she recalls it, it is still vivid, as if it happened just today. It makes her chest hurt, and she looks at Eve with hatred. She disliked Eve before. She would still call her auntie to give her some face in public. Now, she doesn't want to give her this face at all. She and Eve had fallen out since she seduced James. Now they're almost like enemies, and she just wishes she would die. James remained calm and glanced at Jessica. Some people always suffer losses and never learn their lessons. After being beaten, she turned her head and forgot about it. It might be because this slap did not fall on her. She did not know the pain and naturally did not remember the pain. It was just that Anthony suffered from being beaten again and again. He thought Jessica would feel sorry for him, but who knew that she kept making trouble, as if she could not wait for him to be beaten to death by James. James was even wondering if these two guys were satisfied with beating him up, so they kept provoking him again and again and ignored his warnings. After James' cold glance, Jessica suddenly came back to her senses and seemed to remember Anthony, who was still lying in the ward, and her half-open mouth slowly closed. James had already squatted in front of Eve and let her get on his back. Eve was rarely coy, patted his shoulder and said, "Forget it. It's almost time. I can hold on." James suddenly grabbed Eve's wrist to stop her from running. He held her up and lifted her up with one hand. His body suddenly flew into the air. Eve was startled and clamped her legs around his waist to prevent herself from falling. She walks with a limp, but still says she's fine. James had strong arms and carried her up on his back. "I'm really fine," James said. "Then consider it as me wanting to carry you." He felt itchy inside and blushed for the first time. She stopped talking, gently hooked her hands around James' neck, and stared down at the red mole on the back of his neck. Even when she was walking behind him, James could sense that something was wrong with her. Doesn't that prove that he had her at his heart? Seeing James' sweaty face, Eve raised her hand to wipe the sweat off his face without thinking, using her fingertips to gently wipe away the sweat beads on his chin. James paused and held Eve's hands a little tighter. Bata, who was walking behind, saw their backs and felt so upset. She didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction for fear of being kicked out of the team, and then she would have no place to cry. Bata's attention was distracted by the figure in front of him, and for a moment he forgot to be afraid of insects. James walked faster with Eve on his back, and her weight felt less than the luggage he had carried before. Finally arriving at the destination, Bata found a rock to sit down, and then complained to the director, "If I had known it would be so tiring, I would not have come. Anthony is so lucky. We worked hard to climb the mountain, while he was alone in the ward enjoying the air conditioning." Bata has no image at all at the moment. When she first came to the program group, she had to dress up carefully every day and make herself look like a little princess. In Bata's self-deprecating words, she has no acting skills, no works, and a bad personality. The only thing she has left is her face. If she loses her face, her fans will probably disappear too. So no matter where she goes, she will pay attention to image management, but now she's really too tired and has no energy to create a concise look. As for what her fans think, she doesn't care what they think. James carefully placed Eve on a clean stone and sat her down, then took off her rain boots without saying a word. Eve's reaction was not as fast as James. She was stunned for a moment before she covered her feet. Because of nervousness, her toes were curled up tightly. James frowned at her blistered feet. "Why didn't you tell me that your feet were rubbed like this?" James asked her in a rare, serious tone. Jang Ning sucked in a breath of cold air. She didn't know how long Eve had endured it. She walked behind her and didn't notice that her shoes were rubbing her feet. Bata also jumped over. "Oh my God, it hurts just looking at it." She was glad that her temper had changed and she no longer said sarcastic words. Otherwise, she would have gotten up and slapped herself twice in the middle of the night. Jang Ning quickly took out the medicine from his backpack, but before he could hand it over, he saw James stretch out his hand. Let me do it. Jang Ning put in his hand, watched him kneel on one knee on the ground, and coaxed Eve to stretch out her foot. James gently grasped Eve's ankle with one hand to prevent her from hiding, then took iodine and gently wiped the blood blisters on her feet. Does it hurt? Eve lowered her head and said, It doesn't hurt. James's approach was very gentle, and he treated Eve like a fragile piece of porcelain, always showing that he was gentle with her. This is something that even bystanders would envy, let alone Jang Ning and Bata. Jang Ning clenched the Band-Aid in her hand. She had already planned to give up, but when she saw what was happening in front of her, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Try not to let your feet touch water for the next 2 days. I'll see if I can find a way to change your shoes. James' tone was full of concern. Eve nodded in agreement, only to feel even more itchy inside. Bata said sourly, You two have a really good relationship. James stood up, and after asking around, he actually found a pair of slippers, but he had to let Eve wear them first. James reminded her worriedly, Slippers are not non-slip. Don't walk around. I'll carry you wherever you want to go. Eve lowered her voice and asked, What if I need to go to the bathroom? Chapter 116, she wants to take down her love rival. When we got there, the first thing we did was to set up the tent and then cook. James was very skilled, and with the help of Jang Ning and Bata, the 2 tents were set up quickly. Bata was sweating all over, but she didn't stop. She rushed to do the work in order to stay in the team, and also wanted to perform well in front of James to prove that she was not bad. Bata was not very strong, but she was energetic, so James threw her a small shovel and asked her to dig a hole. After she finished digging, he would build the stove and cook. Bata was digging the hole with a small shovel, full of energy. He was complaining about the hard work and saying he would never do it again just an hour ago. The director also encouraged everyone at this time. After 2 days of hard work, we will return to the city tomorrow night. I will arrange 3 days of rest for you. Have a good rest, and we will move to the next station. Bata asked, Where's the next place? Director, a secret is no longer a surprise if you tell it to others. Bata, I think it's shock. Director, go dig your hole. He was being watched by James, so she couldn't do any heavy work and could only do some light work. After the tent was set up, she and Jang Ning packed their luggage. Jang Ning asked, What did you say to James just now? Eve smiled softly. Nothing. Jang Ning glanced at Bata, who was still digging a hole outside. Bata likes James. Did you know that? I'm not blind, of course I know. Then why did you let her get close to James? Eve found that Jang Ning seemed to be very concerned about her and James recently. Eve said as she packed her luggage, We are all helping people quit smoking, so one more person won't make much, and one less person won't make much either. Jang Ning felt like he was being implied. Before he could come to his senses, he saw Eve walk out of the tent and walk straight towards Bata. Do you need help? Bata glanced at her feet. No, I can do it alone. This was a job James assigned to her, and she refused to give in. Eve looked at it for a while and praised. You dug this pit very well. It's big and round. It should be easy to make a fire. Bata didn't even raise her head. Of course. Hearing Eve praising her, Bata was no longer so wary of Eve. She stopped and said, What are you doing standing here? You're blocking my light. Go sit aside. Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about your feet. I'm worried that you'll get hurt, and James will have to work hard to carry you. Okay. Eve unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Would you like some water? Bata was thirsty, so he took the water and drank in big gulps. After saying thank you, he continued digging. I don't know what kind of stove James wants, but it never hurts to dig deeper. Are you hungry? I have some chocolate here. Not hungry. Eating chocolate will give you more strength. You've done so much and you need to replenish your energy. Only with energy can you continue to help James. Give me one then. Eve peeled off the candy wrapper. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. Bata opened her mouth subconsciously and only reacted after the chocolate entered her mouth. She stared at him. Don't think you can please me like this. I'm telling you, I'm your rival in love now. I like James. Wow. So you like James? I can't tell at all. Eve suddenly said coldly. If that's the case, I can't keep you here. Go back to where you came from. Bata was stunned. How could you do this? What's wrong with me? The captain is James. I'll go talk to him. But he listens to me. If you don't believe me, try it. Bata was anxious, looking at the small earth pit she had dug with great effort. But I dug the pit. I did the work. Even if you dug a hole, He would listen to me. Beata looked aggrieved. How could he be so mean? She is so mean. At this time, Beata was no longer in the mood to dig the hole. He threw away the small shovel in his hand like an abandoned puppy. I don't want to go back. Then you have to listen to me from now on. If you dare to make any small moves, I will throw you back. As soon as Jang Ning came out, she saw Eve teasing Beata. She asked why Eve was watching child psychology last night. It turned out that it was for Beata. Eve not only wants to deal with James, but also wants to deal with all her rivals one by one. Her methods are so sophisticated that a naive person like Beata cannot possibly beat her. James came back with a pile of firewood and saw the pit that Beata had dug. He said with a smile, "Are you planning to bury someone in such a deep pit? Bury Eve first." Beata didn't show it on her face and muttered, "Is it too deep? What should we do then?" "Fill in a little. I'll do it. I just saw a lot of mushrooms over there. Take the manual and go find some. Dig some and bring them back to make mushroom soup for lunch." Beata heard that James had assigned her another task. It was obvious that he had already treated her as his own. He provided her with food and drink and would definitely not drive her away. Thinking of this, she looked at Eve smugly, then went to look for the manual in her bag and happily carried the basket to look for mushrooms. Eve asked, "You asked her to look for mushrooms. Aren't you afraid she might get poisoned?" With the locals watching, it shouldn't be a big problem. James looked at Eve's feet. "Does your foot still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, and I can walk normally. So you don't have to carry me to the toilet." James understood the meaning of Eve's sighs. He had escaped it before, so this time he decided to find something to change the subject. James filled the hole, piled up the stones, put the pot in place, added water, and added wood to start the fire. "Let's keep it simple for lunch. Just cook some instant noodles and then add some mushrooms to the soup. Is that okay?" James asked Eve for her opinion. "You arrange it." He found a rock to sit on. "What did Jessica talk about with you yesterday at noon?" She had always wanted to ask, but never found the chance. "What she said was so rude. I don't want to pollute your ears." "I see. It seems like it's another insult to her." Seeing the progress in her relationship with James, Jessica became completely anxious and unable to control her emotions, and her character flaws were quickly exposed. Jessica didn't change. She has always been like this. It's just that she was used to having smooth sailing in the past 20 years. She thought everything belonged to her and that everything was under her control. She thought she could control everything. So when she encountered some unexpected setbacks, her mentality would easily collapse. If it collapses now, what will happen in the future? Eve stood up. "I'm going to talk to the director about something." The director was setting up the tent and adjusting the equipment. Eve called him and got straight to the point. "Does Jessica often say bad things about me on the show?" "I did say that when I was an observer." Jessica would restrain herself when facing the live camera, but when she was an observer, she could speak without restraint because she knew that it would be edited backstage. For example, when Eve and James had their first date, she belittled Eve to the point of being worthless. If Eve knew about this, who knows how angry she would be. Just release it as a tidbit first, and don't cut any of the main film, just broadcast it in full. It's so disgusting to hear such harsh words. Eve sneered. "If she doesn't broadcast it, how can I sue her for spreading rumors?" Chapter 117. Only women can distinguish green tea bitches. The words came from Jessica's mouth. The more rumors are spread, the more serious the consequences will be. After giving the instructions, Eve went back and passed by Jessica's tent area on the way. It was already 12 o'clock, and their group's tent had not been set up yet. It was crooked, as if it would fall down with a gust of wind. The person in charge of cooking was Fong Chun, who had not dug a better pit than Beata. He knelt on the ground and added wood to the pit to start a fire. The trembling flame went out as soon as it ignited. He hammered the ground in frustration, wanting to overturn the pot, but then he remembered that this was a program recording and he endured it. His face was covered in dust, and Eve shook her head when she saw him. Jessica came out of the tent, sweating profusely to take a breath, but saw Eve. She was full of hostility towards Eve, thinking that she was just there to laugh at her. His eyes moved downwards to look at Eve's feet. She was wearing slippers and walking leisurely. She didn't look like she had sprained her ankle at all. It turns out that he was pretending. Perhaps only women can see at a glance that the other person is a green tea bitch. Only James foolishly thinks that Eve is weak. Jessica was about to make a sarcastic remark when she saw James walking towards her. The tents of the two teams were not far apart, at most 10 meters. But it was such a short distance. But James still came to pick up Eve. Was he afraid that someone would hurt her? James defending? James came to Eve, and before he could say anything, he saw Eve raise her hand. Carry me back, okay? Does your foot hurt? I don't want to leave. James actually bent down and picked her up. I don't know if it was the sweat that rolled into her eyes, making them tearful. She didn't understand why these two people became so close in such a short time. When she was observing them getting along in the observation room before, James had been avoiding Eve, and it was obvious that James cared a lot about the fact that Eve was her aunt. What could have changed him so quickly? Bata had already picked the mushrooms, but there were only a few edible ones in the basket. James first made a broth with mushrooms and then put the instant noodles in it. The aroma of the soup noodles spread so well that the food next door could be smelled. Fong Chen's stomach was growling with hunger. He estimated that he could eat even a whole cow. The fire in the stove was still not lit. He smashed the lighter in his hand in anger. Ling Xian finally fixed the tent. He got up early in the morning. He had been doing physical work all morning, and his stomach had already digested everything. When he smelled the fragrance, he thought Fong Chun had prepared the meal. When I went out, I saw that the pot, water, and firewood were cold. So cold that it made me feel uneasy. Where's the meal you cooked? I can't light this fire. James next door called for dinner. Ling Xian looked over with envy, touched his flat stomach, and felt hungry. How come you can't even light a fire? It's already so late. The dinner next door is ready. What are we going to eat? You just cook. How come you can't do anything right? Ling Xian complained. Look at James next door. He's a rich second generation. He knows how to cook, camp, and set up tents. You came from the countryside. How come you can't do anything better than him? Have you never done these things at home? This was not the first time that Ling Xian was surprised that Fong Chun did not know how to work. On the first day, Fong Chun put on airs and wanted to be the team leader. Firstly, he was old, and secondly, he came from the countryside. He repeatedly mentioned that he came from the countryside to highlight how capable he was, which gave people the illusion that he was a successful person who had made an inspirational comeback. Ling Xian admired Fong Chun at first, but when he kept emphasizing how difficult his background was for him, he seemed cheap. Fong Chun said unhappily, I came from the countryside, so do I know how to do these things? But you can't even make a simple fire and cook. You also did the tasks assigned to you carelessly and couldn't even tell the difference between garlic sprouts and onions. People of my generation who come from rural areas don't work. I'm not normal. In order to get ahead, we don't have enough time to study every day, and parents are reluctant to let their children do farm work. Ling Xian couldn't help but mock him. Aren't your words contradictory? You mentioned your family before, saying how hard life was in the village, and that your three sisters knew how to do everything. After all, it turns out that only women in your family can do it. You can't do these things because your sisters do them all, right? But your sisters are not much different from you, right? Don't they study? You also said that you were the first college graduate in the village. So did your sisters fail to get into college? Or did your family let them give up college for you? Ling Xian has confirmed that Fong Chun just wants to make a living by being a rural comebackist. He can't do anything else, and he still wants to publicize how difficult and hard his life is in the program group. Why did he work so hard? His family depended on his parents and three sisters to support him. Logically speaking, Fong Chun is already a small boss of a company. If he can come to record this kind of variety show, then his background must be good. For example, his annual income as a host is at least tens of millions, and Fong Chen's income will not be lower than his. Even though he was living such a good life, he didn't bring his family to the city to enjoy a good life or buy an apartment for his family in the nearest county town. The house in their county town, which is over 100 square meters and includes decoration, would cost 1 million, right? But one time, Ling Xian saw Fong Chen video chatting with his sister at home and found out that it was still a brick house in the countryside. Couldn't they even afford to build a building? The more Ling Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this man was strange. Men understand the bad nature of other men best. Is Fong Chun an impure Phoenix man? Bata, who was the youngest, had the worst temper but was the easiest to coax. He tried every way to get close to her and win her favor, and even acted pitiful in front of her in order to gain her empathy. The more I understand what kind of person Fong Chun is, the more I don't want to have any contact with him. Fortunately, the recording of this show is about to be completed. He had a feeling that this variety show would go viral, and once the main episode was aired, Fong Chen's personal information would be exposed. So let's do it. Fong Chen's face turned pale at Ling Xian's sarcasm. Ling Xian, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Why should I tell you about my family's affairs? If you think it's easy to make a fire, then come on. I'll do it. Ling Xian picked up the lighter on the ground tried 3 times, and successfully lit the fire. He added firewood into the pit, but it didn't go out. Ling Xian clapped his palms and sneered. Although he didn't say anything, one could see the word waste in his eyes. Fang Chen's face turned even paler. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. Having reached his current position, the thing he cared about most was his face. He already bore a grudge against Ling Xian. Ling Xian was so hungry that he threw the instant noodles into the water before it boiled. In the end, the noodles were half-cooked and barely edible. Eating dry noodles and smelling the aroma of rice wafting from next door, this meal was tasteless. Beata was the loudest, shouting delicious, delicious, over and over again. Fang Shen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He was already upset, and now he felt even worse. Chapter 118. You are a good person, but I don't like you. Fang Chen's mind was full of thoughts on how to coax Beata back. His original plan was to be friends with Beata first, get closer, and develop feelings for her over time. When James rejected her again and again, she became discouraged, and then he would appear at this time to comfort her and win her favor. Women are most vulnerable and easily deceived when they're frustrated or hurt in love. It is easy to succeed if you seize the opportunity and take advantage of it this time. He has been waiting for this opportunity. When Jessica joined the show as a flying guest, he thought his chance had come. Jessica was a good helper. She acted as a middleman and spoke well of him. He originally thought that with the help of her best friend, Beata would quickly accept him, but he didn't expect that this would create a barrier between her and him. If he had known things would turn out like this, he shouldn't have responded to Jessica's words. The faster you finish lunch, the longer you will have to look for mushrooms in the afternoon. The temperature in the mountains drops quickly, and there are more mosquitoes, snakes, and ants at night, so they must come back as soon as possible to prepare dinner. The director did not force them to act, but let the photographer follow them. James and his group set out to look for mushrooms. Everyone has a mushroom manual in their hands, and it is easy to make mistakes even if they have photos for comparison. It's like Beata was careless and packed all kinds of poisonous and non-poisonous things together. If the locals hadn't been following her, she wouldn't know how many times she would have been poisoned to death. Eve also wanted to go, but James didn't let her, and she didn't listen. She put on several pairs of socks and tucked her pants into them, so she wouldn't have to worry about her feet getting rubbed a second time. After Eve's repeated requests, James finally gave in. Then follow me, walk slowly, and stop and rest immediately if you feel uncomfortable. Don't endure the pain in silence like you did this morning. Eve said subconsciously, I'm used to it. James said with a straight face, bad habits must be changed. Eve was amused by James' serious face and quickly said, Okay, Captain, I'll listen to you. Eve followed James closely. After walking for a while, she heard some noise behind her. She turned around and found it was Jessica. It was endless. Jessica tried to talk to James several times, but never got the chance. Fang Chen seized the opportunity and caught up with the lone Beata. Beata squatted on the ground, holding the manual and carefully comparing it with the mushrooms on the ground. She was so focused that she didn't notice anyone approaching her until Fang Chen called her from behind. Shinrong. Beata was startled and snapped back to her senses. Oh my God, you scare me to death. Are you walking silently? I'm sorry if I scared you. Beata saw Fang Chen. She felt a little uncomfortable and didn't want to get close to him or talk to him. She would have an indescribable dislike towards him. When this emotion appeared, Beata felt that she was a little unreasonable. Obviously, the other party had always treated her as a friend and was thinking about how to pursue James for her, but now she was actually annoyed with him. Beata stood up and said, I'm fine. Are you here to pick mushrooms too? Yeah, I saw you here and wanted to say hello to you. After the greetings, can you go somewhere else? Beata said whatever was in her mind. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to dislike you. I'm just afraid that you will snatch the mushrooms from me. She is now a member of James' team and can distinguish between enemies. I can also give you the mushrooms I see. With one more person helping you, you'll have more mushrooms in your basket. Beata refused directly. No, we are not on the same team. Fang Chen didn't want to leave, but Beata was so stubborn that it was hard to get close to him. He remembered the trick James used, so he stared at the mushrooms in Beata's basket and said, You are amazing. You picked up so many mushrooms in such a short time. I can't tell them apart at all. I feel like some mushrooms all look the same. Can you show me some of them? Beata could tell that Fang Chen was praising her, but she didn't feel happy at all. She was even worse than Eve. Don't you have a local on your team? Can't you just pick a bunch and ask him to pick out the edible ones? Beata was getting impatient. In order to stay in this team, she has to work harder. If she doesn't pick enough mushrooms to eat, what will Eve do if she kicks her out? Fangchen also sensed Beata's impatience and had to settle for the next best option. Shinrong, I didn't take Jessica's joke seriously. I've always known that the person you like is James. It's better for you to bring it up and make it clear this time. I hope you can be more open-minded and not break up with your good friend of many years because of such a small matter. Jessica just cares about you too much. She has been unhappy since you left the team. She wants you to come back, but doesn't know how to ask. Beata didn't want to talk to him too much. I don't want to go back. I'm fine here. Then, can we still be friends? Fang Chun asked tentatively. We are friends anyway. Ordinary friends are also friends. I feel relieved when you said that. I was worried that you would ignore me. Among all the female guests, you're the only one who is willing to pay attention to me, willing to chat with me, and not despise my background. When I first saw you, I felt like I saw my cousin. She is as simple and likable as you. I will introduce you to her when I have the chance. I stopped here. If I continued, it would be very unreasonable. Fang Chun picked up the basket in his hand and went in another direction. I'm going to pick mushrooms somewhere else. I won't disturb you. Please be careful. Beata looked at Fang Chun's back and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She seemed to be too defensive towards Fang Chun. He was obviously a good person. He had always taken care of her emotions during their 2 dates and thought about her in life. Fortunately, Fang Chun only treated her as a cousin and didn't like her. If he liked her, she wouldn't know how to face it. Jessica followed behind James and the others. She was not interested in looking for mushrooms at all. Her basket was filled with red umbrellas and white stems. She picked up whatever she saw. After following for about 20 minutes, Jessica finally spoke. James, can I talk to you alone? Eve was tired from walking, so she sat on a rock to rest. James unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. His movements were so skillful that it seemed as if he had been doing this for a long time. Eve drank some water while looking at Jessica with a half smile, waiting for her next words, with no intention of avoiding her at all. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't want to say anything, get out of here. James' tone was cold and a little disdainful, which choked Jessica. Eve was still provoking her at this time. Even if you talk to James alone, he will tell me, so why bother? If you really care about me, just ignore me and I can pretend I didn't hear you. James also agreed, so he became interested and wanted to hear what Jessica had to say. Can you withdraw the lawsuit? In the last 3 days, I hope to get 3 consecutive power generation for love. Rush to the list, rush Delta. Chapter 119, your provocation makes me sick. Can you withdraw the lawsuit? Seeing that James remained silent, Jessica said, as long as you withdraw the lawsuit, I will agree to anything you ask for. It might be the first time she asked someone for help. She had no tone and no attitude. Her tone was neither a request nor an order, but one could still see a hint of shame in her eyes. Like Jessica will not feel ashamed for doing something wrong. The reason she is ashamed is that at this moment she has to humbly apologize to someone she once looked down upon. At this time, Jessica may have some small expectations, such as expecting James to withdraw the lawsuit because of an old relationship. She can give him money or help him return to the banker. Even if the two of them get back together, Jessica is willing. James asked, you spent money to spread rumors that I was a scumbag, hired internet trolls to accuse me of cheating first, and instigated Richard to fabricate that I was unfilial, etc. Have I wronged you? Jessica lowered her voice unconsciously. No. James smiled and said coldly, since there is no injustice, why should I withdraw the lawsuit? Using the crime of spreading rumors to silence others is the best way to cover up your own sins. The person who wronged you knows how wronged you are better than you do. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. If he shows any softness in his heart, he deserves it. Jessica's voice finally pleaded. James, please don't be hostile to me, okay? I just want to have a good talk with you so that you can solve the problem better. That's your problem, not mine. James said, if you want to solve the problem from me, it's not impossible. Just give me the entire Xia family as compensation. A good reputation is worth a lot of money. It's not too much for me to charge you some money for ruining my reputation, right? Jessica's face suddenly changed. James, if you want an apology, I'll give it to you. If you want compensation, we can talk about it. You said you want the entire Xia family. Isn't this a fantasy? James, it's unrealistic for you to ask me to withdraw the lawsuit. James, I already know I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I said a lot of unpleasant things to you and did things that hurt you. But at the beginning, I just wanted to use provocation to make you change your mind. I shouldn't be unreasonable and shouldn't have run away from the marriage without considering your feelings. Those things on the internet were also to force you to come back. I won't stop you if you want to sue me, but think about it. How much profit can you get if you win a lawsuit? Instead of wasting time and energy, you might as well sit down and have a good talk. We will not give you less than a penny of the compensation you deserve. Since you have severed ties with the dealer, you must be very short of money. Look, 30 million. Jessica observed James' face and quickly changed the number. 50 million. I'll give you 50 million if you withdraw the lawsuit. We can resolve it peacefully. If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to the Xia family, and we can shake hands and make peace, okay? To be honest, it's not Jessica's character to be humble. It's great that she can say this. Jessica, who was 24, 25 years old, was willful and rebellious, arrogant, and presumptuous. She never considered the feelings of those around her when doing things, and even if she did something wrong, she would find ways to cover it up and not apologize. Even after getting married, he still went his own way and didn't take people seriously. It was only after he turned 30 that he became mature and learned how to adapt, but he still had that bad nature in his bones. Jessica said so much, but James' attention was on the provocation, and he thought it was ridiculous. Thank you for your provocation, which makes me think you are even more disgusting. Jessica stood there in agony, and for the first time she experienced what it meant that fortune comes and goes. Only when people regret will they reflect on themselves. If James did not have the support of Yang Group, would Jessica take the initiative to apologize and seek peace? Don't even think about it. Jessica can't find a solution. She starts looking for a new problem. There shouldn't be any secrets when two people are dating and engaged. If James had told her that he knew the president of Ian Group, she would not have run away from the marriage to find Anthony. In other words, is James right? He concealed his relationship with Jang Ning and had an affair with Eve behind her back. If he hadn't given her a signal, how could Eve come to this kind of show to pursue him? Jessica wouldn't say these words. After all, she still had something to ask James. How did you get to know Ian Group? Why would they help you? Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? James did not answer 3 questions in a row, but asked back, what do you want to do? Can you introduce me to the president of Ian Group? The person who helped James was Ian. Since James was unwilling to give in, they would negotiate with Ian. Eve, who had been silent the whole time, became interested after hearing this. Want to meet the boss of Yang Group? Beg me, I know him. Jessica was already in a bad mood, and Eve interrupted her and mocked her. You are the only one who knows Boss Ian? Who do you think you are? I don't believe you if you say you are Boss Ian's mistress. Is it okay to be your mistress? Eve didn't care. She just grabbed James' hand and said, I kindly introduced her to her, but she didn't believe it. James, if you don't believe it, forget it. The opportunity was right in front of her, but she didn't know how to cherish it. As they spoke one by one, Jessica began to doubt her own understanding. Could it be that Eve really knew Boss Ian? How is it possible? Boss Ian is so mysterious that even her father failed to make an appointment with him after many attempts. How could someone as good for nothing as Eve possibly know him? That's all I have to say. Please. Just then the photographer adjusted the camera and came over. If you don't get out of here, I can't guarantee what nasty words I'll say next. James, I beg. Jessica was still trying to cover up something, but James raised his eyelids and said with undisguised disgust, Get lost. Jessica had built up with great difficulty collapsed during the 10 minutes of conversation, and her hanging hands could not help but tremble. James' eyes was not just disgust. He protected Eve as if he could kill her for her. She was irritated by his eyes, and even her temples felt like they were being pricked by needles. In order to negotiate with James, she made mental preparations for 5 days, thinking about it over and over again. The more she expected, the more disappointed she was. James' eyes are the most beautiful part of his facial features. Since when, they were filled with disgust. Jessica found that she could not bear James' hatred. The photographer was getting closer and closer, and just when James was about to speak, Jessica suddenly turned around and fled away with the basket. The photographer rushed over just to take pictures of the Shura scene, but who knew Jessica actually ran away. James won this battle. Jessica looked very painful when she was leaving, but she will be in more pain in the future. This is just the beginning, and she will slowly savor the future. Chapter 120 Earn a small goal of 100 million first. Eve and James walked slowly, but they were lucky and found a lot of green ants. Jessica should come to see you again. She hasn't given up. It's impossible for me to withdraw the lawsuit. It's not just a matter of withdrawing the lawsuit. Jessica looked at James with obvious desire. She definitely wanted to reconcile with James. James didn't think about these things. Regarding the crime of defamation and spreading rumors, Those with serious circumstances will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. This case should not reach that level, maybe only half a year. It's useless for half a year, so it's better to exchange it for money. James could accept a monetary settlement, but withdrawing the lawsuit would be too easy for them and would at least cause them more trouble. James told Eve what he was thinking. If I ask for 100 million, Frank should be able to afford it. It should be possible. Frank has been raising funds for the land in West City recently. He should be able to come up with 100 million yuan. Even if he can't, she has a way to make it pay it back. Eve asked, "Are you short of money?" I didn't lack it before, but now I'm a little short of it. When James was reborn, he thought about breaking off the engagement in a dignified manner and living his own life in the future without having anything to do with each other. I don't want to go back home. I don't want to work in this company. I just want to have enough money. I don't want to work as hard as I did in my previous life. But now, if you don't have money, others will make you work hard. Troubles come one after another. If you want to live a peaceful life, you must be strong. I can give you money. How much do you want? Eve's eyes were shining. As long as James said a number, she would smash it immediately, wishing to give him everything. 50 million. So little? Is that enough? I think we should add a little more. James, he actually saw the shadow of his grandmother in Eve. 50 million is enough. Consider it as a loan to you. I will return it to you with interest in half a year. Eve took the phone from the staff and said, "Give me the account number, and I'll have someone transfer the money to you. You didn't even ask me what I was going to use it for. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to pay it back if I lose money? If you can't pay back the money, then pay it back with your people." This was really ambiguous. Just when James was thinking about it, Eve continued, "Work for me. There's a job opening in the company anyway. You could be my personal assistant and take care of my 3 meals a day, my diet, and my daily life." James thought about it and decided that the possibility of him being Eve's personal assistant was low. If he can't even pay back the 50 million, then his rebirth would be in vain. By taking advantage of the information gap, he can at least gain a foothold in Chengdu. He has 30 years more experience than others. How much can he do in these 30 years? James had unknowingly considered Eve into his future. After paying back the money, he can still take care of Eve even if he doesn't work as a personal assistant. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone went back home after picking mushrooms. The director inspected the results. Bata from James' group picked the most, filling 2 large baskets. No one knew where she picked them from. Isn't she afraid of snakes and bugs? How could she walk so far alone? The staff said that Bata didn't cry when she saw bugs while picking mushrooms. Bata immediately placed the 2 baskets in front of James, rubbed her hands, and waited for praise. She looked just like a kid in kindergarten waiting for the teacher to give her a red flower. Before James could speak, Eve beside him suddenly touched her head and said, "You are amazing. The amount you picked up by yourself is almost catching up with the 3 people next to you. It is a blessing for our whole team to have you here. These 2 big baskets of mushrooms are enough for us to eat tomorrow, right?" James didn't praise her, so Bata couldn't help feeling disappointed. She tilted her head to avoid Eve's hand. "Having me here won't hurt you. I'm very useful." It's useful. It's useful. You're better than anyone else. Look at these mushrooms. They're big and tender. They look delicious. Don't you agree, James? James looked at the mushrooms in front of Bata and felt that they didn't look edible. Bata glanced at James quickly, then pretended to look away with a reserved look, as if saying, "I don't really want to listen," but her ears were still towards James. James said a curt yes. Bata felt a little disappointed and felt that James was not as nice to her as before. Did she offend him in some way? Or did seeing Jessica remind her of the bad things she had said to him before? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Bata couldn't help but get anxious. She wanted to apologize, but didn't know how to say it. She was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. The local lady began to check the mushrooms picked by the guests, threw away the inedible ones, and brought them to Bata. "Did you pick up both baskets?" Bata nodded, and when she saw her elder sister squatting on the ground, she also squatted on the ground. The eldest sister picked and chose, and finally picked up the basket and poured out all the flowers. None of them were edible. Bata was shocked. "How can it be inedible? I clearly found it according to the picture. I also found this kind of mushroom at noon. Why can it be eaten?" The elder sister said, "This is a poisonous amanita, which looks very similar to the Alpinia tornata. It's normal that you can't tell the difference. People often come to look for mushrooms in this mountain. If it were the chicken mushrooms, they would have been picked up long ago, so there would be no any left for her." Bata reached out and touched the mushrooms on the ground. "How could they not be eaten? She had been looking for them all afternoon and was waiting to be praised after she finished making them. Under Beata's gaze, the eldest sister raised her foot and crushed the mushrooms. Wash your hands after picking mushrooms. Wash your hands thoroughly and don't touch anything. After giving the reminder, the elder sister went to check on other people's mushrooms. After selecting and choosing, James' group may have 2 kilograms of mushrooms, which can be used to make mushroom soup and stir-fry mushrooms with meat. It is enough for 4 people. James had already made the arrangements. Beata was still squatting on the ground. She wasn't crying, but you could tell that her heart was crying. James looked at Eve and Jang Ning helplessly. The two understood immediately and came to Beata, each taking one side. Eve, don't be sad. Try harder next time. Jang Ning, even though you can't eat them, you're pretty good. Beata looked up at Eve and said, if I don't find any mushrooms, will you chase me away? Eve squatted on the ground, looked her in the eyes, and said softly, we won't drive you away. You can sleep with us tonight. Our tent is big, and it's barely enough for 3 people to squeeze in. Beata felt less worried, but she still felt upset. She thought she was the most powerful, but unexpectedly, she was the most embarrassing. Eat less at night. Don't eat mushrooms. She didn't pick them. She is not qualified to eat them. She doesn't deserve them. James lit the fire and saw Beata was unhappy, so he called her over to dig the hole. Beata became excited when he heard about the pit digging and recreated the pit he had made at noon 1-to-1. 2 stoves, one for cooking and one for frying vegetables. James brought some bacon, which is a local specialty. Fong Chen's group from next door also came back one after another. They didn't even find a pound of mushrooms. When they saw James cutting bacon, they could already imagine how delicious it was. Why didn't they think of bringing bacon? They really didn't want to eat the half-cooked instant noodles at noon, so after discussing it with Fong Chun, they decided to take Junzi to the next door to eat together. James, can we have dinner at your place tonight? Chapter 121, don't you know that Jessica and I have a grudge? James, can we have dinner at your place tonight? James is cooking mushroom and tender pork slice soup. The aroma is tangy, and the soup looks so delicious. I can't imagine how delicious the wild mushrooms and bacon will be. James was in charge of the food. He not only brought fresh meat and bacon, but also side dishes and spices. For people with a bad stomach, eating is the top priority, and he would not let himself be wronged. When James heard that Fong Chun and the others wanted to eat for free, he didn't say anything and just looked at them. We're not eating for free. These are wild mushrooms we picked up. We can also help you, Ling Xian said embarrassedly. James put down the long spoon in his hand. How many of you are there? There are 3 of us. Isn't that obvious? Jessica didn't look over here. She was always listening and paying attention to the situation here. You 2 can stay for dinner, but not Jessica. I have a grudge against her. The camera was still filming, and James dared to isolate Jessica blatantly. What's his ambition? Isn't he afraid of causing controversy? Fong Chen paused and said, this isn't a good idea. We're all recording a show together. There's no need to make such an unpleasant scene. Since you feel bad, just go back. James served the soup and started to fry mushrooms. The aroma drifted towards them along the smoke, and there was no way to escape it. Ling Xian looked at the fat stir-fried in the pot, and the Maillard reaction produced by the food made him swallow his saliva. I couldn't imagine how delicious this fried bacon with wild mushrooms would be. Ling Xian stood there reluctant to leave. For the first time, he envied Beata, who could join any team she wanted. James isolated Jessica, and no one would say anything even if it was broadcast, but the same cannot be said about the 2 of them. 2 grown men left their female teammates alone just for a meal. Are they still human beings? The 2 who really couldn't make it could only carry the mushrooms back dejectedly and start to light a fire and cook. The food I brought was limited, so it was impossible for me to learn cooking from James. It was too complicated and the taste was not right. I could only try to make it simple. So they decided to make some mushroom porridge, which was simple and quick. Jessica sat in the tent, watching Ling Xian and Fong Chun washing the pot and lighting the fire, and she knew that they had failed to get a free meal. She loved eating James' cooking, and she kept thinking about it after he left. She ate the meal cooked by James yesterday, but he cooked beans, which she hated the most, and a full course of beans. James hates her so much now. I think he did it on purpose yesterday, and he also wanted to teach Anthony a lesson, by the way. The sizzling sound of oil in the wok can be heard everywhere, and along with the sounds of cooking, the aroma wafts over on the wind. Jessica has always loved eating wild mushrooms. It is difficult to find fresh wild mushrooms in Chengdu, so every summer, James would find someone to buy them for her. Good ingredients combined with a good chef can produce top-notch delicacies. She could almost imagine how delicious the dinner James would cook at this moment. Beata's voice came from next door. It smells so good. When can we have dinner? James, have some soup first. The meal will have to wait. Jessica sat on the ground with her head buried in her knees. She was actually a little envious of Beata. How confident she was when she came here. How discouraged and ashamed she felt now. She hadn't done anything well. She hadn't gotten the information about Ian's boss from James, nor had she asked James to withdraw the lawsuit. She didn't know how to face her father when she went back. He would definitely be very disappointed in her and might even scold her. After all these messes were caused by her. Frank loves his daughter. She still has to stand aside when it comes to interests. It would have been a small defamation case that was easy to resolve, but Frank had been looking for financing for the land in West City recently. If this matter is not handled properly, the Xia family's reputation will be damaged, the stock price will fall, and the consequences will be immeasurable. Moreover, James has Ian's support. It is not clear what the relationship between him and Ian is. The more unknown, the more frightening it is. Will he let Ian Group target the Xia family? While Jessica was thinking about these things, James had already started eating. Beata drank the soup and ate the meat. Although she was envious of the mushrooms, she resisted the urge to pick any. Why do you only drink the soup and not eat the mushrooms? Just when Beata finished her third bowl of soup, James finally couldn't help but speak. Beata held the bowl and said guiltily, I like soup. The soup you make is delicious. James, it's better to drink less soup. If you drink too much, you'll have to go to the toilet at night. The wild is not like home. There are snakes outside. Beata's face turned pale with fright when she heard this. Don't scare her. If you want to go to the bathroom at night, but don't dare to go, you can ask me to accompany you. He put a spoonful of mushrooms and meat in Beata's bowl. Eat more mushrooms. You can't eat such fresh, wild mushrooms outside of here. Eve could see that Beata might feel embarrassed not to eat because she didn't find any edible mushrooms that afternoon. With Eve's feeding, Beata's cheeks were bulging and she soon became full. Beata volunteered to wash the dishes, but she definitely couldn't do it alone, so she needed James' help. Eve and Jang Ning returned to the tent, sprinkled snake repellent powder around, and sprayed insect repellent inside and outside the tent. Don't even think about taking a shower in the wild. You could just boil some water and wipe yourself down. How's your foot? Eve could tell that Jang Ning was concerned about her. She took off her socks. The wound was oozing a little and was red, which looked painful. It's okay, it doesn't hurt much. After washing her feet, Eve sprayed iodine on the wound, then rubbed some powder on it. She used a Band-Aid for small wounds and wrapped large wounds with gauze. They have to go back tomorrow. Eve's wound won't heal in a short time, so I'm afraid she will have to ask James to carry her down the mountain. The director said to take 3 days off. I want to meet James for 1 day. Why are you telling me this? Eve looked at her with amusement. Jang Ning felt that she should report it. If Eve also wanted to ask James out, she didn't think she could win. I only asked him out for 1 day. My mother is sick, and I've been wanting to see him again for years. I mentioned it to James some time ago, and he agreed. At this point, Jang Ning explained a few more words. Don't worry, I don't have any other thoughts about him anymore. We're just ordinary friends. Just talk to him clearly. I have no objection. Jang Ning breathed a sigh of relief and said thank you. Outside, Beata and James were boiling water and washing dishes while the meal next door was just being prepared. Fong Shun and his friends made the simplest mushroom porridge. They boiled the rice first, then added the mushrooms, and finally added some salt. But this stove was really difficult to heat. After finally boiling the water and adding the mushrooms, the fire went out again. It just kept burning at a lukewarm level, and the porridge that was cooked was not white, but bluish-purple. Fong Chun was a little worried. Can this be eaten? Ling Xian was full of confidence. How can we not eat mushrooms if they are this color? Don't worry. We have cooked them for more than 10 or 20 minutes, so they should be non-toxic. Ling Xian sprinkled some salt into the porridge to taste it and found that high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods, and they will taste good if cooked casually. Fong Chun went to ask Jessica to come out for dinner. Chapter 122 Poisoning. Seeing Fong Chun and Jessica coming out, Ling Xian served 3 bowls of porridge. Eat quickly. James and the others will go to bed after dinner. I'm also very tired today. I feel like I can fall asleep as soon as I close my eyes now. Ling Xian muttered to himself and blew away the hot air. The porridge was just the right amount of saltiness and tasted good, but the color was a bit ugly. Jessica looked at the porridge with a little blue in the bowl Can I eat it? Ling Xian said, It's edible. This mushroom is this color. Don't worry. The locals say this mushroom is edible. Really? But the mushroom porridge she had eaten before was always yellow in color, and she had never eaten blue. Jessica didn't want to eat, but she didn't eat much at noon and had been walking around in the afternoon, so the food in her stomach had long been consumed. If she didn't eat, she was afraid that she would have hypoglycemia. Jessica took a sip of the porridge. It tasted a bit strange, but still within an acceptable range. There was a little bit of saltiness in the porridge. Jessica drank up the porridge in the bowl and ate a few mouthfuls of mushrooms. After eating, she offered to wash the dishes. Two grown men naturally wouldn't let a girl like her do such rough work. Even if she wanted to do it, a rich girl like her wouldn't be able to do it well, and it would cause trouble to others. Fang Chen quickly said, Let me do it. You go and have a rest. Or you can sprinkle snake repellent around to prevent snakes and insects from approaching when you sleep at night. Jessica listened. Fang Chen and Ling Xian washed the dishes together. The forest was lit by the lights provided by the production team. The mountains were cooler than the village, and the wind felt chilly on his body. Ling Xian had never been camping before, and the deep mountains and forests like these reminded him of horror movies and were eerie. Taking advantage of the fact that there were so many people around, Ling Xian quickly washed up and went back to the tent. The director patrolled from James to Jessica and asked with concern, Are you feeling uncomfortable after eating the mushrooms? Ling Xian leaned out of the tent and said, No, it has been cooked for more than 10 minutes. It should be cooked and no longer poisonous. Should? The director's heart skipped a beat, and he felt uneasy for some reason. Didn't the elder sister come over to take a look when you were done? Ling Xian also remembered this. The director was worried that the guests would get poisoned after eating the mushrooms, so he not only invited a doctor, but also invited two local people to help them identify edible mushrooms. In addition, after cooking them, they would show them to them so that they could judge whether the mushrooms were cooked through and edible based on their color. However, when they finished cooking, the eldest sister was not there, and since they were very hungry, they just started eating and forgot about this matter. Ling Xian didn't take it seriously and was still confident. Don't worry, director. We are in good health now. We are fine. We won't be poisoned. He was really worried. The director didn't know what to say and could only hope. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jessica packed up the tent and waited for Bata to come and apologize to her. I waited until dark, and even when the staff had packed up the machines, she still didn't come. Could it be that Bata really wanted to break up with her? When did she become so stubborn that she didn't even want to come back to the tent? Where would she sleep at night? What she didn't know was that Bata had already entered Eve's tent. Eve slept in the middle, she and Jang Ning slept on the sides, and Bata slept at the innermost. She didn't dare sleep near the door for fear of snakes outside. Fortunately, it was cold in the mountains, and the three of them were sleeping together just enough to keep warm. Besides, Eve smelled pretty good. She had been recording the show for so long, but she rarely saw Eve wearing makeup. When she saw her washing her face at night, she just used clean water and her skin looked particularly good. Eve is 5 years older than her. I wish she could look as good as she does at 27. Bata found that Eve was not as annoying as she thought. Why did she dislike Eve in the first place? It seemed that it was because Jessica had always disliked her as an aunt, and she believed what Jessica said. Bata kept moving. Eve opened her eyes. Can't you sleep? Beata's body froze. After a long silence, she found it difficult to speak. I want to go to the bathroom. I drank too much mushroom soup in the evening, and my stomach was full of water. I always wanted to go to the toilet, and even dreamed about looking for the toilet. I don't dare go. I'm afraid there are snakes outside. Eve stood up without saying a word, found a flashlight, and turned it on. I'll go with you. The staff temporarily built a toilet not far from here. The area was spacious, and the surrounding weeds had been cleared. Because she saw a snake on the tree in the morning, Bata not only looked at the ground, but also looked up at the tree. Her eyes were moving around the whole time. She clasped her hands together and muttered to herself. Eve looked at Bata. What are you mumbling about? Bata said, I saw someone online saying that if you see a snake, you should pray to it so that it won't come to you, and then you won't see snakes for the whole year. I saw a snake this morning, but I was so scared that I forgot about it. I'm making up for it now. Eve stopped and said, Then take your time. We're at the bathroom. Should I wait for you inside or outside? Bata was a little embarrassed and a little nervous and scared. Let's go outside. You must not leave. You must wait for me. Eve waited outside for a while, and soon Bata ran out in a hurry and put her arm around Eva's arm. There's so many bugs in there. So scary. Let's go back quickly. Eve lowered her eyes, stared at her hands expressionlessly, and asked, "Have you washed your hands?" Beata subconsciously let go of her arm. "How can we wash without a faucet? There's a bucket of water in there. So that's for washing hands." Beata turned around. "Then hold the light for me and wait for me." Beata quickly washed her hands and shook off the water, then wiped them on her clothes twice before taking Eva's arm. She had to hold it back. She was afraid. On my way back, I heard some noise coming from the next tent, like groaning in pain and vomiting. Beata looked over there curiously and saw the director coming with a doctor. More and more staff were rushing over there, and the lights were brightly on. "What's going on?" Beata looked at Eve. Eve quickly concluded, "Maybe he got poisoned by eating mushrooms." Ah, Beata couldn't believe it. Aren't there locals watching? How could they be poisoned? Jessica ate it with them, so that means Jessica was also poisoned. Eve, are you worried about Jessica? Beata's silence indicated her agreement. "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Eve took Beata's hand and went over. The director was so anxious that his hair stood on end. He had a premonition that something was going to go wrong, but he didn't expect it to actually happen. When he saw Eve and Beata, he was stunned at first. "Why are you here? You're not feeling well too." "No, we're fine." "How are they?" Eve asked, pointing inside. The director said, "All three of them have been poisoned. The doctor is helping them to vomit. We're going to send them down the mountain to a nearby hospital right now." Having Anthony in a hospital is enough, and now 3 more people have gone in, so the 4 of them are just enough to play mahjong. Jessica felt like she was going to throw up. She was dizzy, had difficulty breathing, and colorful halos appeared in front of her eyes, as well as mutated small flying insects. Chapter 123, touching the bed in the middle of the night. It was hard not to notice such a loud noise. James was woken up even though he was asleep. He turned over and put on his coat. When he went out, he just saw Jessica being carried out. Her face, which was originally red from being beaten by Eve, now turned like a piece of white paper soaked in water. When Ling Xian and Fong Chan were cooking, James had a premonition that something was going to happen to the 3 of them. How could they expect them to cook poisonous mushrooms when they couldn't even cook instant noodles properly? James watched indifferently as Jessica was carried away. Jessica seemed to have seen him as well. She stretched out her hand towards him, then let it drop weakly. Jang Ning also got up, rubbing her eyes, not knowing what had happened. The cold wind blew on her, and she couldn't help shivering in her short-sleeved shirt. "What's going on? What happened?" "The mushrooms are poisoned." Jang Ning was silent. He could not think of anything else except the word unlucky. Not only the 3 of them were unlucky, but the program crew was also unlucky. 3 more people left at once. Can this show still be recorded? James shook his head. "Maybe the break time needs to be extended. Can I date you during my break?" James looked at her. "What's up? Can't we make an appointment if nothing happens?" Jiang Ning suppressed his inner desire. "Last time I told you that my mother wanted to treat you to a meal. Do you remember?" "Remember?" James asked. "When?" "When his grandmother was busy and couldn't take care of him when he was a child, she would ask Aunt Jiang to look after him. Aunt Jiang was a master at cooking, and he loved to go to her house for dinner. James started learning to cook with her. Calculating the time, it has been a long time since we last saw each other. Aunt Jiang is only a vague figure left in my mind. I'll go back and ask my mom, and I'll contact you in advance after confirming the time." James nodded, sending Jessica and the other 3 down the mountain. The director reluctantly announced, "Wait for notice." Fortunately, they were notified to stop the live broadcast before going up the mountain. Otherwise, who knows how he would be scolded if the footage was released. The guests encountered accidents one after another, which were major mistakes. It is hard to say whether the entire program can be recorded smoothly. The director is a genius and knows how to stir up trouble. During the month of recording the show, it has been on the hot search list every day. It has become a phenomenal variety show. The popularity can be good or bad. There are many people watching the fun, but once something goes wrong, everyone will be blamed. The director touched his head and felt that the hair on his head, which had been thinning day by day, was becoming thinner again. Fortunately, the recording time is long enough, so a lot of main films and highlights can be cut out for buffering in the later stage. Therefore, the rest period was extended from the original 3 days to 1 month or even longer. If the guests don't mind, we'll see if we can film their daily lives then. Beata saw James. She seemed to have found her backbone and asked worriedly, "Are they going to be okay?" "It'll be all right with the doctor here." Beata's eyes were fixed on Jessica. She was worried about her. Even though she said she wanted to break up with her, How could she break off the relationship of so many years in an instant? James said bluntly, "If you're really worried about Jessica, you can go with him. The director will agree." Beata shook her head. "Forget it. She has so many people around her who accompany her and care about her. She doesn't need me. I'd better not cause trouble." The director was worried and followed them there. The assistant director stayed on the scene to adjust the atmosphere. Generally speaking, they should sleep when they should sleep and pack up and go down the mountain at dawn the next day. Everyone went back to their own tents. Now there were 2 empty tents, so each person could sleep in one tent, but Beata still wanted to sleep in one tent with Eve and Jang Ning. James also returned to his tent. It was only 9 o'clock. He was unable to sleep after being woken up. He did not have a cell phone with him. He searched everywhere and finally found an instruction manual to pass the time. After nearly 40 minutes, there was a rustling sound outside. The sound was particularly harsh at night. James half-propped himself up, looked outside, and vaguely saw a figure. I thought it was a staff member passing by, but the figure was squatting on the ground, ready to pull up his tent. "Who?" "It's me. Eve." Eve opened the tent and poked her head out, looking at him with wet eyes, like a little deer lost in the woods. James stood up. "Why are you here? May I come inside?" As soon as the question was asked, Eve opened the tent and came in, not giving James a chance to answer. The tent was not big, so one had to bend down and kneel to enter. After entering, Eve knelt directly on the mat, pulled up the tent, and then slowly moved towards James. "James, aren't you afraid? I heard there are wild animals in this kind of mountains." James pretended to be calm and said, "I'm not afraid, but I'm scared." Eve had moved to his side, pressing on his quilt. "I want to sleep with you." Eve afraid of? She was the bravest of all. If she was really afraid, she wouldn't have accompanied Beata to the bathroom, let alone sneaked into his tent in the middle of the night. Then again, she just walked straight into his tent, and Jang Ning and Beata didn't notice that she was missing. And were all the staff outside asleep? The space was already small, and as the two of them got closer and closer, the temperature in the tent seemed to start to rise. "No." James finished speaking. Eve had already laid down, and then pulled the quilt around her, taking all the quilt off him. Then he turned his back to James, with only his head showing, like a silkworm. James, he was helpless and could do nothing. What could he do if she didn't go out? He couldn't just pick her up and throw her out. After a long while, Eve finally said in a muffled voice, "James, please comfort me." "What's wrong? What happened?" "Eve, Jiang Ning said she wants you to go with her to meet her mother soon. Will you forget about me after going with her?" James immediately said, "Of course not. You and she are childhood sweethearts and first loves. People say that first loves are the most unforgettable. Will your old love rekindle?" "No, I've already rejected her." Afraid Eve wouldn't believe him, James emphasized, "I promise." Eve wrapped herself in the quilt but didn't turn around. Jiang Ning also said that her mother has been in the hospital recently due to poor health. Will you be soft-hearted and agree to something for her? It depends on the situation. He probably knew what Eve was afraid of. James really started to try to coax her. He leaned over and gently twisted Eve's shoulders around, looked in her eyes and said, "Don't overthink it. What you worry about won't happen." Then he touched her head stiffly and said, "I will come to you right after I meet her mother, okay? I will answer whatever you ask and won't bother you." Chapter 124, Illusion or Reality 1. Eve released her bitten lips, and her wet eyes became bright. "You're really going to come find me? If you call me, I will definitely come to you." James thought that this should be enough. "Go back quickly. It will be bad if someone sees you." "I don't want to go back." Eve arched the quilt. "Your bed is so comfortable, I want to sleep." Eve to act like a naughty child. Eve has always given people the impression of being charming, strong, and cold at times. This is the first time I've seen her like this. "Then you sleep here. I'll go to another tent." James made up his mind. At worst, he could get up early tomorrow and wake Eve up and send her back. Eve suddenly grabbed his hand, then raised her face from the quilt and rubbed it against the back of his hand like a coquettish kitten. "Would you please sleep with me for a while?" There was a soft and delicate feeling on his fingers. If clouds had touch, then this might be it. James retracted his fingertips and stared at the light and shadow on the tent. "Go to sleep." "Not leaving." "I'm not leaving." "Then lie down." Eve's eyes flashed with a sly light. "I'm not going to eat you." "Why are you afraid?" He knew clearly that she was deliberately provoking him, but when she pulled his hand, he still sat down and lay down, about 10 centimeters away from Eve. At this distance, you can feel the touch without feeling it, and you can know the other person's body movements with just a slight movement. James was stiff and didn't dare to move. After a while, He heard steady breathing beside him. James turned his head carefully and saw that Eve had fallen asleep. After falling asleep, Eve looked more childish than usual, like a girl in her early 20s, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her fair cheeks tinged with pink, and her eyelashes so long and thick that one can't help but want to reach out and touch them. She hugged his arms, and James tried to pull away, but found that she was holding him very tightly. No idea what she was dreaming about. She hugged his hands tighter and tighter, even resting her neck on his arm. Now I really couldn't get out, and I was caught in a dilemma because of my soft-heartedness. James opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and shifted his gaze. He thought he would not be able to fall asleep in this situation, but Eve's breathing was like a lullaby. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally closed. Eve, who had fallen asleep, opened her eyes at this moment. She found a comfortable position and snuggled into James' arms, then put her arms around his waist and listened to his heartbeat. Eve didn't want to cause trouble for James, so she lay down for a while, and then got up and left the tent. James was suddenly awakened and subconsciously looked at Eve, but she was no longer by his side. He reached out and touched the place where Eve had slept. It was cold, and he didn't know how long she had been gone. James reached for his watch from beside his pillow and glanced at it. It was already 5 o'clock. It was still dark outside and very quiet. At 5:30, there was a faint light outside, and the staff got up one after another. Worried that the remaining guests might get upset stomachs again, the assistant director specially invited a local to prepare breakfast this time. James came out of the tent. He looked at the tent next to him. After a while, Bata's voice came from inside. "Where's Eve? When did she get up? Why is there no movement at all? Eve didn't go back to her tent last night. Where did she go?" There was a noise in the tent. Bata opened the tent, stuck her head out, and saw James. "James, have you seen Eve?" Jang Ning also looked at James. Unlike Bata's innocent eyes, she glanced at the tent behind him with an ambiguous look, obviously knowing. Seeing Jang Ning staring into James' tent, Bata also looked over, and a horrified answer emerged in her mind. Eve couldn't have gone to James' tent. Just as she was about to check, the tent next door opened. It turns out that Eve slept in Jessica's tent last night, and Bata was visibly relieved when she saw her come out. "Didn't you sleep with us last night? Why are you here? You drool and snore when you sleep? Your sleeping posture is not good, and you always like to squeeze me. I can't stand it anymore, so I go to sleep next to you. I won't drool and snore if you fart." James looked at them quarreling and couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. It was great to be so energetic after waking up early in the morning. Jiang Ning's gaze was still on him, and she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. James felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her, so he could only ignore it. The assistant director had someone prepare a rich breakfast, which included porridge, cakes, and even a few local side dishes. There are no other tasks today. After breakfast, we will pack up and go back to the cabin, and then we will arrange a car to take them home. We will arrange what happens next later. Assistant director, do you have any questions? Bata asked. Director, are Jessica and the others okay? Are they out of danger? They're out of danger now. They have been transferred to Anthony's hospital. If you want to go see them, we can go directly to the hospital later. Bata asked again, did our show go wrong? Can we record it normally next time? Didn't they say there would be 3 dates? This is only the second one, and there will be a grand finale where we hold hands and send heartbeat signals. Bata asked this question. She glanced at James out of the corner of her eye. Eve and Jang Ning both had dates with James, but she hadn't, and she didn't want to miss it. Thinking carefully, James has always been lukewarm towards her. He used to praise her for her work, but recently he rarely even spoke to her. It seemed like he was deliberately avoiding her. It felt like it was over before it even began. It will be arranged, but it will take some time. In short, everyone should have a good rest during the break, and don't think too much. You can watch the broadcasted feature film at home and interact with others on Weibo. Our variety show is very popular right now, and it's the time to gain fans. Seize the opportunity. These words were directed at Bata. Bata participated in this program just to gain fans by showing off her face. The current popularity should satisfy her. Hearing that there would be 3 more rounds of dates, Bata looked forward to it a little, wondering whether she should pay some money to bribe the director to see if he could sell her the 3rd round of date cards. In the hospital, everyone woke up except Jessica, who was still asleep. She looked like she was in a nightmare, with her brows furrowed. It is said that people who are poisoned by eating mushrooms will have hallucinations and see all kinds of weird things. Jessica's first time to be poisoned by mushrooms. She was a little confused when she was carried out of the tent. She watched the trees dancing around her, colorful insects floating in the air, and the leaves on the ground swimming like fish. James very clearly in a hallucination. He stood in the distance and looked at her motionlessly, looking at her as if he was looking at a stranger, without any emotion. Chapter 125. Illusion or Reality 2. It was as if whether she was dead or alive had nothing to do with him. The relationship between the two of them today was caused by her, but it was not her original intention. She wanted to see James regret it. A person who was obviously obedient to her suddenly left so cleanly, as if everything he did before was a lie. She tried again and again to test him and to discern the truth, but in the end she was not even as good as a passerby. Jessica didn't eat many mushrooms. After inducing vomiting, she didn't have her stomach washed. She lay in bed in a daze with a foredrip. She had only heard that mushroom poisoning would cause hallucinations and that people would see strange things, but she didn't know that they could enter such a realistic illusion. That night, Jessica slept very uneasily. She dreamed that she was sitting at the dining table with all kinds of breakfast snacks on the table, which were her favorite Cantonese-style snacks. The snacks were placed on delicate small plates, and the porridge in front of her was steaming hot. This place was a bit like the apartment she and James had lived in, but it was larger and more cozy. There were many handmade dolls on the cabinet next to the TV, and a string of wind chimes made of shells hung on the balcony. Sitting opposite her was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a brown windbreaker and a plain ring on his ring finger. He looked mature, gentle, and a little elegant. Jessica couldn't see his face clearly, but she intuitively knew that this was someone she knew very well. When she saw the man, Jessica felt a sense of peace in her heart and wanted to live here forever. Because she lacked maternal love since childhood, Jessica has always longed to have a home of her own. It doesn't need to be big, but must be cozy. This place, both in terms of layout and atmosphere, is the home she has always dreamed of. Aren't you eating yet? Don't you have an appetite? The man put a plump crystal-steamed dumpling on her plate. I can't eat anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, the man opposite her skillfully picked up the steamed dumpling and ate it. I'll go wash the dishes. What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat wild mushroom hot pot. Okay, I'll come back from get off work early tonight and take you out to eat. I don't want to eat out. It's so hot. I'll sweat all over if I go out. Besides, the food out there isn't as delicious as yours. Jessica was surprised. It was obviously her, but she spoke uncontrollably. If I heard correctly, there was a hint of coquettishness in her tone. I don't know if the man on the other side heard it. He nodded. Then I'll come back and do it in the evening. After finishing his meal, the man got up to wash the dishes. He took off the vegetarian ring from his ring finger and placed it on the dining table. She took it in her hand and took a look. Inside the ring was engraved a small line of letters. ZYXW. James Jessica. He is James. The moment the man came out of the kitchen, his blurry facial features suddenly became clear. The James in the dream no longer looked as young as he was in his 20s, but he was more charming than when he was young, like a green bamboo. She walked towards him. Are you going directly to the company now? James put on the vegetarian ring and said, Well, let's go directly to the company. There is an important meeting in the morning. I'll go with you. You're going to the company? I want to go shopping. Please follow me and take me to the commercial street. In fact, the commercial street was not on the same route as his company, and it was even a bit of a detour. Obviously, this was not the first time she had done something to bother him. James seemed to be used to it, so he lowered his head and replied, Okay, and started to fasten his cufflinks. His hands were not very flexible, so Jessica went over to button his cuffs, and then her eyes fell on a scar on his right hand. It's a very deep scar that runs from the back of the hand through the palm. It hurts just looking at it. James have this scar on his hand? She didn't know. She didn't say anything in her dream, but her eyelashes trembled when she looked at the scar. Forget it. I'm not going shopping. You can go early and come back early. Why did you suddenly stop going? Jessica suddenly felt a little depressed. I just suddenly don't feel like it. Then I'll bring you whatever you want after get off work. Take 2 cups of milk tea this afternoon. I haven't had it in a while. I want rose powder tea with ice. Don't drink tea at night. It's easy to get insomnia. Your sleep quality is not good to begin with. James knew her very well and cared about her very much. Although she was not involved in the matter, she felt subtly touched and warm in her heart. Then help me choose one. Jessica raised her hand and adjusted James' bow tie. After watching James leave, Jessica read a book and watched TV at home. At noon, she made a video call with James. The other party asked her if she had eaten. She took out the food from the refrigerator while holding the phone. These were all made by James in the morning and packed in food storage containers. They just need to be heated in the microwave. No matter where she is, she still likes to eat the food cooked by James the most. She is a person who never eats leftover food, but she will definitely eat the food cooked by James and will not order takeout. In the afternoon, Jessica went out for a while and came back with a big bag of wild mushrooms. James said he would go home at 4 o'clock, but something happened to him and he would be delayed, so he might be back at 6 o'clock. Jessica herself doesn't pay much attention to time, but she cares a lot about other people's time. If someone is not punctual or stand her up, she will be very angry. In her dream, she was not angry with James, but expressed her understanding. When the person who delivered the wild mushrooms came, Jessica took them to the kitchen and washed them bit by bit with a small brush. More than 4 pounds of mushrooms were washed out, and the clear water turned into muddy water. Jessica herself found it incredible that she would do such a thing in her dream. She washed the mushrooms several times until the water became completely clear, then began to boil water and search for tutorials to cook the mushrooms. It's obvious that this is his first time cooking. After all, with a chef like James at home, who would want to cook? Jessica added salt halfway through the process and tasted it to find it just right. Seeing that James was about to come back, she took out the fruit from the refrigerator and made a fruit platter. At 5:50, James came back with 2 cups of milk tea, one with ice and one without. The iced one is honey grapefruit lemon tea, and the non-ice one is mango sago. Jessica touched it and said, "Why is there no ice? I want to eat ice. Your menstrual period is only these 2 days. Just bear with it." Only wanted to eat ice cream when she was on her period. Jessica thought she would make a fuss in her dream, but she didn't expect her to listen to James obediently. James came in. He smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen and asked, "What are you doing?" "I smelled the aroma as soon as I walked into the house," Jessica said proudly. "I cooked the wild mushrooms. They should be edible now." "So good." James seemed surprised and asked, "How long did you cook it?" "About 40 minutes. "Then cook it some more. I'll install the induction cooker." James not only bought milk tea, but also ingredients for hot pot. Every time he entered the kitchen, he would take off his vegetarian ring, watch, and cufflinks. He took off his coat, revealing a tailor-made white shirt underneath. James washed the vegetables very quickly. He had good knife skills, and from memory the potato shreds he cut were even and long. But now, because his hand was injured, he needed the help of tools. The author has something to say. It's a new month. If you have electricity, please send it, and make a list on the first day. Thank you. Chapter 126, Illusion or Reality 3. The wild mushrooms were boiled in the pot for another 10 or 20 minutes. After almost an hour, James started to add the other vegetables and made a sauce for Jessica. She was sweating profusely while eating and couldn't stop, while James used his serving chopsticks to pick up food for her while she ate. James opposite her. In the misty heat, James' face was warm and his lips were slightly pursed. The look he gave her was not as disgusting as in reality, but also without love. It was still indifferent and distant, and his eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Halfway through the meal, Jessica felt a little dizzy and uncomfortable. She looked at the steaming pot, and the floating vegetables in it turned into butterflies. How come this dish is moving? It was poisoning, so James rushed her to the hospital and stayed with her all night without rest. During that time, he received several calls, some from work and some from acquaintances, to express their condolences. Frank heard that Jessica was poisoned by mushrooms. He scolded James without asking any questions. The James in the dream has a gentle personality and will not refute even if he is scolded, unlike him in reality, who can make people speechless for a long time. Jessica, in and out of her dreams, was looking at him intently, a little absent-minded. Jessica didn't come back to her senses until James hung up the phone and went back to the house. "My dad called and scolded you? I'll explain to him." "No need. He's already rested. You should go to sleep too. By the way, Zishin will be back tomorrow after finishing his makeup classes." "Who is Zixin?" Jessica was wondering when suddenly a black vortex appeared in front of her eyes. Everything around her gradually became blurry. As the world spun around, Jessica shivered violently and then opened her eyes. What caught my eye was the pure white ceiling, and the smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Is it a dream or a hallucination caused by mushroom poisoning? It feels like a dream, but not a dream, as if everything is real. How could it be true? Not to mention that James had already broken off the engagement with her. Now that he hated her so much, how could he live with her peacefully? And in the dream, she had changed her current personality and seemed to be getting along well with James. Maybe she missed James a month ago too much, so she had this dream. Dreams and reality are opposites. The only thing that remains unchanged is that there is still no love in James' eyes when he looks at her. Jessica thought about this inexplicable dream. Her heart would ache uncontrollably. She sat up dizzy, and a nurse came in. "You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Are you still dizzy? Do you want to vomit?" Jessica asked, "What time is it?" "It's already 9 o'clock. Where's your escort?" As he was talking, a girl with a work badge walked in carrying breakfast. This is a staff member of the program crew. The director specially arranged a girl to look after her. Seeing that she woke up, the girl quickly sent a WeChat message to the director. Soon the director came over and asked her if she was feeling unwell. "It's okay. When can I be discharged from the hospital?" "Tomorrow. Let's have another day of rest." "Where's James?" The first thing Jessica asked was James, and it was hard to tell whether she cared about James or for other reasons. "Director, they should be preparing to go down the mountain by now. Without the three of you, the program will be temporarily suspended and the break time will be extended. Please wait for further notification on when the program will resume." The director still prefers to record the finale. If that is not possible, then the show will have to end with regret. During this rest period, he decided to worship Buddha and burn incense, and to reorganize the team, hoping that there will be no accidents in the future. Jessica stood up. "Are they leaving today? They should go back to the cabin to pack their things first, and we will arrange a vehicle to take them back later." Jessica wanted to go back as well when she heard this, but the director quickly persuaded her. "You should rest for another day. Poisoning is not a trivial matter. Anyway, you and James are in the same city, and you can see each other again after you go back. There's no need to rush at this moment." I don't know if it's because of that incredible dream, but Jessica wanted to see James, but was afraid to see him at the same time. She closed her eyes and forced herself to distract herself, and she thought of Anthony. "Where's Anthony?" "Director, he left by car this morning, saying something happened at home. I saw he looked very nervous, so I let him go." "What happened?" "I don't know about that. Why don't you give her a call and ask?" The director handed the phone to Jessica. Jessica took it and called Anthony, but the other party didn't answer. Maybe something really happened. Jessica looked at the hospital environment and felt familiar. "Is Anthony also hospitalized here?" The director nodded. "Ah, yes. Does he know that I'm moving in too?" "I'll mention it to him. He looked at you to make sure you were okay before he left." This was the director's smooth talk. The fact was, Anthony just passed by here, glanced at Jessica at the door, and then left. Let alone being an engaged couple. With this attitude, they are not even friends. I don't know what urgent matter Anthony had to leave Jessica and go away. Jessica also felt strange. She was hospitalized due to poisoning, and Anthony was in the same hospital with her. But he left without waiting for her to wake up. What emergency happened at home? Anthony have? She just recognized Stella and Richard as her godmother and godfather. Could something have happened to the banker? On the other side, James and his friends had already gone down the mountain and returned to the cabin. They started packing their luggage without taking a rest. The assistant director also turned on the live camera, explained the incident, and told the audience and netizens in the live broadcast room that the program would be suspended and they could look forward to the feature film next. "We will release behind-the-scenes footage from time to time. Next, we will reorganize the entire team and ensure the safety of each guest. There will be a grand finale, and our tour group has not yet ended. What the audience in the barrage are most concerned about is who James will be with in the end. Eve, the aunt of the ex-fiancée, or Jang Ning, the first love and now the movie queen, or Bata, Jessica as best friend. Currently, James and Eve as couple ranks first online, and Bata ranks last. Netizens joked that Bata has not found her track and obviously likes James but refuses to admit it. Now that the show has suddenly ended, it is unknown whether it will affect their relationship. The assistant director returned the phone to James and the others and announced the last task for the day. That is to send a heartwarming text message before getting on the bus. This was the third time they sent each other a heartwarming text message, and it was exciting to do so before leaving. Jessica, Fong Chun, and Ling Xian also received the news in the hospital. In the observation room, Jessica and Anthony gone. There are only 4 of us left, and the space has become larger. The 4 observers watched the clips edited by the program team, and then jumped directly to the live broadcast and asked the 4 of them to analyze the connection. Shunli twirled the pen in her hand and pouted. "I was wondering why I didn't see Jessica, Anthony, and the others anymore. It turns out they want to be guests on the show." The director kept it a secret. But what I want to ask is, how did they have the nerve to join? When they saw James, didn't they feel guilty or embarrassed? Chapter 127. A collapsed house could be rebuilt, but people like this build it to the point where it can no longer be rebuilt. If a house collapses, you can rebuild it. But people like them build it until it can't be rebuilt. They're so cheap, so they're not afraid of losing face. About Jessica and Anthony being the guest stars for the live broadcast, but in this kind of situation, even if they knew, they had to pretend not to know. Shunli started to complain, and the others kept silent. Seeing that she had almost finished her complaints, the host Lilu advised, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss the business. For the third heart-beating connection, who do you think will give it to whom?" Actor Lin Fan opened his notebook and began to analyze. "I feel that James and Jang Ning will vote for each other. They have been on a date together, and they are each other's first love. Bata should still vote for Fong Chun. The two have interacted a lot recently, and this is their second date. Eve is a little unsure. I personally think she will vote for James. As for Ling Xian, he should text Eve because they are on a date. Psychologist Su Nuo disagrees. James won't send it to Jiang Ning. I specifically looked for their dating video, and it shows that they are over. It's impossible for them to get back together. Li Lu, it's such a pity for these two people. I can only say that they were not mature enough when they fell in love, and the timing was wrong. If they had not been together at that time, and had kept the opportunity until today, perhaps the ending would have been better. Lin Fan. What about Fong Chun and Bata? They should have no objection to connecting with each other, right? This is another team competition, and you must get all the answers right to get diamonds." Everyone looked at Su Nuo. After all, he was a psychologist. That's not necessarily true. In fact, judging from some details, Bata does like James, but she has a weird personality and doesn't want to admit it, so she'll just find someone else. Fong Chun won't change his mind. He's quite loyal and will stick to one person. Ling Xian wouldn't send it to Eve. I still think it's more likely that he sent it to Jiang Ning. His last date with Eve was too awkward. I used to think that the Bata line was easy, but now I'm not sure. Shunli stepped forward to answer. "I can't judge the others, but James and Eve must be connected. This is what the CP leader can say." Because of Shun Li's insistence, everyone agreed that Eve and James should be connected. Jiang Ning connected with James, Ling Xian connected with Eve, and Fong Chun connected with Bata. As for Bata, her personality is difficult to grasp, so they split into two factions. Li Lu and Lin Fan thought she would be sent to Fong Chun, while Shunli and Su Nuo insisted on James. Shunli expressed her opinion. Bata sent messages to Fong Chun the first two times, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that she has no interest in Fong Chun. Her various small actions show that she likes James. Being with Fong Chun is more like testing James. The finale is coming soon. If she doesn't express her feelings, she will really become a loser. It has to be said that Shunli is quite good at judging people. Su Nuo nodded, agreeing with her. Li Lun knocked on the table and said to Shunli, "First of all, I agree with what you said, but did you forget one thing? Bata is Jessica's best friend. Would she dare to send a love message to James in front of Jessica? Why not? They're just fake sisters. It would be best if they fight each other." Shunli looked like she was enjoying the fun. Li Li. Because of Li Li's words, the situation changed. Su Nuo began to hesitate, but was finally persuaded. It was useless for Shanli to insist on her own, and finally, she could only connect the Bata line to Fong Chun. 10 minutes later, the assistant director announced the results. Fong Chun connected with Bata. Ling Xian connected with Jiang Ning. Eve connected with James. Jiang Ning connected with James. The two most suspenseful ones are here. James connects with Eve. Bata connects with James. Except for Shunli, everyone was shocked by the result. Shunli pointed at the screen and said arrogantly, "See, what did I say? It's almost the end. It's time to fight for your own happiness. Shinrong, you have guts. You stood up. You finally found the track. I admire you very much, but unfortunately, I already have Eve in my heart." Lilu shook his head. "I really didn't expect it." Lin Fan smacked his lips. "Women's hearts are as deep as the sea." Su Nuo smiled and said, "This show is getting more and more interesting. It's a pity that it has to be stopped. I don't know when it can continue." Shunli got angry when she talked about this. What about Anthony and Jessica? Why did they become flying guests instead of being observers? The program was obviously recorded well at the beginning, but something went wrong as soon as they arrived. They are two unlucky guys, looking for trouble. Lilu stretched out his hand and pinched her wrist, reminding her, "Pay attention, it's still recording." Shunli didn't care. This is not a live broadcast. It will be edited out later. Besides, their reputations are bad to begin with, and there are so many people criticizing them. One more me won't make much difference. You're a public figure after all. Then I'll quit after this job. Is this serious or a joke? Let's see what they posted. The guests who got their phones returned to their cars and started thinking about the content. James clicked into Eve's chat box, thought again and finally sent a short message. I've been very happy these 2 days. Not long after the text message was sent, notification alerts began popping up on James' phone, ringing 3 times in a row. He was stunned for a moment, then clicked on them. Although the 3 text messages were anonymous, he could tell who they were from the content. Eve, an unforgettable birthday. Jang Ning, let's keep in touch in the future. Bata, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you because of what others said. I was wrong about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. James was not surprised to receive 3 text messages in a row, but after seeing them, he was not so surprised. James saw the apology letter from Bata. He didn't feel anything, as if the child had suddenly grown up. He has been intentionally avoiding Bata recently. He didn't know what she was thinking before, but now that he knows, he still has to be more careful. Once the show is over, they will go their separate ways, and it will be hard not to contact or see each other. Their feelings will fade over time. This time, all 3 girls received the message. Some were upset while others were happy. Eve saw the short message in her hand. She couldn't tell from the text who sent it, but the other party attached a photo of fireflies. Thinking of that wonderful night, Eve couldn't help but smile. Jang Ning received a text message from Ling Xian, still a greeting from a little fan. I'll go see your new movie during the holiday. Fong Chun sent to Beata Red. I heard from the director that he will be taking a long break this time. As a friend, can I treat you to a meal when I have time? Beata looked at her phone back and forth, clicking on the message and then exiting. Unfortunately, no matter how she refreshed the message bar, there was only that one text message. Although she had expected it, Beata was still disappointed. Who would James send the heartwarming text message to? She had a hunch that it would be Eve. James sent her the first heartwarming text message. If she hadn't been upset that time, would she have received his text messages again these 2 times? James once explained that the reason he texted her the first time was because he knew she would not choose him. If she told James now that she didn't mind him using her as a shield, would James send the text messages to her again, and we take the initiative to ask her out on a date? After completing the last task, the staff returned the mobile phone to the guest. James took out his phone, turned it on, and saw 99 plus notifications. He clicked on them and found that most of them were from Stella. Sometimes she would receive hundreds of calls in a day, and there were too many text messages to read. There is no need to read these text messages. Clear all unread messages with one click. James opened his mailbox. Compared to the text messages, there were only a few messages in it. He glanced at it and clicked on an anonymous text message. Richard, I've already found out about the psychiatrist from 10 years ago, and some of the information has been sent to your private email. Chapter 128, The Evidence is Conclusive. James, I have already checked what you asked me to check. The psychiatrist who treated Ms. Tang 19 years ago is currently in City C. Some of the information has been sent to your email. James will get the remaining part after paying the final payment. James clicked on the information. Name, Lennon. Age, 50. She graduated from the Department of Psychology of a well-known university and opened a psychological clinic after graduation, but the clinic went bankrupt soon and owed a lot of money. Later, she met Richard through some channels and finally became the family doctor of the banker, mainly responsible for providing psychological counseling to Stella. He had worked at the banker for 7 years. He was there the year Stella fell ill and killed her daughter. He was a witness and had evidence in his hands. James shouldn't have known these things, but Richard told him everything when he was ill in his previous life. After his rebirth, in order to completely break away from the dealer, he naturally wanted to have as many chips as possible in his hand. Therefore, after breaking off the engagement, he hired a detective who was very famous in his previous life, but had not yet become famous in this life, to help him find the doctor. The effect is very good. After so many years, so much can be found out in just 1 month. Personal experiences are clearly revealed. James replied with a thank you and paid the balance of $200,000. Before the recording was over, the program team had already sent James a share of the profits, which was $10 million. James sent a text message to the director asking, "Director, are you sure I can really get this much? Is the calculation correct?" "Yes, you deserve this." Since the director said that he deserved it, he should accept it. He happened to be short of money right now, but he couldn't accept other people's kindness in vain. "Just let me know if you need my help in the future." The director happily replied, "It's a pleasure to work with you." After returning to Chengdu, James put down his luggage and washed the clothes he brought back in the washing machine. The house was full of dust after being away from home for a month. James did not rest for a moment and started cleaning. He was busy for the whole afternoon from day to night. When he looked at the time, it was already 8 o'clock, so he simply cooked a bowl of noodles. There's no need to face the camera. There are not so many people around. It is quiet and comfortable, and you can do whatever you want. James took a nice bath and then booked a flight to City C. We leave at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so it's better to get some things done early. It takes 2 hours to fly to City C. After arriving at the station, James turned off the flight mode, and someone sent him a text message. Bata, what are you doing? Do you have time? Let's go out and play together. James responded, no time. Not long after he replied, you've called him. James was stunned, and before his brain could react, his hand had already picked up the phone. Eve asked, have you eaten yet? I ate it on the plane. On the plane? Where are you going now that you just got home? City C, take care of some things. I'm not used to having dinner without you by my side today. Eve sounded lazy, as if she had just woken up. Richard, can you do me a favor when you return to Rongqing? Okay, go ahead. Eve agreed without asking. She chuckled and said, come back and help me move. That's all. I'm hanging up now. It sounds a bit noisy over there. You're on the road now, right? Be careful and watch out for other cars. I'll wait for you at home. Bye. Eve hung up the phone very quickly. Before James could even say goodbye, the phone went silent. He put the phone down with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lin An's address is in a small town, and it takes another 2 hours by car to reach City C. He stopped in front of an old residential building. There is a Lin's clinic behind the residential building. James looked at his phone and then walked in. I'm here to see Dr. Lin. Is he here? He's resting today. Then please give him a call and tell him my last name is Zhuang and I'm waiting for him here. If it's not convenient for him to come over, I'll go to his house and wait for him. 10 minutes later, James sat opposite a middle-aged man with half-gray hair. From the outside, Lennon looked more like a man in his 60s than in his 50s. He had a big belly, deep wrinkles on his face, dull eyes, and yellow nails, which are the signs of years of smoking. You're the kid from the banker's family. How did you find me? Lennon took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, and his trembling hands revealed his uneasy emotions. Richard mentioned you when he was drunk, and I remembered it. Then I asked a private detective to find out some things. Dr. Lin, I was young and couldn't remember some things, but you were different. 24 years old is the age when people can remember things the most. As the old saying goes, the bad things you have done will come back to haunt you sooner or later. How long do you plan to hide it? Snap! The cigarette box in his hand fell to the ground. Lennon didn't dare to look directly into James' eyes. He could only curl up and said, I don't know what you were talking about. Dr. Lin, a doctor should have a conscience. When your clinic closed down and owed a huge amount of money, you used the banker's money to repay the debt and save your family. Now you have a happy family. Your son is a soldier and your daughter is a nurse. Lennon raised his head suddenly and asked in panic, What are you going to do? I just want the truth, justice for myself, and to clear the name of the crime I have been carrying for 19 years. But you already know it, so why bother asking me? James sneered, because they won't let me go and want me to bear the guilt for the rest of my life. Dr. Lin, you've seen their faces and you know they can do it. As he said this, he looked at Lin steadily and said, Don't worry, I'm not here to accuse you, nor will I expose you in front of your family. James easily found the opponent's weakness. Lennon struggled for a long time and finally got up and took out a cabinet from the corner and then found a key from the drawer to open it. There was a bunch of information and a USB drive inside, which contained recordings, and he handed them all to James. James looked through the information and found Stella's complete medical history. Your sister was not thrown down by you, but hit by your mother Stella. After the child died, your father Richard covered up the crime scene, and I was also involved. I am really sorry for that year. Lennon shed tears of regret. Was she conscious when she killed the child? Yes. She was willing to kill her own daughter to gain her husband's love. Human hearts are really dirty. Even though James had already kept herself out of the matter, she still felt cold all over. When mentioning this incident, it is still vivid in his mind even after so many years. During these years, Lennon lived in regret every moment, constantly struggling and wavering. James' arrival made him feel scared, but also relieved. Perhaps these evidences were preserved for today. James stood up and said calmly, I heard your apology, but I don't forgive you. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, condemned all his life, controlled by them, forced to submit, and never gained freedom in his entire life. 19 years ago, If his grandmother hadn't taken him away by force, he would have been beaten to death. Because he already knew the truth, James remained very calm when he got the evidence. Chapter 129, Good Neighbor. Were these evidences kept because of guilt? Perhaps, but more so for self-protection. Richard covered up Stella's crime all his life, not because he loved her so much, but because covering up the crime scene was a crime. James booked the latest flight. After returning home, he turned on his computer and connected the USB drive. After listening to the recording in it, he felt nauseous. I didn't kill her on purpose, but who told my husband to call her my mistress? I just love my husband too much. He's been getting busier and busier since I gave birth to the child. He often doesn't come home. Every time he calls me, he asks about our daughter's condition first, and when he comes home, he hugs her first. People say that a daughter is her father's mistress in his previous life. Isn't this a mistress? I actually gave birth to a mistress. As long as she disappears, my husband will only love me. When I picked her up, she was still smiling at me. She called me Mom. Everyone in my family said she was cute, but I thought she was disgusting. Dr. Lin, is this abnormal? I want to be number one and the only one. I won't allow the person I care about to care about someone else, even if that person is my own child. I didn't kill her, it was James. It was the brother who killed his sister. He was just jealous of his sister, jealous that his sister was loved by her parents. James has been a bad boy since he was young. Dr. Lin, I don't understand what you're saying. How could I have killed Xiaoko? Xiaoko is my daughter. A mother will always love her child. How could she bear to hurt her? I say it again. Xiaoko was carried to the balcony by James and fell to her death. He did it on purpose. He has to atone for this. She didn't even need a psychologist. She brainwashed herself, then put all the blame on him and disappeared. As for Richard, he knew about it too. He knew that Stella was jealous of her daughter and threw her daughter off the building to death while she was still conscious. In order to save face, he covered up the truth and cooperated with Stella to go crazy and pretend to be sick to make the situation look good. After listening to the recording, James felt so sick that he couldn't sleep the whole night. It was the first time that his biological clock was messed up after such a long time since his rebirth. He usually got up at 6 o'clock, but today he went to bed at 6 o'clock. I slept for 3 hours in a daze and was woken up by the noise from next door. James opened his eyes. It was already bright outside. He opened the curtains and made himself a cup of oatmeal. James had just moved into this apartment building with 2 floors and 4 households. There had been no one in the house next door, and he had never asked about it. Suddenly someone moved in, but he didn't think much about it. James has a full schedule today. He now has 61 million in his account, which is not even a fraction of what the bookmaker has. The timing of his rebirth was very good, as it happened to coincide with the renovation of the new district of Chengdu. In just this 1 month, both housing prices and land prices would increase exponentially. If you want to make money quickly during this period, real estate speculation is undoubtedly the best option. Make the newly built buildings look popular and in short supply, and then buy and sell them when the housing prices are at their highest. Getting rich overnight is no longer a dream. Real estate speculation is not a legitimate means of making money. James' only bottom line is not to speculate on houses for real buyers. If he wants to fleece someone, he will fleece his peers, just like the Xia family and a group of businessmen related to the Xia family. He has no burden at all to speculate on the houses and sell them to them at high prices. James used $50 million to play with real estate, but it seemed like the money was wasted. In his previous life, James also seized the opportunity in real estate. However, due to the pressure from the banker, he did not dare to gamble. He acted cautiously and hesitantly, and stopped after making a small profit. In this life, if you want to play big. If you want to do something, be the one in control and seize the initiative. James was buying a house. He saw that the garbage dump in the old city was for sale. It was as big as a football field, so he bought it for $5 million. Although it is an inconspicuous garbage dump now, when a new district is expanded, it will be worth tens of thousands per square meter. After spending all that money that day, I had $6 million left. Relying on my memory, I found a channel to buy football lottery and spin it bit by bit. I had $500,000 left to go home. He left home in the morning and got home in the evening. When James returned, room 1602 next door was very quiet, and it didn't look like anyone had moved in. James went into the house to change his shoes, turn on the fire to boil water and cook, thinking while doing things. He remembered Eve asking him to help with moving yesterday and thought about the noise coming from next door this morning. The neighbor next door, could it be Eve? The more coincidental the thing was, the more it seemed like something she could have done. Just as she was thinking about it, Eve called. James felt frightened and picked up the phone. Eve's tone was as gentle as usual with a hint of smile. James, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten yet. Can I go to your house for a meal? James turned off the fire. I just got home and haven't finished cooking yet. I was going to just cook some porridge. He didn't expect Eve to come to his place. After all, it was already very late. I know a good takeaway place. I can order some for you, but I don't want to eat takeout. If I ask you to come over and help me move now, will you come? James looked up at the sky outside the window. The man was already walking towards the gate. Where are you now? I'm at your door. The voice outside the door came before the voice on the phone. James was slightly stunned. He suddenly opened the door and saw Eve looking at him with her arms folded and smiling. Good neighbor, can I go to your house for dinner now? I am used to eating white porridge with pickles. As long as it is cooked by you, I will not mind it. Anthony came back. He went straight to find Su Tion. He wanted to have a good talk with Su Tion, but he didn't expect Su Tion to ask him out to watch a movie. Anthony had no choice but to modify himself and make sure that he would not be recognized before going to see her. Su Tion was pregnant with a big belly. Compared with 7 months ago, she had changed a lot. Her long hair was cut into shoulder-length short hair. She gained some weight and looked better. Even though Anthony disguised himself very well, Su Tion still recognized him at first sight and waved at him from a distance. Anthony said with a cold face, Keep a low profile. I don't want to be recognized. Don't worry. No one will recognize you except me. Su Tion took out 2 movie tickets. I have already changed the tickets. Let's go in. Anthony stood still. Su Tion held his hand affectionately, and to outsiders, they looked like a young couple. I haven't watched a movie in a long time. After you watch this movie with me, I will have a good talk with you. Anthony couldn't lose his temper in such a situation, so he could only suppress it and go along with her. And Anthony didn't know which movie it was until it was released. This is a suspense drama adapted from real events. The film tells the story of a woman who was deceived and experienced marriage fraud, domestic violence, pregnancy, miscarriage. In the end, she cut the scumbag into pieces and successfully fought back. Chapter 130, Lies. Su Tion deliberately brought him to see this movie, which was obviously a reference to him. By the end, Anthony had a thin layer of cold sweat on his back. In the dim light, Su Tion held his hand and asked, Anthony, are you afraid of movies of this kind? Anthony pulled his hand back with all his strength, his face tense. Not bad. Su Tion continued, Doesn't the man in the movie deserve to die? A scumbag who cheats on others will never have a good ending. If I were the woman in the movie, I would be more ruthless than her. After he hits me for the first time, I will take revenge. Women are so easy to deceive. When they like a man, their heart and eyes are full of him, and they want to take their heart out. But once their heart is broken, they will not show mercy when they take action. Su Tion touched her belly and said, The baby is moving. It seems that he agrees with me. She is really a lunatic. Anthony had the idea of killing someone before he came. As the old saying goes, only dead people are not a threat. After leaving the cinema, Anthony's face looked uglier than before. After watching the movie, can we talk properly? Su Tion, what do you want? Su Tion said bluntly, I have made it very clear on the phone. You either give me money or give me my identity. The baby in my belly is already this big. It is impossible for me to abort it. And can you bear it? This is your son. Why would he be so reluctant? He had no feelings for Su Tion. He wished she could kill 2 people at once and die early. As long as she died, the threat would be lifted. Anthony came with the intention of killing, and he was prepared for the worst. Obviously, the other party also understands men very well, so she brought him to see this movie to remind him not to act rashly. Su Tion is not as weak as he thought. If you really make her angry, even a rabbit will bite. It will be a loss to both sides. As for Su Tion, she originally planned to wait until the child was born before going to Anthony to negotiate. She was gambling on Anthony's conscience, betting that he would like the child. Anthony is a popular actor whose career is on the rise. He will not fall in love at this critical juncture. Su Tion thought she had plenty of time to make a detailed plan and use the child to tie her and Anthony together and make him responsible for her. But plans cannot keep up with changes. She never expected that Anthony would be with Jessica. Compared with Jessica, what was she? She had been Anthony's assistant for a year and knew clearly that Jessica was the white moonlight in his heart. The jewel in the crown of the Xia family. She is beautiful and rich. Anthony's smooth journey to where he is today is inseparable from her. If Jessica is a cloud in the sky, then she is the mud on the ground, and Anthony can only see her when he falls into the mud. Jessica used to be married to the banker, but now the engagement has been broken off. She can just wave at Anthony and get him to be with her. Seeing the live broadcast of Anthony and Jessica's engagement, Soo Tion could no longer sit still. So I had to move my plans forward and call Anthony in advance to ask him out for a meeting. She didn't want to take things to such an extreme, but she had to consider herself and her children. Soo Tion appeared calm on the surface, but in fact, her heart had never calmed down. Anthony looked at Soo Tion's belly. The 8-month pregnant belly was so big that it pushed up her loose skirt. Can I touch it? Anthony looked at Soo Tion's belly and quickly calmed himself down. He decided to calm Soo Tion down first and not let her act rashly. Women secrete a lot of estrogen during pregnancy, and the fetus will also stimulate the woman's maternal love. Women at this period are weak and sensitive and are the easiest to coax. Of course, Soo Tion raised the corners of her mouth, and it was obvious that she was really happy. Anthony slowly reached out his hand and touched Soo Tion's belly. There was a movement inside, and his heart was slightly touched. It was not obvious and could be ignored. Soo Tion grabbed Anthony's hand. The baby's head is probably in this position. If you touch him, he can feel it. Soo Tion probably wanted to inspire Anthony's fatherly love. But fatherly love is not so easy to produce, especially when the other person is a man who doesn't love you. Anthony touched me and said, "When you said on the phone that you had a child, I didn't have much emotion. I felt that this child came at the wrong time and was a trouble. But now, I want to give him a home. My parents divorced when I was very young. My dad took me with him, and our lives were getting better and better, but he died in a car accident. I lost my mom and my dad, so I have hoped since I was a child that I could be born into a complete family with the love of my parents. I don't want my child to experience the hardships I have experienced. Tion, don't worry. I won't let our child become an illegitimate child." Although he was talking a lot of nonsense, he spoke it sincerely. The key point was that Soo Tion actually believed it. "Are you willing to marry me? I will marry you." Before Soo Tion had time to feel happy, she had to listen to him continue talking. But not now. Soo Tion's face suddenly turned cold. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry." Anthony came over, hugged Soo Tion's shoulders in a pretended intimacy, and brought her into his arms to comfort her. "I didn't know you were pregnant at first. If I had known you were pregnant earlier, I wouldn't have been engaged to Jessica. Now things are a little troublesome, and I have to slowly solve them." Soo Tion did not relax because of these words. She asked vigilantly, "How are you going to solve it? How long do you want me to wait?" "Don't worry. Just listen to me, and I'll explain it to you." Anthony explained patiently. "If our relationship is exposed now, the Xia family will definitely not let me go. They will ban me and make it impossible for me to survive in this industry. By then, I will have to pay liquidated damages for the endorsements I signed and the announcements I received. It will be a huge debt. Do you have the heart to give birth to a child and let me starve to death?" Soo Tion frowned. "But haven't you already joined the Zhuang family and acknowledged Richard and his wife as your godparents? Will the Xia family still do anything to you?" Anthony sighed. "You don't understand. The Zhuang family only recognized me because of the Xia family's reputation. It's just that my reputation is good and I look worthy of Jessica. In fact, I have no money and no power, and they still don't take me seriously. According to what you said, as long as you are suppressed by the Xia family, you will never be able to marry me. It's like this. So next we have two choices. The first one is that I marry Jessica, and I secretly raise you and our son. When the Xia family can no longer threaten me, I will immediately divorce Jessica and marry you. The later and the future that men say can be ignored." Soo Tion said coldly. "What about the second one?" "The second is when I inherit the Zhuang family's property." Chapter 131, Exposing the Devil. Soo Tion curled his lips and said, "How can you, as an adopted son, inherit the Zhuang family's property? Didn't you say it yourself? The Zhuang family accepted you as their godson for the sake of the Xia family. You have nothing. That was before, it's different now. What's the difference? He has his own biological son, but he doesn't give his biological son to you, but give you an outsider. They really can't give it to James." Anthony said gloomily. "James is a murderer who killed his own sister. Stella hates James so much. How could she leave the property to him?" Soo Tion's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is there such a thing? Is this true?" Anthony said, "Of course it's true. Stella said it herself. I have the recording here." Soo Tion hesitated for a moment. "But even so, it's not as good as a biological child. What if they have another one, or have an illegitimate child outside?" Anthony, that's even more impossible. Su Tian was still wondering how it was impossible, when the next second she heard Anthony laugh twice and say, Richard is useless. He will never be able to have children in his lifetime. This dealer is really in a state of constant trouble, and it feels like there is danger everywhere. Anthony glared at her and said earnestly, as long as I inherit all the Zhuang family's property, even if the Xia family targets me, I will have a lot of money left after paying the company's breach of contract fee, enough for us to spend for a lifetime. Tian, for the sake of your son and for me, you are holding back. Think carefully about what your purpose is in giving birth to your son. Do you want him to live a good life, have a complete family, have no worries about food and clothing, and win at the starting line since childhood? Your family is poor, so you understand the difficulties of the poor best. It is very difficult to be poor. You have to start from the bottom and be looked down upon by others. I'll give you 10 million now. You can use it to do what you want. Let's buy clothes, a cradle, toys, and baby products for the baby. As for the rest, I remember you always wanted to open a dessert shop. Can I help you open it? Anthony is so good at brainwashing people. He first pretends to be pitiful and then uses moral blackmail. Pregnant women are the most soft-hearted. Su Tian's face was moved, and she was convinced by Anthony's words. She tried to understand Anthony from his perspective and found that what he said made sense. And Anthony still remembered that her wish was to open a dessert shop, which shows that he has her in his heart. Su Tian said nothing. After a few seconds of trance, she let down all her guard and began to choose to trust this man. Anthony saw Su Tian's expression relaxed. He immediately took out his cell phone and transferred money to Su Tian. He felt pained by the 10 million, but it would not be easy to convince Su Tian if he didn't bleed a little. After transferring the money, Anthony coaxed Su Tian to sit down, touching her belly and leaning over to listen to the baby's movements. He used his acting skills to the extreme, looking like a loving father. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. What do you like to eat? Tell me if you have any dietary restrictions during pregnancy. I will remember them. After we finish eating, we can walk around the area and see if there's a suitable place to open a dessert shop. Su Tian was coaxed into becoming more docile, no longer as tough as she was at the beginning, and she answered whatever Anthony said. My baby is about to be born, so I don't have time to open the store. You can hire a few shop assistants to look after the store, and you can just be your boss lady comfortably. Su Tian was coaxed into feeling comfortable, and she had thrown all caution out of her mind. Anthony sent Su Tian to her home, which was not far away. It was an old residential area with buses nearby and a vegetable market right at the entrance of the community. There were many people, and it was difficult to make a move. It is a typical rental house. Most of the people who live here are young people who work, and the advantage is that the rent is cheap. Anthony said distressedly, let me move you to another place. The environment here is too bad. It's not safe for you to live here alone. I'm worried. How about this? I'll rent you a small villa and hire 2 servants to take care of you and take care of your food, clothing, and daily life. What do you think? Su Tian was held in Anthony's arms and didn't notice the calculating look in his eyes at all. She was immersed in his tenderness and affection, thinking that the man had a change of heart and would give her a home. She nodded obediently and said, I'll listen to you. After sending Su Tian home, Anthony went to the banker's house in the evening. Richard is still in the hospital, and Stella is the only one in the villa. The bodyguards are watching her 24 hours a day and do not allow her to go outside. Stella went crazy every day, smashing things and swearing. Anthony could hear crackling sounds coming from inside the house before he even entered. He calmed himself down and walked in. The servants in the villa all called him Master Gu. Anthony discovered that all the servants in the Zhuang family were replaced by men. Even Aunt Wang, who was previously responsible for cooking, was replaced. It was probably Stella who asked for the replacement. The living room was in a mess, and the servants were cleaning it. Anthony asked the housekeeper, Where's Godmother? Is she okay? My lady is upstairs. Just as the voice fell, a loud crash was heard from upstairs, and Stella screamed from the spiral staircase. Where's James? When will he come back? Why hasn't he come back yet? Is he like his dad? He doesn't want to go home because he has someone else outside. Godmother. Stella heard Anthony calling her. She was stunned for 3 seconds. Then she quickly ran down the stairs with scarlet eyes. She bent over and grabbed Anthony's hand very tightly, staring at him with her scarlet eyes. You're finally back. Didn't you say you would bring James back? Where is he? Anthony looked embarrassed. Godmother, I tried to persuade James seriously, and he said that he would not come home even if he died outside. He's really not coming back? How could James not come back? If he didn't come back, who would she vent to? He had to stay in this house for the rest of his life and let her torture him. Anthony sighed uncomfortably. I told him you were sick and asked him to come back to see you and show some concern for you. Who would have thought that he would curse you and say that he wished you and Uncle Zhuang would die together? He even mentioned your dead daughter. Stella, what did he say? He deserved it, and that he's fed up with you for a long time and will never withdraw the lawsuit. Anthony made up stories, trying to make Stella's anger reach the highest level. When people are extremely angry, they will lose control. Stella was so angry that she went crazy and yelled, "How dare he say that? He is a monster." Stella's grip hurt his hand, but Anthony endured the pain and said in a comforting tone, "Yes, he is a demon. He doesn't deserve to be your son. He killed his own sister and now curses his biological parents. James is simply inhuman. For an inhuman person like him, we should expose his crimes and bring him to justice. This way James will never come back, and Anthony is looking forward to it when he thinks of this." Anthony coaxed Stella step by step, using a gentle tone to convince her. Stella's condition looks scary, but she is just a lunatic, and a mentally ill lunatic is easiest to brainwash. Yes, expose him. I want everyone to scold him for not coming home and not listening to me. Chapter 132. Real Estate Speculation.